All right, here we are. We are live on Standing for Truth. My name is Donny, and I am your host and moderator for tonight's much anticipated round two debate between Dr. Dino and Mr. Anderson. Specifically, the proposition for tonight's debate is, can any living thing bring forth other than according to its kind? And I'm excited for this. Debate number one was certainly a debate to remember. There was a ton of feedback on that debate, which is why there is a lot of hype, Mr. Anderson and Dr. Dino, for round two. And so it's good to see everybody in the audience here as well. Gentlemen, we're going to have a good, clean debate. We're ready to duke it out in the debate octagon. And so with that, Mr. Anderson, let's start with you. Let's hand it over to you. We'll do two things at once. Firstly, brief intro, kind of get acquainted, a little bit about yourself, and then also just jump into some opening words and arguments for us tonight. Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
All right. Well, hi, everyone. Welcome back. This is round two of a debate between me, Mr. Anderson. I'm a lawyer in out west, and Dr. Kent Hovind, Doctor of Creationism with a specialty in criticizing evolution. Now, the plan for today is that I'm going to summarize what happened in our debate last time. We're going to talk about whether or not Dr. Hovind found any examples of cancers living outside the body, which is something he wanted some time to check. And then I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Hovind to ask me some questions about any of the things that we touched on last time or that we touched on this time. So by way of summary, last time we made a lot of progress, I think, towards reaching some common ground and tackling the question of whether anything can ever bring forth other than its kind. We talked about some of the basic presumptions that we use when thinking about the world, which we refer to as the October 13th Protocol, and we made some progress towards defining what a kind was. Dr. Hovind said that with sufficient morphological changes, such as growing wings or growing gills, and being able to breathe underwater, and an inability to interbreed with an ancestral population, that can, at least in some circumstances, make an animal a new kind. But he shied away from giving a hard yes on whether that was his definition of a kind. So we have kind of a tentative soft yes with respect to what a kind is. And then Dr. Hovind goes on later in our discussion to give a little more particularity, and he reiterated that according to the Bible, the essential quality of a kind is the ability to bring forth, and that if you're unsure, then see if the animals interbreed, and they'll tell you whether or not they are the same kind. He further suggested that in many ways, a kind is the same thing as a species because the dictionary often lists kind and species as synonyms. So overall, we have a fairly good working definition of the term kind. It refers to a group of animals that are interfertile and usually, though not always, share morphological traits. One test for whether two things are the same kind is if they can interbreed, and the same pen test, put them in the same pen and see if they interbreed, is the ultimate litmus test of this. Lastly, some of the various characteristics or details of the various definitions of the word species can be used to augment our understanding of the word kind if necessary. I pointed out that based on his definition, if we use the same pen methodology, that chihuahuas and wolves are not the same kind, because chihuahuas and wolves in the same pen will not interbreed. Most likely the wolves would just eat the chihuahuas. Dr. Hovind's response was that chihuahuas are barely dogs and that maybe they could interbreed genetically and that wolves can interbreed with coyotes. Ultimately, despite this being one of the key definitions in one of the core areas of his field of specialty, Dr. Hovind wanted the opportunity to think about things a little more, and so hopefully he can now either refine his definition or get back to us with a hard yes on what a kind is. Naturally, if I'm incorrect in terms of my summary of his criteria for defining a kind, I'm sure he'll correct any inaccuracies. Then we began to discuss an example of something that Dr. Hovind would consider to be a different kind. And Dr. Hovind agreed that if cells in my body decided to become single-celled creatures and live as single-celled creatures, rather than being part of my body, that those cells would be a new kind. Specifically, he was asked the following question and gave the following answer. Question: I want to nail this down. You're telling me that if the cells in my body decided that they're not going to cooperate and be a part of my body anymore, they're going to do their own thing. They're going to live as single-celled creatures. That's a different kind. Those cells are a different kind, right? Answer, I will give that a qualified yes. To my understanding of your question, Your Honor, I think that probably a different kind. Later, I explained to Dr. Hovind that this example was not hypothetical. It in fact describes the process that occurs when a person develops cancer, or at least certain types of cancer, and cited some papers in support of this assertion. Dr. Hovind then suggested that perhaps this did not count if the cancer cannot live on its own outside the body. I showed him a paper that suggested cancer could be transplanted and live in mice. Dr. Hovind suggested he would like some time to think about this, and so of course we adjourned as time was long anyways. Now we're back. Dr. Hovind, have I fairly described our interactions at our last debate?
Well, it's my turn to talk. Are you done?
Yeah. No, go ahead and correct anything.
Yeah, before you talk, Kent, I appreciate it, Mr. Anderson. Thank you very much. Kent, take equal time, roughly 6 minutes or so. And so we'll hand it to you. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay. First, I have to say hello to Jackie in Indiana, Bobby's sister. Hi, Jackie. She's watching here. Okay. Come on down. That is sort of interesting. Well, multiple things here. I think a wolf and a Chihuahua could interbreed if you just if you genetically mix it. Maybe there's some mechanical problems. The Chihuahua can't reach very high. But certainly I think if you took the sperm and egg from the two different ones, you could get the dogs and wolves are interfertile. Dogs and coyotes and dogs, they're the same kind of animal. A 4-year-old will tell you that. So the Bible says they bring forth after their kind. Joe got some kind of program to type out in word format or in text format. It doesn't always get it right. Okay, you need to understand this is what they call that transcriber. Yeah. Okay. So I didn't have time to mess with it at all. I worked down here for 11. Let's see. So you want to know your answer that if your cells of your arm could disintegrate and go into single cell, would that be a different kind? They'd still be human cells. I don't understand how that has any evidence for evolution. It's still a human cell, and it was still alive to start with. Tell you what, take some dirt out of the ground and make it come alive. I'd like to see that. Okay. So I'll talk about your counterexample, fit the bill, amoebas. You want to get to amoeba? Let's see. This is just from the thing. Well, how is it another cell? Are humans rats? How is it not another kind? New Scientist said the mosquito can bite a wide range of animals. So the mosquito can live on, let's say, dog blood, cat blood, cow blood, hamster blood, human blood. Still a mosquito. Same thing with ticks. They live on all kinds of different animals. Same tick. The cancer cell can live in quite a few different creatures, cancer cells. So if you take a cancer cell from a human, put it into a mouse, I don't understand how that's evidence for evolution. Lice can live on all kinds of different animals, cats, dogs, humans, etc. Okay, so your logic is that a cancer cell can grow into a tumor and then break apart, and one piece can now grow in a rat. And that's evidence that all life forms came from an amoeba. I don't understand how you guys cannot see how dumb this is to take this example and say, wow, this cancer cell can be moved to a rat. Therefore, we're all related to an amoeba. Or here we go. Lines on paper with, related to a pine tree. I don't understand how anybody cannot see the stupidity in this. These family trees they put in our textbooks are nothing but propaganda. This is artwork. This is pictures with lines drawn between them. There is no evidence of a human and a bird having a common ancestor. We have common designer, but the textbooks continually say all the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organism. This is pure propaganda. Apparently you fell for it when you were schooled and you believe it, or maybe you like to believe it because it gives you freedom from a creator, but it says no traces of those events remain. So it's a loss of function for something to become cancerous. There's lots of studies done on this about how the metastasis process which cancer cells spread from an initial or primary site to a different or secondary site. That happens, okay? Saying, here we go, here we show that metastasis is driven by positive selection for generation loss of function. Scientists have been trying to understand why people get cancer They come up with a theory that suggests cancer can happen when something goes wrong with the genes that are responsible for keeping our cells communicating. You think degradation of the cells and degradation of the information transmission process, degrading, is going to change an amoeba to a whale and a human and a pine tree? I don't understand how anybody could believe such a thing. Studies suggest they looked at a type of tumor. They found this tumor spreads to other parts of the body. Gene cells are important for keeping cells working together. Do you think cancer is a good thing? I don't think the mouse wants it. I don't think the human wants it. Found the genes used for the tumor were being used less than normal. They're not doing their job properly. So it's similar to how cells behave in the early stages of life when they grow, multiply without limits during pregnancy, go from single cell to a whole baby, 9 pounds, 8 pounds in just a short time. Evolutionary scientists believe that when animals with many cells started to evolve 600 million years ago, there was an increase in the number of new genes that now protect them from cancer. This whole idea, though, that you took an hour and a half of trying to get me to agree to things I wasn't sure I wanted to agree to, trying to trap me into a little box. I think the Bible is clear. They bring forth after their kind. Man has decided it's important to us to put the animals in categories. The animals do not care at all, okay? But we like to put there are 8 different kinds of squirrels, okay? And they can all interbreed. And they probably had a common ancestor called a squirrel. They don't care that we put them in a box called squirrel. They don't even know. But you're so intent on trying to define the word kind in such a way that allows you to make these stupid charts with the family trees with everything related. They bring forth after their kind. My contention is, and I got tons of notes on all this stuff from what little time I had to work on this. My contention is there is no evidence anywhere in the universe of any animal bringing forth a different kind of offspring. Cows make cows, dogs make dogs, cats make cats. There are no exceptions. If one gets a cancer and the cancer cell is able to be transmitted, for heaven's sake, all kinds of diseases can be transmitted through the air. The idea that because a cancer cell can be moved to a different animal, it is therefore now evidence for evolution, I think is insane, okay? There is no evidence of any animal. Is that your evidence is, so far, that a cancer cell is evidence for evolution because it can, there. It can now live in a new host. I think most people are laughing about that. So time's up. Give me your second best evidence. He's muted.
I was on mute. Yeah. We're both on mute. So Ken, hopefully you're a good lip reader. Okay, thanks for that opening statement and response. Mr. Anderson, we'll pass it back to you if you wanted to pick a point or two for us to engage. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, sir, we're not quite done with the first best evidence here today, and I'm actually not even sure it's the best evidence. It's just the first one. Okay. I certainly look forward to our discussion here. So, and to be clear, sir, this is not a debate about whether or not evolution is true or whether or not whales evolved from amoebas or anything like that. I'm not trying to prove evolution right. I'm not trying to prove creationism wrong. I'm just saying you're wrong with respect to whether or not anything can bring forth other than its kind. And whether it's an increase of information or a decrease of information, if it changes kind, it changes kind. But you know what? We'll get more into that. Let's just let's focus on what we have in front of us here. So the next thing that I wanted to get into here was I had just a few questions about the homework that you were supposed to do about cancer surviving outside the body. And then once you answer those, then it's going to be your turn for the rest of the night if you want. Now, it's about 15 questions, unless you're evasive and I have to do follow-ups or rephrase the question or ask it again. And if you don't give me straight answers, that's what I'm going to do. So this could be done in like 5 to 10 minutes, or it could take the rest of the night. And whichever it is going to be up to you. Do you understand?
I don't think so, but go ahead.
You don't understand that it's going to take longer if you don't give me straight answers?
I always give you straight answers.
Okay, and you understand that things are not going to be quick if you don't give me straight answers, right?
I understand you're a lawyer. You come from the word attorney, which means to twist. So I'm very cautious about you twisting things. But go ahead, start talking.
All right, sir. We're gonna start off on the right foot. So you're gonna answer my questions, and you're gonna answer them straight. You understand that I'm not going to I'm gonna keep asking the question until I get a straight answer. You understand that, right?
I understand that's your modus operandi. Yes, I think I give straight answers. Cows always make cows.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's try and make this as quick as we can. So you would agree with me that you have now had the opportunity during a period of just under 3 weeks to research specifically, as you said you wanted to, whether it is possible for cancer to live outside the body, right?
I believe we said I would try to do that. I don't think you understand. We have 30 people on our staff and visitors coming all the time. We're building things. I did not do a thorough job of researching all of that yet. I didn't know that was my homework. Are you the teacher now and you assign homework? I think that cancer cells cannot get a cancer cell and lay it out in the sunlight with not in any body. It won't survive. It has to be in a host. The cancer cell requires nutrients from some kind of host, whether it be a human or a rat or a mosquito. It requires a host. So no, a cancer cell cannot live outside the body.
Well, we're going to get to that, sir. We are definitely going to get to that. Okay. But you will agree with me that you have had the opportunity to research that, right?
No, I've had 3 weeks just like you've had. Let's see, I flew to New York. Did a wedding, spoke at a church up there. We had a lot going on here. So I don't think I need to do much more research on it. A cancer cell cannot live outside of a host.
Yeah.
Period.
So you will agree with me, sir, that you did have time. You could have lost an hour of sleep at some point during the last 3 weeks, right?
I could have dropped everything else I was doing and focused on this, but I didn't do it. I don't think I need to.
Yeah, and you could have let someone else take give any one of the many tours that you gave over the last 3 weeks, right?
Oh, no, that is much more important to me than this debate. My ministry for the Lord, winning people to the Lord, influencing people, much more important than trying to convince someone who doesn't want to be convinced anyway. So,
yeah. And you could have begged off either your debate with Tom Jump or your open mic night with SFT, both of which occurred over the last 3 weeks, right?
I don't think you run my schedule, sir. What's your evidence for evolution?
Well, sir, before we get to that, I want to talk to you about something. And that's your debate with Tom Jump on October 23rd.
Well, I'm gonna jump in real quick, Mr. Anderson. Firstly, the Tom Jump debate was a re-upload on Tom Jump's channel, so that didn't occur over the last week. Yeah,
all right,
that was from over a year ago.
Never mind then.
And what I do with my time it's not your business how I spend my time. You don't assign me homework, sir. Now, what's your evidence for evolution?
All right, sir. Look. I was going to try. I'm trying to be charitable to you, but if you want to get into it, hammer and tongs, then we can. So, sir, you didn't do your homework, which you assigned yourself, by the way.
I do want to jump in real quick before we continue. Kent did spend a few minutes in his opening going over a couple slides dealing with the cancer argument, and so he did put forth some responses, and I'm feeling like we might want to engage those.
Well, sir, here's what I want to engage. So, sir, in your travels over the last 3 weeks, did you find any examples of cells that could live on their own, cancer cells that could live on their own outside of the body?
Well, I think any cell can live for a very, very short time. You can. I banged my head pretty hard today and bled on the ground. I'm sure the blood cells lasted a few minutes or a few seconds. But no, they cannot live a long term outside of a host. Neither can a cancer cell. Do you know of a cancer cell? Do you know of a cancer cell that can live a long time on its own outside the body? Take it out, lay it on the table. How long does it live?
Well, sir, I don't think anything can live very long on a table if it doesn't have food. I mean, I don't think that's even true.
You got it. So that's your assignment now. I'm the teacher. I want you to find me a cell that can live a long time outside the body.
Okay. Now, if I do that, let's say first, let's clarify this. Let's clarify this. So, I want to clarify my assignment. So, now what you mean, because like I said, even if you put bacteria in like a completely sterile environment, it's going to die. That's why they put it in a petri dish, and it's got that brown stuff on the bottom. It's called agar. It's bacteria food, right?
Right.
And so a bacteria is going to need that to grow. But I mean, what I'm understanding you're asking me for, what I understand my assignment to be, is not like, let me put it this way. And I checked this, right? You can't grow steak in a petri dish, right? Like if you put a tissue from a multicellular creature in a petri dish with agar, it's not going to grow. It'll just die. And that's generally true of cancerous tumors too. And I think that's what you meant. The cancerous tumors do not persist and reproduce in a petri dish like bacteria do.
Right.
They need a blood supply. They need all that kind of stuff. And if you treat those tumors like they're bacteria, they're going to die. That what you meant?
I answered your question without taking any time away from my ministry or my wife or my family or anything. I answered your question. Cancer cells cannot live outside of a body.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that a cancer cell from a human can't live in a petri dish. Right?
No, you put it in a petri dish, you're giving it nutrients.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd have to give bacteria nutrients, right?
You can't.
So everything. It's the same as bacteria.
Any living cell needs nutrients from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Your question was, can it live outside of a body? The answer is no.
Right.
So next topic, please.
Yeah, no, not next topic, sir. I want to be clear. You said you want to assign me some homework. You want to ask me to find an example of cells that can live on their own, and I'm assuming you mean in a petri dish, just like a bacteria,
in a sterile environment, because you're still feeding them.
A sterile environment. Sir, if you took a human baby and you put it in a sterile environment, you didn't give it food, you didn't give it anything, is it going to live?
No.
So how stupid is that example?
I think it's stupid.
You need to give it access to food, right? For it to be a fair example.
I'm going to jump in because a little bit of crosstalk there. I just want to make sure. I do appreciate it, gentlemen. I do want to make sure that the audience is hearing all the relevant points. So, Kent, if you could reiterate or finish your thoughts there, then we'll throw it back to you, Mr. Anderson.
As I said several times, I'll say it one more time slowly. A cancer cell cannot live outside of a body. It has to have some kind of source of nutrients. You want to put it in a petri dish, that's the surrogate mother for a short time so it can still get food. No, it cannot live without that. I answered your question. The cancer cell cannot live outside of a body unless you want to artificially keep it going. You have to give it food. So I did my homework.
And I just want to be clear, sir. I mean, I was understanding you to like, because you are correct in that if I take, any given cell from my body and I put it in a petri dish, it's not going to live. It's going to die pretty quickly. And I thought that's what you meant. Is it not?
Your question from last debate was, can a cancer cell live outside of a body? You can put it into a mouse's body and it still lives. You didn't take away the nutrients.
Right.
You gave it another host. That's not evolution.
So we're talking about treating it like bacteria, right?
Bacteria wouldn't live without nutrients.
Yeah, I know. That's my point. That's a point on my side.
That's my point, and that's my side. I win.
No, sir, you're not even okay. Let's try this another way. Try this another way. All right, hang on a second here. Okay. So, sir, you'll agree with me that all things die if they don't have access to food, right?
Well, I plan to live forever in heaven. I don't know what God's going to do about that up there. He promised eternal life to those that would believe on Jesus Christ. I'm not sure how that works. We need food. Don't know.
Okay. Other than that,
okay,
you'll agree with me that all things die if they don't have access to food, right?
It certainly appears that way. Everything we've seen, has to have some kind of access to. Some can hibernate quite a long time without it. Go into estivation or hibernation. There's several different stages of inactivity that things seem to shut down.
Right. Sir, I mean, you're burning your own time here. You're going to get less time asking questions if you want to wander off topic like this. So look, not giving cells any food that doesn't really make a lot of sense in terms of testing a prediction, does it?
No, but it makes
I mean,
perfect sense as far as what you said could happen. It's now a new kind because it can live on its own. No, it can't.
Can live on its own and eat bacteria food. Does that help you?
You want to keep feeding the thing.
Yeah, bacteria food. I want to feed it bacteria food. I want to treat it like bacteria. And my premise to you is that if you take if you take a cancer cell and you put it in a petri dish and you don't do anything else other than leave it in that petri dish and it lives just like a bacteria would live, that's a different kind, right?
And if it ate all the food in the petri dish, would it then die? Are you going to come replenish it some more? Are you now the new mother? You're going to keep feeding it?
Sir, do you want to answer my question? Do you want me to ask it again? Do you remember what it was?
No, I want you to answer mine.
I asked you first, so you answer mine first.
The cell would live in a petri dish maybe until it ran out of food. But you're the one that brought it the food. You're the mother.
That's cool and everything, sir. That wasn't my question. My question was a really simple question.
Okay.
So you agree with me that if a cell is taken out of the body and put in a petri dish and lives indefinitely so long as it has food, that's a different kind than the human or whatever animal it is that it came from, right?
No, I wish you'd stop saying, and you agree with me, because I don't agree with you, okay? No, it is still a human cell extracted from the body. I suppose you could cut off a finger and put it in the right nutrients and make it live for a while, so it wouldn't decay. They take a person's heart out and keep it alive for a while to put it in somebody else. But it takes a lot of intelligent people to do that in a food supply in a really complex system. So no, it's not a new kind. It's if you take a heart out of the body and keep it alive artificially for a while, is it a new kind? No, it's a human heart. Same thing with a cell.
Were you asked the following questions and did you give the following answers on October 13th, 23?
Here we go.
Question. I just want to nail this down. You're telling me that if cells in my body decided they're not going to cooperate and be a part of my body anymore, they're going to do their own thing, they're going to live as single-celled creatures, that's a different kind. Those cells are a different kind, right? Answer, I will give that a qualified yes. To my understanding of your question, Your Honor, I think that probably a different kind. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers, sir?
That's why I gave it a qualified yes. But if you're going to keep feeding,
were you asked those questions and did you give those answers? Yes or no?
You were asked. I was asked those questions.
Did you give those?
I'm going to jump in, Mr. Anderson, please. I want to have a good, clean, fair debate.
Answer the question then.
I just want to point out, if you disagree with something, Mr. Anderson, this is what I want to do from now on. Can't you finish your thoughts, note down what you disagree with in his answer, then respond. If Kent, and then other way around too. I think that's the best way to be fair. So Kent, go ahead, and then we'll throw it back to Mr. Anderson.
I think this shows clearly the desperation evolutionists have to make a new kind to prove the Bible wrong. If you take the cells of your arm and disintegrate it and keep the cells alive in a petri dish, that's not a new kind. If it can keep alive on its own, do it. Throw it out in the woods, and it grows into something new. I might think about that one. But no, I did not agree that it's a new kind and it violates the Bible kind by you're disintegrating your arm cells, and each cell is able to live in a petri dish. You didn't mention petri dish last time. If you take the cells of your body away from your body, they will die. Okay, they die. There are no examples of a cell coming out of one organism and going into something new on its own. It has to have a new host or somebody to feed it food in the petri dish. You guys are so desperate to believe your dumb religion of evolution. I wish you could see it. Go ahead.
So, Donny, this is why I interrupted Dr. Hovind, because none of that was responsive to my question. So I trust that you'll appreciate now why I interrupted him. So now, sir, once again, did you give those answers? Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers on October 13th, 2023?
I think if you'll listen carefully to my answer on October 13th, I said I'll give that a qualified yes.
Okay.
Didn't I?
So the answer to my question. Sorry, go ahead.
Did I read it back to me? I've got it in my script here too. Did I say I will give that a qualified yes? I have
You
to
said,
requalify.
I would give that a qualified yes to my understanding of your question, Your Honor. I think
Okay.
that's probably a different kind.
Right. I
That's what
think
you said.
I thought at that time your question was, if you take it away, can it live on its own and become a new kind? The answer now would be no. It has to have another host to live off of, or somebody to babysit it and feed it new food in the petri dish. If you're going to keep feeding it and taking care of it, it's not a new kind. Can it live on its own? No.
So, sir,
no, you're really desperate to make a new kind out of a cell off your arm. It's not a new kind. It's a human cell. It started off with incredible complexity, 46 chromosomes with enough DNA code to go from here to the moon. And you think it happened by chance? And by the fact that you can get it to live in a petri dish now makes it a new kind and proves evolution?
no, sir, I'm not trying to prove evolution, as you well know, because I've told you that, I don't know, 4 times. But and this, again, Donny, is why I was being stern with Dr. Hovind. So, sir, were you asked those questions and did you give those answers?
I was asked those questions. To my recollection, I gave the answer that it would be qualified.
And were those answers truthful?
They were truthful, and they're still truthful.
Okay, and you adopt them today.
Your
And you adopt them today,
truthful.
right?
Your question was not truthful, though.
Sir,
You didn't say
There's a little bit of crosstalk. Let's make sure that the audience
you
can
did
hear
not
both.
say it could. You did not
Don't
say it could
interrupt
live
me
with
when I'm
it if we
asking you a
babysit
question,
it.
sir. And you adopt those answers today, right?
I will clarify it for you. I'll clarify my qualifications. If a cell could be taken out of a body and live with nobody babysitting it, nobody feeding it, and turns into something different, I think that might be something to consider. It's never happened. I mean, if a cow could jump over the moon, what would happen? It's a fairy tale story. You're not helping your evolution theory at all. You're showing that you're so desperate to make a new kind out of a cell that comes off your arm. Why is this so important to you?
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Why is it so important to you? Are you trying to prove the Bible wrong? They said they bring forth after their kind. A cancer cell out of a human put into a mouse is still a cancer cell. It still has a host. That's not helping the theory. You guys believe the amoeba came from a rock up by itself, and the amoeba turned into all kinds of things. So that amoeba had to grow arms, legs, wings, heart, lungs, all kinds of new features.
Sir, we're not even talking about that right now. So I'm going to try and bring it back to, hey, come on, I let you talk. Don't interrupt me. We need to have a clean transcript here, sir. We have an audience that's trying to listen to us, okay? So, sir, I put it to you that if a cell, a cancer cell, can live in the same manner as bacteria, that it is living as a single-celled creature. Would you agree with that?
Not if you have to keep babysitting it and feeding it. It's not living on its own at all.
All right.
Like a kid that's 35 still living at home.
That's not my question. My question was, would you agree with me that if a cell is living in the same manner as bacteria is living, that cell is living as a single-celled creature?
I don't think so. I don't know enough about that. The cancer cell, I don't think it's ever been seen to happen. It always have to have a host right away.
But if it did happen, sir, if it did happen, then that would mean that cell is living as a single-celled creature, right?
So let me rephrase. Let's see. If you kiss a frog and it turns to a prince, that would be true.
No, we're not kissing frogs right now, sir. We're talking about if a single-celled if a single cell is living in the same manner as bacteria, then that's that cell living as a single-celled creature, right?
I don't think, living in the same manner as a bacteria, even they have to be fed and have to have a host or they die.
No, I know. That's not my question. My question was very simple.
No, it's not very
simple. Can you use simpler words? Did you catch it? If a cell, you know what a cell is, right?
I do indeed.
Okay, so a cell is living in the same way as bacteria. You know what bacteria is?
I do.
Okay, so imagine that cell living in the same manner as the bacteria. You got that so far?
Got it.
Okay. Isn't it true that would mean that cell is living like a single-celled creature?
It would be living as long as somebody feeds it and supplies it the nutrients. It is not a new creature.
That
It
wasn't
came-
my
it-
question either,
it came
sir.
from-
I'm not sure why you're having trouble with this. Let's go back
I'm
again.
not having trouble at all, sir. I'm understanding clearly what you're trying to do. Okay.
Well, I think you might be struggling a little bit with the idea of
I'm
answering
doing
a question that you don't like.
To take a cell that's already complex beyond the space shuttle and take it away from its host and give it a new host, either it would be a petri dish or something else. You didn't create anything. That's not a new kind.
I'm not trying to create anything. I'm not trying to create a darned thing. Darned, is darned okay? I don't want to swear in front of your audience.
So I'll go back and say my qualified answer would be, if you took a cell out of a body and kept it alive in some other way, it'd be similar to taking a heart out of somebody and keeping it alive for a while. It's still a human heart. They kept it alive for a few hours till they could do a transplant. That's modern medicine. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But it was already alive.
I mean,
I'll tell you what.
so
Why don't you take a dead cell out of a body and make something out of it?
how about this, sir? How about we take a live cell out of a body and put it in a petri dish?
You're already miles ahead of where you ought to be on this. You want to start with a living cell?
I want to
That's more
start with a
complex.
cell that is part of a human body, and then I want to turn that cell into a single-celled creature that's living like it's bacteria. That's what I want to do.
Okay, go
And I
ahead and do
want
it.
you to admit that if parts of my body go from living as part of me to living like bacteria, that's a different kind. But I think you struggle with that because so when you said that to me before, when you said that that if part of my arm were to go, if the cells in my arm were to go and live as single-celled creatures, that would count, that would be a different kind.
Go back and read my answer. I said
You were
I'll give
being
that
truthful, right?
I said I'll give you a qualified yes. Now, a question.
Yeah, to the extent of your understanding. You said, yeah, I'll give that a qualified yes to my understanding.
Okay. Why are you spending another hour?
Is there a change in your understanding, sir?
Well, yeah, you're spending an hour in this fairy tale world that if this happened, do you play a lot of video games? You live in a fairy tale world? Look, it doesn't happen.
I don't, actually.
Oh,
No.
good. Right. Me neither.
No.
Good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
No, I live in the real world, sir.
Me too.
And I'm asking you to join me in that real world. And I'm asking you to acknowledge, sir. I'm asking you to acknowledge your previous statement. So, were you being truthful with me then?
I try to always be truthful. You're not even truthful about your name. Go ahead.
Well, sir, I understand that you're very angry about being put in this uncomfortable position. I understand that it's uncomfortable for you, but there's no reason to lash out at me. I mean, I don't think it's a really big deal. I was trying to, I wanted a pseudonym, but that's not really a big deal. So, look, I think you're a lot more uncomfortable right now than I am. But
no, I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine. Good. Perfect. So
I do want to say, gentlemen, we are 40 minutes in. So at this point,
I know, sir. So look, like I said, my intention was for Dr. Hoven to be able to ask me questions, but we're not even getting off the starting block. So here, let me move forward here. So, sir, have you ever heard of the HeLa cancer cells?
I didn't hear part of the words. Has it ever occurred that FEMA, what?
Yeah, I know you don't really listen to what I say. It's all right.
Enunciate clearly. Have I ever heard?
Try not to talk when I'm talking. So, have you ever heard of the HeLa cancer cells?
HeLa? Are you saying K-E-L-A? HeLa?
No, H-E-L-A. It's short for Henrietta Lacks. So Henrietta Lacks, sir, was a poor African-American woman who, I would say, died of cervical cancer in the early 1950s. But in a way, she's still alive today because her cervical cancer cells are immortal. They grow and they double every 20 to 24 hours or so. And they're used across the world to test cancer drugs instead of, or at least before, testing those drugs on people. Now, sir, I put it to you that based on what you know at this moment, this is a specific example of a specific cancer coming out of a specific person and living forever in a petri dish, which is exactly what you asked for. I have fulfilled your homework assignment exactly. Isn't that true?
No, that is not true. Okay, the HeLa, H-E-L-A cancer cell. I'm not familiar with that one. I can do some study. I won't promise that I will, and you don't assign my homework.
Well, sir, you already had 3 weeks to do your.
Oh, yeah. I have nothing else to do but please you. I'm so sorry, Your Honor. Okay. So I'll find out about this black woman. But see, if you eat a cow that was cooked and you incorporate the cow cells into your body, and then you go on living, is the cow still living in you because you ate a steak? This is silly. It still has to have a petri dish or a host. No, it is not a new kind. It's a variation of a cell that was already existing. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You can take a V8 engine and put it in a Volkswagen, and you just transplanted something. You can transplant a cell from one host to another, but you can't make a living cell, and you can't make a new kind.
I'm not trying to make a living cell. Who's trying to make a living cell? I thought we agreed that God did that. I'm just trying to get a cell. I'm just trying to get an animal or living creature to change its kind.
Okay, and in your mind, if you took a cancer cell out and put it in a petri dish and it still stays alive for a while, it's a new kind. If you take a human
not that it just stays alive for a while, sir. They've stayed alive indefinitely. So, like, answer me this, sir. Are you suggesting to me that Henrietta Lacks is a 103-year-old person and counting, or are her cells not really human at this point?
No idea where she went, heaven or hell. But right. if she has cancer cells that have survived outside of her body by feeding them in a petri dish, that's not a new kind. You could take a human heart out, feed it in a petri dish for 100 years, maybe, and get to keep it alive. Is that now we're going to have a new animal, the human heart? No, it's a human heart.
And all the cells in that human heart are being part of a human heart, right?
Well, it's the same. It's an analogy to try to help you understand. Taking a cell.
I'm trying to understand your very, very convoluted logic here, sir.
Keeping a cell alive outside of human body and keeping a human heart alive outside of human body is not making a new kind that's going to violate the scripture. It's still.
Right. I'm not trying to violate the scripture, sir. I don't even think I am, because your interpretation of the scripture is probably wrong. Yeah. So it's okay. You can just agree with me. The scripture doesn't have to be wrong. You can just be wrong. So
that's true. I can be wrong.
Yeah, it's easy. It's not that difficult.
So can you. So can you, by the way. Yeah. So
I'm wrong all the time, but it's not about this. So
on this you are, yeah. But go ahead.
So, sir, you would agree with me that Henrietta Lacks's cells are still alive, right?
I don't know. I didn't study that case. But if she had a cancer cell that they've been keeping alive in a petri dish, she's not still alive. A single cell. If I cut a piece off my hair, if I get a haircut, am part of me dead? No, it's hair that grows.
We're going to go around and around on this one until you get it. Like, do I have to beat you in the head like SpongeBob? It's your choice to go around and round. I wish you'd give an answer to the question: where is the example of a new kind of animal that the Bible says they bring forth after their kind? Yeah, that's fascinating, sir. So the question I asked you was: you would agree that her cells are alive, right?
I don't know. I said I haven't studied that case.
Okay, based on what you know.
If they took her heart out and kept it alive, is her heart still alive?
That's not the question.
It's a similar question, though. It's an example.
Yeah, I know you want to. I know you'd rather answer like whatever other question, any other question, but the one I asked you. But the question I asked you, and I mean, it's not even a difficult question. I think a 5-year-old could probably answer this one. Based on what you know, you would agree that the cells, Henrietta Lacks's cells, are alive, right?
You're saying if she had a cancer and they took the cancer out and it's now still alive? You're saying that it's her cells?
Those cells are still alive. They are separating, they're dividing, they're reproducing, and they're growing. That would be alive, right?
That was a cancer that was living in her body. It wasn't her cells.
It is her body, sir. It is her body. It is part of her body, right? It has her DNA in it. It is 99.9999% Henrietta Lacks.
Wow.
A tiny mutation.
If I get time and interest, I will research that. I don't know.
Now, you've already had your chance, sir.
Oh, okay.
Now, sir, based on what you know, you would agree with me that those cells are not really actively being part of her body right now, are they?
You keep saying you would agree with me. Is this a lawyer thing they taught you in school? Or
yeah, it is.
Okay. I'll tell you for the 40th time, I'll do some research on that. It is to keep it alive, though. They would put it in a sterile environment. See if I bet every bit of that would die in a sterile environment.
Sir, I can tell you right now, the cancer cells are not actively being a cervix right now. I tell you that for free, right?
Give them a new host. Give them a new mama to feed them, right?
They don't have a new mama, sir. You can take one of those cells, put it in a petri dish, it'll grow.
Take one of those cells and put it in a sterile environment. What'll happen?
You'll starve like any animal without
Bingo.
food.
Maybe there's hope.
It's
Donny.
not a bingo, sir. That's a
okay.
All right. You know what? We're gonna have to move on.
Yay.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean, look, I understand this is uncomfortable for you, sir, but
No, I'm not
you
uncomfortable.
gotta answer my questions. Oh, just get comfortable then. So, sir, in terms of whether something can live outside the body, you would also agree with me that there are examples of other types of organisms that need a host to survive, like most parasites, right?
I think every living creature on the planet needs a lot of things to survive. I think it's an amazing design that God made, and I give him the glory for it. I have to eat
That
food
is
and drink
super
water and
interesting,
breathe.
sir. It doesn't answer my question whatsoever. It's
I didn't
pretty
see a
simple
question in there.
You want to address the question I asked you?
What? I didn't see a question in there. The question is, would I agree that there's lots of different...
I'll ask it again.
Oh, good.
Sir, you would agree with me that there are examples of other types of organisms that need a host to survive, like most parasites, right?
And I answered and said, I think all living organisms need something to survive. All of them.
Yeah, that doesn't answer the question. Sir, isn't it true that most parasites need a host to survive?
As far as I know, yes. I'll give that a qualified yes.
A qualified yes. That qualified yes is going to become a qualified no after a little while when you decide that you don't want to admit something anymore?
Or when I do more study and find out the different answer.
All right. Well, subject to you doing more study and finding that that is untrue, I'd like a hard yes then, sir.
Maybe someday I'll give it to you if I can find a hard yes. Okay. All right. Now it's a qualified yes.
Yeah. What's it qualified on?
I don't know because I haven't studied it yet.
Right. Well, and I mean, look, if you're not afraid of my questions that you're just going to refuse to answer them, then you probably shouldn't be debating.
I'm not refusing to answer anything. I've answered.
You've answered that it's yes until it turns out that there's a problem with logically with my answer, in which case I'm just going to change it.
I answered that every
That's
living
not
thing.
what qualified yes means, sir. Qualified yes is qualified based on certain specific criteria.
Every living thing on the planet requires something else to live. We need air. We need a variety of things. Proper temperature. I can give you a whole list of those if you'd like.
I don't care. I could care less.
I know you don't care. There are no examples of something living on its own without somebody taking care of it, putting in a petri dish. When they run out of food there, you got to give it more food.
Right.
A little lamb over here, you got to keep feeding the thing. Yep. Go ahead.
So how about this then, sir? So in terms of, let's talk about cancer cells that don't have people taking care of them. Like parasites, animals, I should say, any animal that lives off another animal, but it doesn't exactly have that animal taking care of it. That host animal doesn't want it there. It's living on its own, right? Parasites are living on their own?
No? Think what you just said. It's living in a host that doesn't want it there. Yeah. Well, the host is still supplying food and oxygen and blood supply. This host is providing for it whether it wants to or not. It's like a parent having a 35-year-old living in the house. They don't want him there. Get out of the house, get a job.
Yeah. Sir, I mean, I would suggest
to you that with a definite no. Okay, definite no. It is not living on its own.
I love it. So, sir, I mean, look, when a lion eats an antelope, I mean, I wouldn't say that the antelope, the lion's not living on its own because it ate an antelope. It captured the antelope and brought it down, right? Like the lion is taking what it needs in the same way that a leech is taking what it needs. It's not asking you permission. It's not being babysat by you. It's taking what it needs, like all life does, except for photosynthesizing life, right?
No, even that. It takes the oxygen right out of the air, CO2 in that case, if it wants it or not. I just suck in some oxygen, whether the air wants it or not.
If it takes what it needs, it's living on its own, right?
Say that again?
If the animal takes what it needs, it's living on its own. It's on its own steam.
No, it has to have other things to take in. It has to have food and water. And the cancer cell
gets that food on its own, then
it gets it on its own, whether the host wants it or not. So a cancer cell in a body is taking things out of that body that the body doesn't want gone, but the cancer cell is not living on its own. It can't live on its own.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't count if it's actually just part of the body that it came from, right? A cancer cell is fundamentally different from a parasite, is what you're trying to tell me.
Oh, I think cancer is a parasite. It has to, but it eats. Ask any doctor. It eats up the body that it's in.
Well, a cancer cell is part of the body, right? We're talking about parasites. I mean, are you telling me that you don't believe in parasites, or you don't think that parasites count as kinds of animals?
Where'd this question come from? Are you telling me elephants are orange? What? You get way off track all the time. No.
Okay, all right. Let me ask it. Let me ask it a more straightforward way. Then, are parasites a kind of animal?
Are parasites a kind of animal? I think man has decided to divide plant living things up into divisions of single-celled creatures, animals, plants. A parasite would be a living thing. Whether it's in the animal category, I don't think it cares what category we put it in.
Well, I'm not asking it, sir. I mean, no animal cares. This isn't, I'm not debating like some animal, unless you want to consider yourself an animal. I'm debating you, right? This is all about how man defines things, because you say that the kinds, which are a thing that man defined, that it can't cross those things, right? So I mean, now I'm asking a man whether or not man defines parasites as a kind of animal. I think it's a pretty straightforward question.
To my understanding, it's been a long time since I studied that in biology, but parasites go into two categories. Some are photosynthetic, and we would put them, I guess, in the plant category, and some are like different. That's why I said I can't answer that question right now. I'd have to do some more study, but I don't care if it's an animal or a plant.
Well, you don't know what a parasite is?
I didn't know what a parasite was.
Photosynthetic. What are you talking about? Do you know what a parasite is?
I didn't say I didn't know what it was. I said I didn't know if it's an animal or a plant. If we put it in the animal category. If it makes you happy, you can put it in the animal category. I don't know.
Well, sure, then let's put it in the animal category. It's a kind of animal, right? Make me happy.
You put it in that category.
Go ahead. I want you to put it in the animal category, sir.
I said I have to do some more study before I can do that. It may be. For the purpose of this discussion, I will take your word for it that the parasite is an animal.
Okay. Well, great. So, sir, if a body's cells could become cancerous and then start becoming transmissible, like a disease or a parasite, and spread across a population like a pathogen, then that would also be another example of a change in kind, right?
No, it still requires a host. It still requires nutrients. It's not a new kind. It's a cell that is mutated. It's been a loss of information. I don't think anybody wants any kind of cancer. And so cancer is going to turn your amoeba
any kind of parasite either, sir.
What now? I didn't hear that.
I said nobody wants any kind of parasite either, sir.
Okay. Well,
right.
My objection for 30 years now has been the evolution being taught with these family trees, and evidence you're giving is cancer is evidence that justifies we teach kids that all animals, because suppose we said yes, a cancer is a new kind of animal. Where would you go? What's your next point you'd want to make from that? I'm not going to agree to that.
That's all I want. That's all I want out of you, sir.
I did not agree to it. Okay, let's just go on from there. Let's assume it's a new kind of animal.
We're gonna go around and around on this one. That's the point of the debate. So, sir, what I want out of you is I want you to tell me the obvious. I want you to tell me that a single-celled parasite living, like, let's make a hypothetical example, okay? Let's pretend that there was a dog many years ago and it got cancer, right? And so the cancer cells, they are dog cells, right? It's just that they're now growing without regard to the rest of the body. And then that dog has sex with another dog. And the cancer cells do something very unusual. They hop and they get from the original female dog and they get into the male dog. And now they start growing as a tumor in the male dog. Then the male dog has sex with another female dog. And the cancer cells hitch a ride from that male into that female. And now that second female has a tumor growing in that second female. And so on and so on. And the cancer spreads not like a cancer, because cancers just spread in one body, but this cancer then becomes a transmissible venereal disease. Okay. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I do.
It's not my question yet, but do you understand? Were you with me so far?
Right.
Okay. So I put it to you that a transmissible venereal disease is a different kind of life than a dog. Would you agree with that?
The venereal disease, you're saying that is a different, well, you're talking about cellular stuff here now. the DNA in the sperm can go on for thousands of generations. It's still an amazing DNA code that had to be designed. So that's interesting. You're saying that this venereal disease, whether it be virus or bacteria or however it's spread.
It's not a virus. It's not a bacteria. It's actually dog cells.
Dog cells, okay.
It's the dog. It's the dog's own cells
that are
leave
mutated.
The dog.
And they've been mutated.
Mutate, very slight mutations, but key mutations, very weird mutations, right? And now those, what were once part of the dog, are now not living as part of the dog. They're living as a venereal disease.
Where are they living? And where are they living at?
Where are they living?
They're still living in a dog.
They're living in other dogs.
Right. Still in a dog. Right. Still have to have a host. Right.
Right. Yeah. It still has to have a host. What I'm asking you is whether or not you will agree with me that dogs and venereal diseases are different forms of life. Would you agree with that?
I guess I never thought of that. Is a venereal disease a life form? I'd have to give that more time to think on that one. I won't promise I'll do it for my homework. I keep a busy life, but
sir, all right. Well, give me a qualified answer then.
Okay.
Subject to your further research, are dogs and venereal diseases different forms of life?
I said I studied that. You're still asking for the same answer. I already said I'm not going to give you one now. If I breathe in,
you're not going to give it to me at all. You're afraid of the question that much.
If I breathe out some of the air and it still contains oxygen, and you breathe it in, are you now Kent Hovind? You took in my oxygen. Is our oxygen molecules living?
I have no idea why you're talking about that or what you're even talking about. Let's bring it back to the question I was asking you, which was if it's a really simple question. Venereal diseases and dogs, they're different kinds. No?
Well, let's go back to my analogy with the oxygen. Oxygen molecules are vibrating and they're moving. Are they alive? They can be transmitted from one person to another easily. That's where it goes back to man's definition of what is life, what is kind, what is species. This is all us putting these things in a box. So I said I would study that if I get time. Is a venereal disease a different organism? I'd never thought of it. Don't know. Don't have an answer.
Okay. All right, sir. I think we both know the answer to that is a very obvious yes.
You know the answer. In your mind, it's a yes. I did not say it's in my mind. It's not a yes in my mind. But go ahead.
I know you didn't say it, sir, because I know you're afraid. Right. I'm going to throw it back in your face forever.
Move on.
All right. Well, let's talk about faces then a little more. So, sir, have you ever heard of something called DFTD, or devil facial tumor disease?
Devil facial tumor disease. No, I haven't heard of that one.
Okay. Well, sorry, before we go into DFTD, let's just put a pin in this. So that the dog thing that I was talking about, not hypothetical. It's a real thing. It's called Sticker's sarcoma, or CTVT, canine transmissible venereal tumor. It's a real thing. But let's move on. DFTD. You ever heard of it?
No.
No. Well, if you'd done your homework, you would have.
You don't know his wife's name? If you'd have done your homework, you'd know that.
I don't think anybody knows Noah's wife's name.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Joan of Arc.
No, I like that actually.
Okay, go ahead.
That's not accurate, but it is funny.
Okay.
Anyway, so sir, as I said before, I know that you haven't researched this, but so what that means is that you're not going to.
We lost audio here, Donny.
Mr. Anderson, you cut out maybe about 5 seconds ago. I'm not sure if your external audio got unplugged or.
Well, give me a chance to catch up on all the things he's brought up. So far, his entire argument for 2 debates has been. Yeah, I get a chance to respond here. Your entire argument for 2 whole debates for hours and hours here has been bad things, cancer, tumors, diseases. You're trying to make a new kind out of those things. Do you have anything that's, nice and sweet and positive? That's a new kind?
No, I'm kind of a mean guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got
So
venereal
back to
disease.
the main stuff. Yeah, back to the main stuff. Devil facial tumor disease. It's
That
another
sounds terrible.
cancer. Yeah, it's another cancer. This time it originated in a female Tasmanian devil in northeastern Tasmania in the early to mid 1990s. So I want you to assume a few things, and you can we'll qualify this in terms of if you want to check them later and you want to and you find out that any of these things that I'm telling you are not true, then you can challenge that. But I want you to assume the following things are true. So number one, I want you to assume that DFTD, devil facial tumor disease, is a cancer that originated in a female Tasmanian devil in northeastern Tasmania in the early to mid 1990s. I want you to assume it causes facial tumors. I want you to assume this cancer is transmitted to new hosts by social interaction, especially biting and scratching. I want you to assume it is made up of cells that are 99.999% identical to the original animals. So these cells are only about as different as melanoma or lung cancer cells are to regular human cells. I want you to assume that Tasmanian devils live around 5 years. So the original female is long dead. And I want you to assume that these cells have been spreading from devil to devil across Tasmania for over the last 30 years, like a disease or like a parasite, and that they are threatening this population with extinction. You got all that?
Okay, I understand.
All right, now assuming all those things, would you agree with me that DFTD is an example of a creature, being the Tasmanian devil, changing into a creature of a different kind, that is a parasitic unicellular organism?
No, it sounds to me like what you described is a mutated cell that was already alive as a dog cell or Tasmanian devil cell, and something went wrong, it got mutated and damaged. So it's not a new kind of life, it's a kind of existing life that's now gone crazy, like the Hamas folks over there blowing people up.
And it's living in a very different way, right?
I don't know.
You think that Tasmanian devils usually go in and live as parasites in other Tasmanian devils? You think that's the way they normally go?
Well, I've never had a Tasmanian devil for a pet. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you they usually stay mammals, right?
Okay. So it's the
this one Tasmanian devil that didn't, stay as a Tasmanian devil, and part of it broke off and became essentially a parasite, a disease. It's living a pretty different life than most normal Tasmanian devils. Those cells, I mean, they're living a pretty different life, right?
Okay. No. So you said it's 99.99999% identical dog or Tasmanian devil DNA. So did it start off as a Tasmanian devil DNA cell and mutated into this bad thing that it is today? Or did it just come out of nowhere?
No, that was the first one.
So it took an existing code of a Tasmanian devil cell, which is more complex than the space shuttle, and something went wrong. And now you're calling that a new kind?
You got it.
So if we get a car that's been wrecked and the one side's caved in, it's now a new kind. It's no longer a car.
No. If that car then got wrecked and then it somehow started being used as a stove, then maybe your analogy would kind of work. But I think that even that's pretty tortured. No, I mean, sir, like, this is a living thing that's now living in a completely different way. It's got a completely different life cycle. It's a disease now.
But it started from an existing, very complex Tasmanian devil cell. I don't know how many chromosomes Tasmanian devils have. Maybe you can Google that for me, Joe. But you need to study how complex a chromosome is. The fact that one's mutated and changed, people can take a ball bat that's used to play baseball with and use it to kill somebody. Is it now is it a weapon now? It's still a ball bat. So I think it's still a cell. I think it's still a Tasmanian devil cell that is mutated. And the fact that it can pass on, well, so do the sperm cells. So does the DNA in sperm. You get passed on generation after generation after generation.
Right. So, sir, the thing is that, I mean, you say that things can never change kinds. And we talked before at length about how if things change, even though they came from a certain thing, and even though they share DNA, that if they change enough, that means that they're a new kind. Like, all it would take for a cow to be a new kind would be for it to grow gills and live underwater, right?
That's an example we talked about. Of course, these things don't happen. Again, you're back in your fairy tale world. That doesn't happen. Show me one that happens.
We're trying to talk about that, but I'm trying to make sense of what you're telling me. So if a cow grows gills and lives underwater, that's enough to be a new kind, right?
Maybe, or maybe just a variety of cow. Now we have the aquatic cow. I don't know. Are you sure that's
Sir, do I need to go back and read the transcript where you agreed that that would be a new kind?
Well, the cows don't care how we classify them, sir. We got three different kinds of cows.
I know that, sir. But the thing is that we do care about how we classify them, and you're the one who cares about how we classify them in this particular situation. And now you're trying to change the classifications because you don't want to agree. Now you won't even agree that a cow that can jump over the moon, or that can fly, or that can grow gills and breathe underwater, you won't even agree that those things are changes of kind. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, this is the problem with defining the word species or kind, either one. Scientists have had trouble since the beginning. They admit that. They don't know. Are there birds that fly? Are there birds that can't fly? Why do we classify the emu as a bird? They can't fly.
What I'm hearing you say, sir, sorry, go ahead and finish.
It goes back to man's trying to put our understanding on these animals. We have emus here, and they're friendly, and they have feathers. They have some classifications that somebody decided to put them in the bird category. They don't care. All they look for is another emu to mate with. They don't look for the other birds. We got ducks here. They don't show any interest in the ducks. So I think the animals are smarter than the humans. They know what they're looking for. So if a cow grew wings and could fly, that would be, I think, again, fairy tale world, chasing Zelda, but it's may just be a new variety of cow. Maybe we have to make, now there's 450 breeds of cows.
All right,
Maybe
I'm going to stop you there, sir, because you're clearly filibustering. So what I was going to say, like, I don't know, it was like probably well over a minute ago, was that I think the real problem that you're having with defining kinds, because that was what you were talking about like way back, is that then once you've given a definition, then somebody like me can show up and show you that that kind of means that you can change kinds. That's the real problem with defining kinds, isn't it, sir?
No, you didn't show up and show me anything, sir, other than you can waste filibuster for hours on this, okay? Nobody has seen any animal or plant produce a different kind. If you're
Except
saying a
you
cancer,
and
I have not seen it. You have, okay?
Well,
in your mind, a human cell becomes cancerous and is able to grow and be transmitted to another human or a rat or anything else. That's a new kind. Is that all you're trying to do with this debate? Is try to argue over that one word? But God,
that's the whole debate. That's the whole debate. Yeah,
okay.
Everything is about lines on paper, sir. It's all lines on paper.
God,
right? You're drawing lines on paper between the kinds, right? And I'm saying that those lines are wrong, right? That's it. That's the whole debate.
Okay, so God said they'd bring forth after their kind. Do these cancer cells, after they're taken out, produce more cancer cells, or do they start producing birds?
No, they just stay as cancer cells. I mean, I don't know what you want to call it. Like, you know, we could still call it a Tasmanian devil that's living as a parasite if you want. But I mean, I would say that that's a different kind. I would start calling it a parasite. So, I mean, you know, that's pretty arbitrary, right? It's like that color, you know, gradation, right? And this whole thing has been about, you know, me trying to get you to draw a line, you know, between red and orange. And then, you know, me showing you that, like, in every single, wherever you want to draw the line, there's things that cross it, right?
Well,
and that's kind of the whole thing.
Right. The color spectrum, you know, from where does exactly change from red to orange? Good example, okay? Where exactly does it change from a dog to something else? The fact that we can't...
Yeah, where does it change? When does a Tasmanian devil stop being a Tasmanian devil? Is it still a Tasmanian devil if it stops being a mammal altogether, goes back to being a single-celled organism and starts living as a disease? Is it still a Tasmanian devil, or is it something new?
Yeah, that's... Is it Tasmanian devil cells that are still there? They still have a similar DNA, 14 chromosomes they have. But that is because of your examples here, all of them negative, by the way, viruses, bacteria, cancer. Therefore, we should teach kids these charts, that a horse and a banana are related. This is my objection.
No. Well, sir, I can clarify that objection for you too. No, I'm not saying that. We can talk about that another time. All I want you to admit is that when a Tasmanian devil's cells stop being Tasmanian devils and then they change into being a disease, that those are clearly different kinds of living thing. Like diseases and Tasmanian devils are different kinds. I mean, you know, if you don't want to admit that, then I don't think you're being particularly intellectually honest.
You don't, if you don't want to admit that, then you're going to do what?
I'm saying, sir, that it's such an obvious statement that if you don't want to admit it, it's clear that the reason you don't want to admit it is because you just don't want to lose a debate.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about losing a debate. I think I'm winning
Well, then
this one.
just say that. Well, then just state the obvious. I mean,
Okay.
you're not going to
Yep.
tell me. Are you going to sit there and tell me that viruses and people are the same?
No, I think
No. Are you
people
going to
have,
sit there and tell me that tapeworms and people are the same?
have there always been since the beginning viruses or bacteria? Bacteria have been around
That's a
for a long
really
time.
good question, sir. I'd love to hear the answer to that. Is there have viruses and bacteria always been here since the beginning?
I think bacteria, most of them are very helpful in lots of things. You have to have bacteria to break down human waste. You have to have
Right, but
bacteria
have
for,
they been viruses and bacteria, both of them? Have they been here since the beginning?
I don't know. I'll ask the Lord when I get there.
Well, what
So,
would just check the Bible?
It doesn't mention anything about it. It has a
I
lot
know.
of, has a lot of
But I
stuff.
thought you said that if it wasn't in there, it didn't happen. So doesn't that mean that God didn't create bacteria or viruses?
Where on earth did you get all that? No, I didn't
I
say
don't
any
know,
of that.
man. I got a crazy brain.
Okay.
You know what?
You got a
Let's
crazy-
leave that one. It's kind of off topic anyways. This is something I was wondering
Right.
about. But let's go back. Let's talk about Tasmanian devils then.
Talk about the what now?
The Tasmanian devil
The
turns
Tasmanian
into a
devil.
disease.
the-
Remember
I-
this? This is recently we
I-
talked about this.
for the 8th time, I said I will study that. The Tasmanian devil cell already existing mutated and became bad. Okay. It's still a very complex cell, I'm assuming. Is
Yeah,
this
it's almost identical.
new cell that was created from an old cell mutated now? You're saying that is a new kind because it
I'm
can
just
go
saying
to another
Tasmanian
host.
devils and diseases are a different kind. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what your whole thing was last time we talked about. Your cancer cell is proof of evolution. You know, that's a new kind.
Well, it's not
And I
proof of
don't-
evolution, sir. I don't know how many times I got to tell you that.
Okay.
I feel like you're the one who's trying to get me to prove evolution. I mean, you want to admit that evolution is true? Because I'm not even trying to get you to admit that.
No. I have asked Donny to schedule debates from here on out. I want you guys who believe in evolution to show me some evidence for evolution. Is your evidence for evolution for these family trees, is your evidence the viruses, the cancer? Is that your evidence?
My evidence, I'm not trying to prove evolution. I'm trying to prove that things can change kinds. Right?
Okay.
I mean, eventually, if you wanted, like, we could try and get to that, but like, you kind of have a wall up, right? And you can't kind of break that down all at once. You know, it's got to kind of go brick by brick. So I've got to try and prove like one little thing. And then once I can get you to accept that, then we can kind of move on to the next thing, right? So right now, I don't want to argue the genetic entropy with you. I don't want to argue whether or not information is real or not. I don't want to argue any of that stuff. All I want to say is that, look, things can, you said there's a limit, right? There's a limit to how much something can change. An organism can't change beyond a certain amount. And I'm going, well, here's the thing that really breaks the limit. You know, it goes from one of the simplest things that you can imagine, and it's coming from one of the most complex things that you can imagine. And it's doing that in one generation. So it cannot be that there is a limit. It just cannot be.
Well,
right?
Is
problem.
this new virus living in the Tasmanian devil? Is it a living cell? Does it still have the original chromosome? Is it degraded from the original? It's my understanding
It's got a mutation, that's it.
all of the mutations remove information. I'm not aware of any that have added helpful information.
What's
It's a-
information? Wait, what's information? Go outside, give me a bucket of information. Paint it red.
Yeah. If you look at a computer code, the zeros and ones in a computer code, you can have one mistake and it shuts everything down.
There's no computers in cells, sir. There's no
It's
computers.
way
in
more
cells.
complex than a computer. It's a
That may
four-digit
be, but it
code.
doesn't have information if that's how you define
But
information.
see, that's where what little bit I've studied this in the past, all the mutations I've ever seen, and I've studied maybe a few hundred of them, are harmful, negative, or useless. the Tasmanian devil getting a disease is not going to change the Tasmanian devil to anything else, like these trees they show, these family trees. This is, I think, it's evil that we're teaching the kids. My mission in life is to get this kind of stuff out of the textbook, because this isn't science. This whole family tree is a fairy tale.
That one that you got on the screen, you mean? That one that you got on the screen? Sorry, this whole family tree, by that you mean the one you got on the screen?
All of these family trees, there's no evidence. This one shows a human and a starfish being related.
Yeah, that one's garbage. The one you got up there, that one's garbage. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, it's still in the textbook. Are you doing anything to get that out of the textbook? Canadian textbooks have this. I got Canadian textbooks right here. They still teach this. You're more concerned about Tasmanian devil.
I do not care. I could care less about what the school policy is in Alabama.
No, I'm talking about Canada. Canadian textbooks are teaching the kids they're related to a mosquito. That doesn't bother you?
Sir, it doesn't matter what I think about that. All right, you know what? I think I've accomplished what I need to accomplish here, sir. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to you. So you know what? Go ahead and ask me whatever questions you want for however long you want.
Okay. Do you believe all life forms on the planet, elephants, humans, all of them, came from a common ancestor like the textbooks teach?
Sir, what I believe doesn't matter.
You said I could ask you any questions. I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you. I'm answering your question.
You're evading my question.
No, I'm not evading your question.
I'm
answering your question. I'm answering your question. Do you want to hear the rest of my answer?
Here, would you agree with this textbook?
You don't want to hear the rest of my answer?
Right. Okay, yeah, go ahead and give your answer. Okay, a simple question. Simple question. Do you believe all life forms had a common ancestor?
All right. You know what? Here, I'm going to help you out here. So, what I said before is still true. What I think doesn't matter, and I will bust you on that later. But I'm going to answer this one, for you generally. Look, in my opinion, my personal opinion, if we're looking at the evidence, I think that the evidence suggests that all of the animals and plants, all of the life forms are related somehow. They share some common ancestor. Does that help you?
Thank you for answering my question.
I'm doing my best. Go ahead.
Right. Is it a possibility that all things have some similarities because they have a common designer? Is that another reasonable option?
Those are two questions. Those are two different questions. Which one do you want me to answer? The first one or the second one? Is it possible? Yes. Is it reasonable? No.
So it's not reasonable that all the creatures had a common designer. And why would you say that?
Well, okay, maybe I overstated that. It is certainly possible that that there is a designer going about behind the scenes and guiding evolution. I kind of thought that you were talking more about separately created kinds, right? But if you're saying is it possible that that God is guiding evolution? Yeah, sure, that's possible.
Do we see any limits to this evolution, as we'll call it? We see all kinds of dogs. I'll show you an example here. Actually, I made up a new one. I think I'd have to go to the end here. I think we would agree there are different skin colors of people, dark skinned, light skinned, and they probably had a common ancestor called a human.
The humans don't care what you call them, sir.
Yeah. And I think that it's there. It's not in here. I've been busy today. So I think there are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs that I think we probably would agree had a common ancestor called a dog. Are there limits to the size of a dog? They've now gotten a dog 4 inches tall, teacup chihuahua. Will they ever get a dog a half-inch tall? Do you believe there's a limit?
I mean, if we're going down, sir, they've gotten a dog that's a single cell. We just got, we covered that with the, CVTV, right? But do you want to go up? I mean, I think, better, maybe we should go up. Like, can you ever get a dog the size of a bear or something like that?
Okay. Will they ever get a dog as big as Alberta?
We covered this, sir. We covered this last time.
Just answer it again then. It should be simple. If you already covered it, answer it again. Yes or no.
Will they ever
Will
get a
they
dog the size of Alberta? No.
Okay. So there is a limit. You're admitting that so you agree with me, there's a limit on dog size.
There are limits imposed by the laws of physics, yeah.
Good. So there are limits. And so far, all we've ever observed in all of human history is dogs produce dogs. Might be big,
I
might be
disagree with
small.
that.
And you don't
No, I
agree with that?
disagree. No, because we've also seen dogs produce venereal diseases.
And so the dog produced a venereal disease, so the dog is producing a new kind?
Right. Well, it's not a dog. I wouldn't say it's would you say that the venereal disease is a dog?
Well, I said I would
I
study
mean, the
that.
venereal disease doesn't really care what we call it. Really, what we should do is put the venereal disease in a pen with a dog and see whether they interbreed. And I bet you the venereal disease will just divide like a venereal disease, and the dog will mate with the dog, and it won't even acknowledge the venereal disease.
And do the venereal disease cells reproduce asexually, or do they reproduce?
Yeah.
How do they?
Asexually? Yeah.
They just
they're
simply
going to do
divide
their own thing. They're not going to show any interest in the dog, and the dog's not going to show any interest in the venereal disease.
That's a good thing. Yeah. That's a good thing. Let's see.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's how you can tell that they're different kinds. Like, see, the venereal disease in the dog, they know their kind, sir, even if you don't.
Yeah, and I said I would look at that. All of the examples
I'm
you've given,
helping you see. I'm helping you look.
Yeah, all of the examples you've given: cancer, venereal disease. Let's see, tumors. You think that is enough evidence to convince you that the Bible is wrong when it said they'd always bring forth after their kind?
No, sir. I'm not saying the Bible is wrong. I would never call God a liar. I'm saying you're wrong.
Well, they've got people. Some say 250, some say 450. Cows can jump. Here's a cow jumping over a 6-foot fence. They can jump.
Sir, I'm really not that interested in engaging with your script, especially when we've talked about this already.
Yep.
We talked about this last time for 45 minutes. Don't you remember? You gave me the gears about it. Why are we doing it again?
You're one to talk about following a script. You follow the script every time. So you agree with me. Okay. My contention is no farmer in the history of the world has ever observed a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog. They always produce the same kind. Now, are they producing I don't think any farmer in the world would think, wow, my cow produced a venereal disease. That's a new kind of animal. Wow, let's market these and sell them. Let's milk them.
I would hope that they don't sell them, but sorry, it was a dog that produced the venereal disease.
I think the illustration is, I will put some time into it if I get time, but there are a lot more things more important to me than that. But I don't think it's I don't think it's evidence for evolution.
Do you know what we call people who have better things to do than to review the academic literature in preparation for a serious debate? Do you know what we call them? Laymen.
Wow. I thought it was my turn to ask the questions.
I'm answering the question, but go ahead.
So there are 450 breeds of cows, and God said they'd bring forth after their kind. If a cow gets a venereal disease or an udder infection, is that now a new kind? Is now no longer a cow?
Is the venereal disease cells from another cow?
I don't know. That's why it's
you're hypothetical. You should know. This thing that you made up. This thing that you made up in your imagination, in your SpongeBob, is the infection part of another cow?
Okay, I will admit to you that I know almost everything in the world, but not everything, and I will study that. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, I think that is clear. That is very clear, sir.
Okay. Nothing about any animal has evolved in all of human history. We've gotten bigger cows and littler cows, and we've run into a brick wall. I think
you have run into a brick wall. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the world's record producer for milk, 185 pounds a day. I don't think they'll ever get a cow give 10 trillion tons a day. Do you believe they'll ever get a cow to give 10 trillion tons of milk a day?
Do you even need me for this part? I mean,
no. Is there a limit?
Of course not. I don't even understand. So this seems very related to your question about something the size of Alberta or British Columbia or wherever.
Right.
I mean, who cares?
I care. Oh, I care very much. I think there are limits. I think we've got dogs with long hair that can survive the cold weather. We've got dogs with short hair that like the desert, the dingo, long legs to keep away the body heat from the heat of the desert. I think there's a variety of dogs. I think God designed the original dog with a gene code that can produce variations. I think
Right, one of
humans
which
have
is a
gene code.
venereal disease.
Oh, yeah, okay. Same mom
Maybe
and dad
that was
can produce-
designed. Maybe that was designed.
Well,
Maybe the dog was, maybe God created that dog with that ability to make that, to turn into a venereal disease in its gene.
Or maybe these diseases is our lack of following his word to certain vitamins or minerals we get from the ground. God said eat the seeds. Donny, we're going nowhere. I got a long list of things to do. If your evidence for evolution, let me summarize here. Your evidence to have a new kind is viruses, cancer, tumors. And that's
we
a
haven't
new
even
kind.
got to viruses yet. We haven't got to viruses yet.
Well, that's next on your list, I'm sure. Okay, cancers, tumors, and viruses. This is evidence for evolution.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you want to talk about viruses? We could probably do it pretty quick.
No, it'll take 2 hours for you to answer any questions on that. Let's do that another time. So, your evidence
Round
for
3
evolution,
viruses, gentlemen.
okay. Your evidence for evolution so far, this last debate and this debate, is tumors, and they can live outside the host if you feed them in a petri dish. Cancer cells, and next you'll do viruses, okay, or bacteria. These
I don't know.
are
I don't know.
evidence-
Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we'll do the
We'll
geological.
do a different order. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
But
maybe
anyway,
we'll do that. I don't know.
this is your evidence that makes you not want to believe that there's a limit that they can't produce a new kind. Again, it goes back to the definition of the word kind or species, which both are nebulous terms. Okay, species. What's a species? A kind.
Who cares?
Well, Webster Dictionary does. You better call them and correct them. Species is not a kind. They said it is. Look at that right there. Synonyms.
All right.
Merriam-Webster, one of the biggest dictionaries in the world. Synonyms. Kind. Oh, wow.
Right. I mean, that makes my job a lot easier, sir, because I can just show you any number of speciation events, and then that's a creation of a new kind.
Right. Species. That's where the definition of terms is like we've decided to call a dog and a wolf a different species.
Right. No, I mean, if you want to equivocate kind and species, I mean, I'm fine with that.
To this day, scientists struggle with the question, what is a species? The debate over species definition is far from over. Scientific American. Wow. Embarrassment of definitions.
Is there a question anywhere in my future? This is your opportunity to try and repair the damage that I've done to you with respect to the cancer example.
The damage that you have done to me? That was a tree limb. No, sir, that was a tree limb. I'll be fine. Okay. No, you've not done any damage. Okay. You have demonstrated.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope we can still be friends.
Okay. No, you have demonstrated clearly that there is no evidence for real evolution. No evidence at all. What you've shown is degradation of cells. Take an existing cell, mutate it down where it loses information, and that's proof how we got everything. I think you've shown clearly that evolution is stupid. Real stupid.
Okay.
Okay.
Gentlemen, did you want to, in our final minutes here, take some live audience questions?
Okay, sure. I'm game.
Was that your conclusion there, sir?
Or you guys can take it, or you guys can take 2 minutes each and wrap up your thoughts and points if you'd like.
Yeah.
And Mr. Anderson, let's start with you since you started with your opening statement. Take 2 minutes uninterrupted, sum up your thoughts, sum up your points. We'll do the same for Kent, and then we'll take some audience questions, both live for those who want to join. I do have the StreamYard link posted, and also just written comments that have come in. Anderson, go ahead.
All right. So last time, Dr. Hovind tried very hard to evade my questions to the point where we spent about an hour trying to figure out the definition of kind. Ultimately, however, he agreed that if a human or part of a human could stop being a human and in one single generation change such that it was living as a single-celled creature, that this would count as being a different kind. Now, I imagine he thought he was on safe ground because he didn't think such a thing could exist. But it does, and it's called cancer. Dr. Hovind then said that this would not count unless the cancer could live outside the body on its own. I gave him 3 weeks to research whether that exists before answering questions about it. He wasted those weeks. It turns out that there are examples of cancer cells living on their own outside the body. It's happened in humans with the HeLa cells, it's happened spontaneously in dogs, and it happened recently in Tasmanian devils. So, do dogs produce dogs? No. Rarely they produce a single-celled parasite. Do Tasmanian devils always produce Tasmanian devils? No. Sometimes they bring forth a single-celled parasite. Do humans always produce humans? No. Sometimes they produce an immortal line of cells that can live forever in a petri dish as single-celled organisms. All of these things did that in a single generation. They went from complex multicellular life to being unicellular organisms. Now, if that barrier can be crossed in one leap, then Dr. Hoven's notion of limits to change is baloney. He often asks, will they ever get a dog as small as a flea? Well, they've gotten one much smaller than that. It's a single-celled organism, but I don't think that you would even call it a dog anymore. Of course, the animals don't care what you call them. The single-celled parasites of dogs or Tasmanian devils don't try to interbreed with dogs or devils, respectively. That's it. Go ahead, Dr. Hoven.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson, for those concluding comments. We'll now hand it over to Dr. Dino. Whenever you're ready, take a few minutes, and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, sir. Well, God said 24 times in the first 7 chapters they'd bring forth after their kind, and I guess we'd have to go back and define the word produce. They produce. I think dogs produce dogs. Did the dogs produce? Did the disease attack the dog and become part of the dog? Is this now an unwelcome renter in the house? And as I said, these mutated cells cannot live outside of a host. They have to suck off of somebody. And the fact that they can be transmitted, I don't know. Is this actually? This is not a new kind. I don't think anybody with a functioning brain cell would say the dog changed into something else. They bring forth, make babies. Did the dog make this as a baby? The virus, or this mutated cell? The cells that we've seen are degraded. So somebody sent the note: the VD attacked the dog. The dog didn't create the venereal disease. Okay, so I think God's word has stood true so far, and all of every testing it's been through. They've always bring forth after their kind. And I think you're really showing desperation to say, well, it produced a cancer cell, therefore that's evidence for evolution. That's not evidence for these dumb family trees they put in there. That is lines on paper is all it is. And I feel sad that kids have to learn this stuff and they think they're related. You think all life forms are related, therefore I can put words in your mouth based on what you said. You believe you're related to a potato because it's a living thing. They're all on that chart. All the plants, all the animals go back to a common ancestor. Look at that. So it's sad that you're welcome to believe that, but it's certainly not science. It's imagination, and you're welcome to, it's a religion. You're welcome to keep your religion, but I don't want to pay for that religion to be taught in schools anywhere. So I think you should get it out. This is propaganda. I think that when you stand before the Creator, what you may or may not believe in, he's going to say, can't try to tell you, his word is true. I believe there's overwhelming evidence that the earth is not billions of years old, which takes away the time you need for these little changes to add up to something major. I think we could talk about that sometime. The spin of the earth slowing down, the moon receding, the sun's burning up its fuel. There's all kinds of things that show, hey, this universe cannot be billions of years old. You don't have the time. Even if this little change producing a mutated cell, even if that does make a new kind in your mind, there's not enough time for that to change an amoeba to a whale. There's not enough time. So I think evolution fails at every step of the way. There's no evidence for any helpful new information being added. This virus or this mutated cell is degraded. And you want to call it a new kind? Okay. Anyway, no, I think we've seen clearly that, to sum up, I win, you lose. All right, take questions.
All right, Kent and Mr. Anderson, you've given us another fast-paced, back-and-forth discussion for a round 2 to remember. So
I agree.
Sir,
I just want to, just before we take questions, I just want to say, Dr. Hoven, I enjoyed that very much. And I hope sincerely that, like we go at each other pretty hard, and that's kind of why I like these and why I do them. But I'm not attacking you personally,
right.
And I hope that you're not taking any of the comments that I make personally.
No, and I'll leave you Pascal's wager. If you're right, I haven't lost anything. I've had a wonderful life. If I'm right, you're in trouble when you die.
Well, sir, I think I'll be okay when I die, but
Okay.
I do appreciate your concern for my soul.
Okay.
You know, I understand that you know that we're just like, you know, like I said, we're gladiators. We're just duking it out for you know, for the sport of it.
Just a couple of gladiators duking it out in the debate octagon. So you gave us some good entertainment, Kent and Mr. Anderson from the Matrix. So I do appreciate both of your time. Okay, so what we'll do is get some of the text questions in first. Power round with the text questions, just so we can have a few minutes with live questions too, from audio video. Okay, here's a question from RoboJet. Question for Anderson. If a cell becomes cancerous and is taken out of a host, and the cell produces more cells of itself, how is that a new kind when compared to the host?
So originally the cell was part of the body, right? And now it has left the body and it is doing something else, and it is living in a new way. And it is essentially like, I think the easiest way to understand this is that I think that we could all agree that dogs and venereal diseases are different kinds. They're different kinds of life. And so that is how it is a new kind. It is not a dog anymore. It is now a venereal disease. You wouldn't call that a dog.
So you're saying originally the cell was part of the body, part of the host. Now, since it's left the body, it's on its own, doing its own thing, having its own functions, and so it's a new kind. Is basically
it's living a completely different, you know, style. It's got a new niche. It's got a different food source. It's microscopic now instead of being the size of a cat, I think, in the case of Tasmanian devils. Like, pretty much everything about it that you like. If we're going to talk about morphological changes and inability to interbreed, like, I don't think you could get more dramatic morphological changes. And certainly its style of reproduction is completely different.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Kent, any thoughts on that, brother?
No, we've beat that horse in the ground. That's plenty.
For two debates, that's for sure. Okay, so next one comes in from Alec Cox, $20 super chat. Question for Anderson. Do you know that all cells have a programmed death, and that cancer is a cell that the program failed and thus only replicates itself, undetectable only because it still contains the chemical identity?
Yeah, so that's right. One of the genes that you need if you're going to be a multicellular organism is this thing called programmed cell death. And if that breaks, then it's essentially like a cooperation gene, right? Like, because each of these cells has to be kind of sacrificing themselves for the good of the body as a whole. And it's okay because a copy of your genes are going to be, you know, going forward from the gametes. And so it's an unselfish cell with a selfish gene. What happens is that the programmed cell death, one of the cooperation genes breaks, then the cell stops cooperating. And yeah, it's difficult for the body to detect because it is still you. It's still part of you. I mean, except in situations where like it leaves the body and becomes a, you know, facial tumor or something. And I think there had to be some other mutations that I don't really understand that allowed that the tumor not to be recognized as foreign in the new bodies, but it happens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Kent, any thoughts?
Well, the cancer cell still has to have some kind of nutrients supplied to it as a host or put it in a petri dish. Somebody's got to feed it. Even the cancer cells have to be fed. So that's not evolution.
Okay, thank you, Kent. Anderson, did you want a quick final word?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have to think about this in terms of, like, people keep saying that, well, you know, it's just breaking. It's not, you know, it's not an improvement, or it's not better. Well, I mean, it's better for that cancer cell. Like, Henrietta Lacks's cells are still alive, and every one of her friends is dead. So, you know, I guess it really depends on, you know, who we're saying it's better for.
Okay, the next few questions come in from live audience members, so let me bring them in. I do want to give a disclaimer, as I usually do. This is an open mic Q&A, and so questions end in question marks. No monologues, no presentations, no lectures. We want clear and concise questions, and please also let us know your position briefly, unless we're already familiar with you. Like the three here, we already know what your positions are, and then let us know what the question is for, and then go ahead. So first on the panel was Josh. So Josh, good to have you. Appreciate it. Who's your question for? And pose that question.
Okay, yeah, so I'm a creationist. I believe God created everything. I have a question for Mr. Anderson, and Ken, if you want to touch on it, you're more than welcome to. How do you explain mules? If you take a donkey and a horse and you breed them, they produce a mule, which is then a different kind that is not able to produce. So, I mean, like Kent said, that if you put two animals in the same pen, and they'll know what to do, and they'll know how to breed with each other and bring forth their kind, but they're not bringing forth their kind. They're bringing forth another kind that is not able to reproduce. So how do we explain that from the evolutionary standpoint?
Well, from an evolutionary standpoint, it's not really a problem because everything is just, on a gradient, right? And so things can reproduce like a little bit this way and that way across the gradient. The problem really becomes, when you have these hard, fast divisions, then you run into a problem where, like you said, by Dr. Hoven's definition, a horse and a mule aren't the same kind because the mule and the horse can't reproduce. But then I don't know if that's entirely fair because the mule is sterile, right? Like if you got a vasectomy, would we say that you're a different kind than I am because you're sterile? Like, I don't think that's super fair. So, the thing is that there are problems with Dr. Hoven's definition of kind, and that's one of them.
Kent, would you like to respond?
Well, he said things are on a gradient. So in his mind, bacteria to whales, the horse and mule is just somewhere in that gradient. They're all related. I think there are definite limits. There are definite, hard, fast divisions. I think there are. I think every farmer on the planet understands that. His corn is different than his cow. And everybody understands that, except the evolutionists. They think corn and cow are related, have a common ancestor. So this gradient that they talk about is imaginary. The fact is we observe and have observed for all of history. Cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs. There are no exceptions, none. But they want to blow that line and say, oh, it's just a gradient. No, it's not. There are clear divisions. Cows produce cows all the time. Man has selectively bred them to get a better trait of something they already had, more milk production. They don't selectively breed cows to get bigger wings so they can fly. They're not available to. It's not in the gene code. I think we're limited by the existing gene code of whatever the original one had. I think God made the original creatures with amazing genetic code. Look at the humans. Two humans can have 12 kids and they're all different from each other. They're still children. They're still human. There's definite yes, there is a definite boundary, a division. You're never going to go out of the category that anybody would call human. But in their mind, they imagine something non-human turned to a human. And we're all apes in their mind. And then before that, we were, a mosquito and then a virus and a bacteria. This is imagination. That's been my complaint for the last 33 years. I've been doing this ministry. Evolution doesn't happen in reality. It only takes place in the SpongeBob imagination world. It's not science.
Thank you, Kat. Josh, did you have anything you wanted to follow up with on that one for Mr. Anderson?
So, yeah, I just kind of wanted to, if you could explain how you said you try to compare that mules are sterile to a vasectomy. I'm under the impression that they usually sterilize mules because it leads to less aggressive behavior. So are they born sterile, or is that something that happens after the fact? Because a vasectomy is something that you go into the doctor and they do it. You're not, like Ken said, you can have 12 kids. One of those 12 kids may genetically be born with the inability to reproduce or without reproductive organs. That's a mutation, and then that doesn't support evolution at all. goes, it ends. That's the end of the line there. So could you elaborate on the sterile part?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be charitable to, to Dr. Hoven's definition. I mean, my understanding is that mules, and actually there's actually mules and hinnies. Let's not forget about the hinnies, which are also horse and donkey hybrids. But sometimes the hinnies can be fertile, but almost always the mules are sterile. I think that I heard that there's been, and don't quote me on this because I mean I'm going based on what I heard, but I think there's been like 3 instances where there's a mule that was not sterile in the last, since recorded history, and those limited ones have been able to be rebred into horses, and then that, if that's true, then that results in what they call horizontal gene flow, right? Which is where you basically you were able to actually get some of the genes from the donkey, for example, into the population of horses, and then it can circulate, within the population of horses. But yeah, they're usually sterile. Does that help you? Did I answer your question?
I think what I said was that are they born sterile, or is it something that they?
I think they're almost always born sterile. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, appreciate it. We'll now move on to the next questioner, Darth Thoranes or Bubbles. Thoranis. There we go. Good to have you. And who's your question for? And
am I coming in clear first?
Yes, your audio is coming in good.
All right. I'm going to ask him a line of questioning, but is that fine with you, Anderson?
Yeah, go for it. I love it.
I will say this, though, before you ask your lines of questioning. We will be doing a little bit of an open mic, just a shorter open mic tonight after Kent leaves. He's with us till the 2-hour mark. And so save any back and forth discussion for that. We want to be short and sweet with questions for now.
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna answer your questions like a witness. So
yeah.
Well, for now, one question. Save the line of questioning for the open mic portion.
Well, it's just going to be a short line of questioning.
You could save the short line of questioning.
I'll stick around. I promise you that. All right, I'll stick around.
You're gonna stick around for a bit, Bubble. So if we want, you can move to the next person. We'll save you for that. Okay, next on the panel, Ken Rock. No relation to The Rock. Good to have you. How you doing tonight? And who's your question for?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. My question is for Kent Hovid. So my question is, you say there's a limit to animals and that each kind is can't give forth from its own kind, but you can't give a definition of kind and you can't give a limit. So on what basis do you give that kinds can't give forth to other kinds?
Well, I think the definition of species and kind has always been very similar. As I mentioned, they use them interchangeably all through the dictionaries and even the science literature. What is a species? Well, a species is a kind or sort. I mean, it is. See, I don't have to prove every single point. I'm not asking for my religion to be taught. I believe by faith. There are no exceptions to animals producing other than their kind, but the evolutionists believe there are not only exceptions, it's a gradient. There are no lines, and they want that taught in schools as a science, and it's not science. It's not observable. All we've observed is cows produce cows, big cows, little cows, but cows every time. So if you wish to believe that cow and a mosquito are related, that's fine. You can believe what you want, but don't call it science, and don't make everybody pay to put that in the school system. That's not science. It's a pollution of our science textbooks. Maybe it could be in a fairy tale class, if you want to have a class of fairy tales. Long ago and far away, an amoeba evolved into a whale, slowly over millions of years. It makes a great fairy tale, but that's all it is, the fairy tale. Yes, there's a limit. I think it's observable. Science is what we can observe, study, and test. We've observed you reach a limit with dogs. 4 foot tall, you don't ever get them 20 feet tall. They've been trying for a long time to give cows to give more milk, 185 pounds a day. Seems to be a limit. Somebody might get 200 next year. I don't know. But they're not going to get 10 trillion. There's a limit. Whether we reach the limit or not, I didn't say that, but there is a limit. And farmers have said for generations, it's all you're going to get.
Donny, permission give one follow-up question to that before I move on? Before you move on to
Yes.
the next person?
Yes, you can have a
Okay.
follow-up question. Go ahead.
Sweet. Thank you very much. So my problem here is you're putting down the burden, or at least making the claim that there is a limit. So by definition and how this works, you have a burden to fulfill proving what that limit is. And you're openly admitted that you don't know what the limit is or what it would be. So I'm asking you, like, what is the reasoning that you could say that there is a limit in with that reasoning?
It's garbled, Ken. I'm only getting part of your question. You said the burden is on me to do what now?
Okay, sorry, I'll try one more time. So you're the one with the claim that there is a limit, but you're also admitting that you have no reason or no definitive limit that you can prove or point to. So what is your reasoning to say there's a limit without any reasoning?
Well, we've had the Olympics going for a century now. Is there a limit to how fast a human can run? I think the world record now is 9 seconds for the 100-yard dash. Are they ever going to run that in 1 second? Is there a limit to human speed? Sure. Have we reached it? I don't know. They're always trying to break it, but they're not going to break it by much. There's a limit. There's a limit to cow size. There's a limit to, there seems to be a limit to all these things. But you guys who believe in evolution want to take away all the limits, and you think that amoeba, which is pretty small, is related to a whale, which is pretty big. All we've ever seen is amoeba make baby amoebas. There are no exceptions to that. So if you wish to believe something else, believe what you want. I admit mine's a religion. You guys do not admit yours is a religion. And Donny, I got a question about something on the screen when we're done here. Is that enough for Ken? Or for, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. You can move on to the next person.
And Kent, what's your question, brother?
The center picture I'm seeing is is that Emma Thorne with a gun? I don't think people in England are allowed to have guns or even know what they are.
This is Emma Thorne's Darth Ark.
Emma Thorne, is she allowed to have a gun?
She does now. And she's extremely religious and an extremist.
Kent, that's a Photoshop picture. That picture's not real, man.
No, I'm Emma Thorne. I'm also now going through hormonal change. That's why I sound like a man.
your voice changed, Emma Thorne. I debated her, I think once or twice, maybe, I don't know. I'll do it again.
You totally won the debate there, Kent. I admit, as Emma Thorne, you won that debate, and I am converted.
Yeah,
Kent, they're just trolling you, man.
Oh, I'm not trolling.
Okay, guys, let's well, you know what? We can we reached the 2-hour mark, Kent. I want to respect your time. Did we want to wrap up the debate portion with you and Mr. Anderson?
Well, yeah, I guess I'd leave with Pascal's wager. I'm enjoying life. I'm loving it. I think God made the world. I love the Lord with all my heart. And I think he said they'd bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. We've never seen an exception. Real science should leave the whole theory of evolution out. It's got nothing to do with science. It's a religious belief. And you can believe there's gradient if you want, but it's not observable. We don't see an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. And I will check out your things if I get time. You don't assign my homework, but I appreciate your concern for my intellectual studies.
Okay.
Well, I'm more than happy to contribute to your intellectual growth, Dr. Hovind, and thank you very much for the debate. I had a very enjoyable evening, and hopefully, as I say, I have not angered you too terribly much, and I look forward to interacting with you again sometime.
Come down, visit Dinosaur Adventureland. We'll give you a tour.
I think that means I'm off the hook, guys. I think he likes me.
You guys are still friends. You guys are still friends. I'll join you at Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll moderate an in-person debate between you two.
One more thing. We had a guy that was in the Hovind Hater Club, came in here as a spy to try to take the tour and find something about our place just a couple of days ago. What was his name? James. He did a Facebook page on us saying, man, that's a great place. I had a wonderful time. We converted him over. Mr. Anderson.
I'm not in the Hovind Hater Club, sir. I'm not. I say, I mean, I enjoy debating with you. I just, I give you a hard time, but that's just the nature of the beast.
You agree with me that I'm right?
Oh no, not remotely. I do enjoy arguing with you.
Oh, okay.
Well, you guys got that in common. You guys are good at arguing with each other. One day we'll do an in-person one at Dell. So, Kent, thank you so much for your time. Mr. Anderson, you as well. This really was a great debate. Great round two. We'll have a complete trilogy one day. So, Kent, God bless you, brother, and you have a good sleep. Okay. All right. So now we've got T-Rock on the panel, and T-Rock is going to help me out with moderating and hosting an open mic portion. We'll go maybe an hour and a half or so, not the usual 6 or 7 hours. I've got a few things I have to do tonight. And so, okay, T-Rock, good to have you here, brother. Yeah, let's start with you, and then it's going to be more of kind of go around the room. I do have the link posted. Yeah, Bubbles, you know, we'll start with you because you wanted to ask Mr. Anderson a series of questions.
Yes.
And I have the StreamYard link posted in the live chat too for anybody who wants to join. Click the link and we'll have some fun. So go ahead, Bubbles. Floor is yours.
All right. Before I begin the line of questioning, I'm going to ask of the panel to not interrupt during this line of questioning. Is that all right with y'all?
No, it's not. Of course it is, man. Of course.
All right.
Bubbles,
I'm fine with that.
and just do me a favor. Put your handle photo just for the open mic here. Put it to your normal picture, your bubblegum gun picture.
I don't have, this is a different account.
Okay, well, just put it to any other picture, just for respect of the audience. And don't ask why, just do it. Okay, as he does that,
Scared him away.
Yeah, he's like, if I can't use this picture of someone pointing a gun at everyone's, you know, he's out of here. So, okay. T-Rock, let's throw it to you. What are your thoughts, brother? Did you have any questions or anything like that? Oh, Mr. Anderson, unless you speak Mickey Mouse language, which I have a feeling you don't.
No, I don't speak Spanish.
Right. T-Rock, we've got your classic momentary Mickey Mouse audio, but we know what always fixes it. Just leave, come back, you'll be good, brother. All right. So we lost Bubbles and T-Rock. Let's give Josh another chance. Josh.
So here, what do you mean? What do you mean by I don't speak Spanish when he says that's a Mickey Mouse? Because that's kind of offensive to me. That does speak.
Oh,
Spanish.
I'm so sorry. No, it was a reference to there's a movie called Anchorman where the dog is like ruff, ruff, and then the main character looks at me and goes, "You know I don't speak Spanish," when clearly it's a dog barking, and he's mistaking the dog barking for Spanish, and that was the joke I was making.
I appreciate a good joke. I didn't
intend that to be a dig on Spanish people whatsoever.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate that, Josh, my brother. T-Rock, we've got you back. Let's give your mic a test.
Okay, one more time.
Good. Yeah, you sound good. And so no more. You've evolved past the Mickey Mouse audio. So go ahead, T-Rock. Appreciate having you here as usual, brother.
Okay, si quiere que yo hable al abogado en español, está bien, pero dice que no habla nada en español.
That sounds like that really is Spanish. And honestly, I actually do not speak Spanish.
I know, it was a joke. I happen to speak Spanish, so okay.
All right. Again, no offense to Spanish people.
No,
very bad Spanish, T-Rock. I'm sorry, but that your accent was very heavy there.
Thank you. I'm white. What can I say? Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm a young Earth creationist. I follow the biblical model of the history of the world and making the Earth and the universe about 6,000 years old, plus or minus a couple hundred years. So just give that as a quick intro. My background is manufacturing and mechanical engineering. So I kind of take a slightly different approach to the arguments than a lot of people do. But anyway, I was going to ask you about the definition of kind real quick, if we can be kind of brief. First, I'll ask you, so far from what you have heard, understood from other people, specifically creationists, what do you think the definition of kind is?
So my understanding from Dr. Hovind is that kind means a group of animals that are morphologically distinct and can interbreed, and that we can borrow some of the definitions from species to augment that, and that ultimately the best litmus test is the pen test. If you're wondering whether or not the two animals are the same kind, put them in a pen together, and if they interbreed, they're probably the same kind.
Okay. I mean, that's sort of right, but I think there's probably one big misconception in there. And
Okay.
I hate to have you reiterate exactly what you said, but I was trying to follow exactly what you were describing there. But I'll just cut it short and say, okay, the biblical definition of kind is strictly has to do with ancestry and bringing forth. So
I don't think it has to do with ancestry. Go ahead and explain that one to me.
so for example, you cannot be a different kind than your parents. And so when we talk about what do we think is the same kind today, you're basically forced to do what this entire debate is about, and that is trace ancestry. So when you look at any two organisms, like somebody brought up a lion and a house cat, are they the same kind? They can't interbreed, but the fact that they can't interbreed is not the immediate test for whether they're the same kind or not. The question is, what is the most obvious explanation of their ancestry? How does their ancestry trace? And so one of the ways we do that is literally, again, it's not about similarities, it's not about differences, it's about ancestry, because that's what kind of bring forth. The word bring forth has strictly to do, in the case of the animal kingdom, with reproduction, right? So when you take a lion and a house cat and you say, okay, are they the same kind? They can't interbreed, but a house cat can interbreed with something like a wildcat or a bobcat, which can interbreed with something like a lynx or a cougar, and so on and so forth. And you can kind of trace it all the way up through in the Western Hemisphere through jaguars, and in the
Are you suggesting like a kind of a ring species amongst the cats?
I would really hate to use that term ring species, because it means something very peculiar to most evolutionists. What I would say is there's an interconnected web. There's a web of interbreedability that.
Right, there's like a spectrum. Like this can breed with this, but not that. Like this,
Right.
Each one can breed with the next one on the chain.
Very similar.
But if you're too far apart, then you can't interbreed. So here's the problem I have with your definition of kind, right? Is that and I addressed this early on with Dr. Hovind, and I said, look, this isn't like a logic trap, right? Because like if what you're saying is show me a blood relative of mine who is not my blood relative, then like I can't do that, but it's not because of anything other than that, like definitionally that is impossible, right? So if you're saying that, look, a kind is a kind, and therefore nothing can bring forth other than its kind, then it's kind of like, I mean, okay, right? Like if kind is defined by ancestry and we're debating whether or not those things have common ancestry, then there's a tautology problem. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you think you mean, but that's not tautology. That's defining the word in concrete terms. You have, so what I was going to say though, when I said the web, this web of interbreedability, there are disjunctions in certain places, but not in others. But that's very similar to the mathematical exercise that you learn in high school. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, right? So that's essentially what you're trying to do with kind. Now, what happens is sometimes you cannot, and this is probably relevant to your example using humans, sometimes you cannot directly trace the ancestry. That is a problem now, but the whole debate is about origins, so we're having to do a little bit of projection when we can't trace them directly.
Right, but you're saying that kinds are defined by origins and that we are debating origins. So that kind of means that, like, I mean, it kind of puts all the cards in your hand. Like, I mean, I can see why you like the definition, because it kind of puts all the cards in your hand, and you can just say, like, look, we're debating origins, and I get to decide what the origins are. So I win.
Just to be clear, I didn't make the definition up. That's the biblical definition. So there's two key parts of the definition. Bring forth, which is reproduction. Right. So it has to have happened through reproduction in a line. And the other key part is after. So some of the examples you were giving during your debate with Dr. Hovind, they were, just to be frankly, very, very pointed about it. They were nonsensical.
Yeah, no, you don't need to insult me. Just
no, they're nonsensical because
no, that's the one I was asking you to kind of stay away from. Yeah, just say that you disagree.
T-Rock, do you mind if I jump in real quick? I have a question for you.
Let me just point this one little detail out, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Go ahead.
Some of those examples are nonsensical.
No, I want to talk with T-Rock a little bit more here. I don't understand your definition of kind, because it seems like it is
you got to stop interrupting for a second, and I'll kind of help clarify some things. Some of your examples are nonsensical because kind is the biblical definition, written thousands of years before I came along, has always been, has to directly do with bringing forth. And the other key part I said is after. So your examples you were giving earlier are nonsensical because, like, a cow cannot bring forth something with wings, for example, because it's not bringing forth after its own kind. It's bringing forth something that's not after.
You lost me. You lost me. Go back. I'm listening. Go ahead. You lost me.
I'm saying that everything that brings forth after its own kind. So you can't have things like cows bringing forth something with wings because cows don't have wings.
Why? But if they do, then it would still be like, according to your definition, because ancestry is the definition of kind, even a cow that grew wings, if that were possible, would still be a cow. There's nothing that you could do to that cow that would make it a non-cow, right?
In theological terms, what you're doing is called vain imagination. That can't happen.
I know, but it doesn't matter whether it can or not. Definitionally, according to you, there is nothing that can be done to that cow. Even if it jumps over the moon, even if it grows wings and flies, even if it grows gills and lives underwater, it will always be a cow. And definitionally, it is impossible. Not because of any kind of ability to morphologically change or any of the stuff to do with information. None of that matters, because even if it crossed all barriers and became, completely different, it would still be a cow to you, right?
Let me say it a different way, but
well, just answer that question first, because I think that I want to make sure I've got that nailed down, and then you can.
I'm going to answer it very concisely.
Yeah.
Everything a cow brings forth is a cow.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes. There's nothing you can do to that cow. Like there's no changes that cow could experience that would make it a non-cow, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
That would make.
I mean, you just got a very interesting definition of kind, right?
Well, I mean, the entire debate is about ancestry. Who brought forth whom?
Yeah, I mean, like by that definition, then there's no other option but to agree that nothing can bring forth other than its kind, because in order to bring forth, you must be the same kind. Definitionally, everything that is derived from anything is the same kind. Now, so it's nonsensical to say that anything brings forth other than according to its kind.
That is correct.
That's why we spent so much time at the beginning of the last debate going through definitions and kind of making sure that we weren't going to run into the kind of problem that I would have run into if I was talking to you, because, I mean, a debate about that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? This is kind of like, yeah, sure. Okay. Then I guess everything is all the same kind according to evolution, and everything is not all the same kind according to creation, because you have the tree of life.
In a weird sense, that's kind of correct.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, so yeah, so it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, you're just defining the term in a way that makes you, makes you right by definition.
Let me kind of give. Now I'm going to step a little outside of the Bible because it doesn't quite say it this way, but I'll give an extension of the definition of kind. However many generations cows produce, however many generations the ancestor is from the last descendant, you should always be able to fundamentally recognize all the descendants as being the same as the ancestor.
No, that's not true according to your definition. Is that something you're adding to your definition of kind? So what if the cow changes enough that now it is not recognizable, even though you can trace its ancestry back to a cow? Is it a cow at that point if you cannot recognize it?
So this is a lot like if the cow produced a cow with wings question, but
Sure, yeah, it is. I mean, that's the thing, is I don't think that this new addition to your definition fits with your original definition.
It absolutely does. And in YEC and biblical thinking, we like science a lot, and we like data a lot, and we literally have 6,000 years. If we want to talk in strictly written terms, probably close to 4,000 years of written history showing that cows have only ever brought forth cows, and all of the ancient depictions of cattle of that particular type still look like cows today. They're easily recognizable as ancestors. That's data.
Right.
That's hard science.
Yeah,
I
T-Rock.
mean, it's observation. It's observation. So
T-Rock, I
mean,
really like to jump in here, and Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'll be helping your case of anything.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm gonna kind of rebuttal T-Rock's statements. I'm also a creationist, but I kind of feel like it's trying to, put a square in a circular slot. See, when you think about the definition of the word kind, you know, the Bible doesn't necessarily define kind as ancestry, as what you're trying to point out. It defines generations as ancestry, and it clearly outlines in the Bible. There's a lot of sections where they list all the people, and this person was born from this person, and this person was born from this. That's ancestry. And when I look up the word kind, yeah, it's in the Genesis where it says they'll bring forth after their kind. But if you look more into the Bible, specifically Ephesians 4:32, which is, something that I think we should all learn from, it says, "And be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God, for Christ's sake, hath forgiveth you." So when we're going to really outline the definition of the word kind, I would argue that the Bible describes kind to mean to be a nice person. And I know that words that sound the same and are spelled the same can have different meanings. I understand that. But I think it's kind of a stretch to say that, kind is referring to ancestry. And I don't think it's a fair question to ask Mr. Anderson, what does kind mean? Because kind is something that the Bible defines. I don't personally recall Charles Darwin or any other evolutionist saying kind or using the word kind. I think that when this debate comes up between creationists and evolutionists, they try to associate kind with speciation, and I think that's where we kind of bump heads. So I don't think it's a fair question to ask Mr. Anderson, what does kind mean? Because that is not his background. His background is not in biblical theology. His background is, I'm just gonna say, evolution, or law, or
it's
whatever.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Josh. That's and just sort of once again, like, I appreciate you guys being so respectful and welcoming me into the community. And even though, like, we may disagree on what the definition of kind is and on whether or not things can cross between kinds, like I'm not here to attack anybody's faith, and I'm not trying to spit on creationism or anything like that. I hope that is coming through.
Yeah, my main point is that, like, asking him what does kind mean. If you ask anybody, if you go up to a random person on the street and ask them, what does kind mean to you? They're probably going to tell you, oh, well, that means to be a nice person.
Probably.
And I think we can all agree that unless you specifically are talking to, like, a creationist who just finished having a debate about kind, then they're not likely to tell you that kind means to bring forth after, because that's like using the word in the definition, which it kind of defeats the purpose. You can't. Kind means to bring forth after their kind. That it doesn't really define. It's circular reasoning there. I am a creationist. I believe that there are certain animals that can intermingle with each other and produce offsprings, and sometimes mutations happen because of inbreeding, and those
mutations don't happen because of inbreeding, but they can fix because of inbreeding.
So
because inbreeding is an increase, causes an increase in homozygosity.
Let me clarify something real quick. I did not ask.
Just before
Mr.
you do,
Anderson.
T-Rock, I just wanted to say one thing, and what I wanted to say was that, Josh, I think that you are kind.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, I did not ask Mr. Anderson.
Can I go after you're done?
Yeah, give me just a second. I did not ask Mr. Anderson what is a kind. I asked him what did he think it meant based on what he's heard so far.
Nobody is offended, T-Rock, and your point is well taken. And I think we had a fruitful discussion about what kind means to you and me, and we kind of sorted out. We kind of had a little mini debate there ourselves. We kind of agreed.
Yeah. So real quick, one more point of clarification, Josh. One of the things you were talking about there was the ancestries that are given in the Bible, that so and so is related to so and so and so on and so forth. That's called genealogy. That's a subsection of ancestry. It's specific lineages in ancestry.
Cool.
All right, may I go?
You want to go ahead, Darth?
Yeah, because I'm falling asleep over here.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
You were gonna hammer me, right, with a line of questioning like I do sometimes.
Don't put us to sleep, Darth. Don't put us to sleep.
No. Let's
I would ask.
Bring all of the funk and all of the
Oh, don't worry. It's not too hard.
Go for it. Go for it.
Not a hard question. So I'm gonna ask for the rest of the panel to not interrupt. Okay. So first of all, are you a Darwinian evolutionist? Just to clarify that.
Define the term.
It's a person who believes that the diversity of life forms today came about through earlier life forms.
I do think that I think I've been clear that I do think that that evolution is true, or I do think that the diversity of life. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I'm a Darwinian evolutionist. Then, and by that definition, then okay. I think that's a fair comment. Yep.
All right. So, do you think a Darwinian evolution can be defended without seeking refuge from like being under some religious? So, it doesn't need to hide under some religious idea like Christianity. Darwinian evolution should be able to stand on its own and defend its own. Correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So, like, Darwinian evolution isn't reliant on the views of Christians. So, Darwinian evolution can stand on its own.
I think that, like, I guess part of the problem I'm having is that I think Darwinian evolution has some other meanings as well, and I'm kind of getting those mixed up in my mind. But okay, but we'll use your terminology because that's fine. So, can Darwinian evolution defend itself from what kind of attack on its own? I mean, I'm not sure how robust its defense is with respect to like the cause of the Big Bang. Like, it can't defend that on its own because that's well outside of purview, right?
Well, I'm talking about
what do you mean by
evolution.
defend itself?
So yeah, I'm talking about Darwinian evolution. I'm not talking about cosmic evolution. So Darwinian evolution doesn't need to like appeal to the beliefs of a Christian. It can stand on its own.
It can stand on its own in terms of the things that it says, right? Again, this has to do with, like in terms of attacks from what angle? Like, so I guess first of all, do you recall what the October 13th presuppositions are?
I'm not familiar with those.
Okay, here, let me just rattle them off for you because these are kind of like the worldview from which I'm basing this, right? And so if we don't have a common set of presumptions, then it's going to break down like super fast, right?
Well, I presume I wasn't asking a difficult question here. I mean,
I think you might be because number one, I'm having trouble understanding it, but number two, it sounds to me like we're about to get into a bunch of precept stuff, which is fine by me. But I just want to make sure that we're kind of on the common ground. So can you agree with the following things? You are real. Just give me yeses or nos. Give me a no whenever you hear one. Just give me
when
yeses
When you say
Do
real,
you agree that you are real?
am I within space and time? Yes.
You agree?
If
Well,
I mean, if
not
by
even that.
real
Just
you
that you are real. You agree you exist.
Well, if by exist you mean within space and time? Yes.
Sure. Okay. You agree I'm real also?
Yes.
Okay. You agree God is real.
Yes. I am a
You agree
creation.
that God loves us and doesn't lie to us.
Wait, why is that mandatory? I mean, I could believe that.
I mean, so you don't agree with that?
I mean, I could believe that, but it doesn't mean it's necessary, right?
But do you agree? Do you believe it? Is it a problem for you? Is it a problem for your
I mean,
worldview, or is it a problem for your argument?
I could believe it, but I don't see how this is relevant to my original question.
Hey
Well,
guys,
these
I
are
need
just
to interrupt.
foundational.
Wait, T-Rod,
Just rattle-
please.
just
Yes,
rattle
I need to
moderate you
interrupt.
up. If you
I
see
need
a
to interrupt
problem,
for
let
just
me
a
know.
minute. Mr. Anderson, I need to interrupt for just a minute.
Go for it.
The,
Who's this?
the rapid fire quick answer questions are really cool if you can actually do that, but you guys are rabbit trailing too much.
Yeah. First of all, I thought I
Here,
was
I'll
going to
just
ask
tell you what
questions.
the whole thing is, okay? You're real, I'm real, God's real. He loves us and doesn't lie to us. We can trust our senses. He created the universe. He created life. He usually works through natural processes. Supernatural interventions leave a trace. If you want to invoke a miracle, you got to justify with some evidence. Where there's no trace of miracles, naturalistic explanations are more likely to be correct, and things work the same now as they did in the past and will work the same as they did in the future. The laws of physics are consistent.
Yeah, that's a landmine of presuppositions, but
I
don't
know.
see how
I know.
So how does this
So if you
relate
want
to
to
my
get into
original
those, if
question?
you want to get into any of those, then that's what we're talking about.
Look,
Otherwise, go ahead.
Let's go back to my original question. How does this even connect with my original question?
Well, you know what? Maybe it doesn't. Go ahead and ask your question. But I thought it did.
It doesn't
But
at
go ahead.
all. Like you said, this is just
Okay,
a
well, I'm
random
sorry then.
rabbit
Go ahead.
trail. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Does Darwinian evolution stand on its own so it can defend itself without appealing to the beliefs of a Christian?
I don't know.
Well, it's either a yes or no. So
No, it's a yes or a no, or an I don't know.
It literally
I don't
is.
understand your question.
Let
I've
me-
tried
let
to
me-
clarify.
yeah,
You
yeah,
said
let
it
me
was
clarify
rabbit
for you.
trails.
Let me clarify.
What do you
for
mean by defend it? Defend it from what attack?
Criticism on the theory. Clearly, right?
So are you asking me whether or not Darwinian evolution, by which I assume you mean the modern synthesis, can defend itself from attacks on its theory from a naturalistic assumptions base?
So it can defend itself without having to appeal to the beliefs of the Christian. So it doesn't need to appeal to Christianity to defend itself. It can defend itself on its own. This is not a difficult question.
Provided its assumptions are agreed with, yes.
Okay, so correct, right? So it doesn't require
Provided
Christianity.
it agrees, yes, but
Becomes a but, guys.
only in the event that we agree with its fundamental assumptions. Otherwise, maybe not.
So we have to agree with the fundamental assumptions, people. We have to agree that evolution is true to prove it's true.
Oh no,
oh,
no, that's
wow.
not one of its
Wonderful.
No, that's not one of its fundamental assumptions.
Hey, time out real quick. Time out, guys. Let me ask the same question Bubblegum was trying to ask, but I'm going to phrase it slightly different for see if we can get a quick response here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I just want the audience to
and
know
then hopefully Bubblegum can kind of get more to his real point. But I'll rephrase it real quick. Does Darwinian evolution stand on its own merit without having to borrow from other worldviews?
Provided that. So are we getting okay, guys, just level with me, okay? Are we getting into precept stuff or not?
I'm not. I think it's a very simple, straightforward question.
Yeah, it's a straightforward question. I'm asking if you have any precepts.
Okay, you are asking about precepts.
No, I'm
saying that Darwinian evolution can only stand on its own. The answer is it depends.
This shouldn't be a depend.
Well, it is, whether it should be or not. It depends because philosophy of science is a thing. Darwinian evolution does not stand on its own.
Look,
it is based on presumptions.
You're asking us to grant you these presuppositions. So you're saying
I'm not asking you to grant me those
presuppositions. Just said that.
Do you want to argue those presuppositions? If so, cool. Let's
do it. We can roll back the tape, and you said if you grant the premises. That's granting the presuppositions. If I grant your presuppositions, Correct. So you're agreeing with me.
Right. I agree with you that Darwinian evolution cannot stand on its own without reference to its presuppositions. There are certain assumptions which are baked in to and form the basis of Darwinian evolution, which I would suggest are probably not Darwinian evolution itself, right? So assumptions like that the past will resemble the present, right? That the way things work now are the way that they always worked, that miracles don't just come in from all over.
Exclusively to Darwinian
Those
evolution.
kinds of presuppositions are fundamental to the theory of Darwinian evolution. And if those are broken, then I don't think that, if you don't agree with those, I don't think that Darwinian evolution can stand
Those
on
are
its own.
fundamental to all worldviews.
Good.
So exclusively
Darth,
to
Darth,
Darwinian
Darth,
evolution.
let me jump in
Please
here,
wait.
Darth.
Please
Darth,
don't.
I
I was
know you
I
said
was
not to
gonna-
Go
interrupt
ahead,
you,
Darth. Go
but
ahead, Darth. Go ahead.
It's
I
very
was
important.
said I was going to grant to this one.
I know,
Go ahead, Darth.
but it's very
Just let
important,
me
man.
finish.
You're going back and forth, and it's difficult to say, does Darwinian evolution stand on its own, because Darwin is a person who grew up with a Christian.
No, that wasn't my
with-
question, Josh.
Yeah, it doesn't stand on its
No.
own. That's my answer.
No,
and
it
I'm not
wasn't even
answering
my
for you,
question,
Mr.
Josh.
Anderson.
It's
No,
okay,
Josh.
Josh. It's
Let
all
me
right.
ask the
It's all right.
question again, Josh. Does
It's all right. Go
Darwinian
ahead. Go ahead,
evolution
Darth.
stand on its own without seeking refuge under Christian beliefs? So it
Under
doesn't
Christian beliefs?
So any religious belief. So it doesn't need to appeal to the belief of a Christian. It can defend itself without having to appeal to the beliefs of a Christian.
I agree with that. It can defend itself without having to appeal specifically to beliefs which are exclusive to Christians.
Or any other religion, correct?
That wasn't so. Oh, so now we want to broaden it to any other religion?
Do
Does
you
it
think
have-
Islam
did it appeal
is
to
Islam
did it appeal
required
to
for
philosophy?
Darwinian? Is Islam
And it-
required for Darwinian evolution?
Can it appeal to philosophy?
Yes, it can appeal to philosophy.
Guys, I'm going to break in again real
Then
quick
sure.
here.
When I
Guys,
agree with your premise.
Guys,
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to break in again real quick here because this conversation has gone on for about 10
It's-
minutes and it's got
Let me
nowhere.
finish. Yes, he's just look. He's making it very hard because he doesn't want to enter us into.
No,
questions. Let
Darth,
me
I
just
think
finish
you're
up.
making it hard, and you're
Let me
going.
No,
finish.
listen.
Look, who's
listen.
the one dodging a simple question here? It's not me, right?
Listen,
I'm giving you straight answers.
Roma has been waiting patiently for a while. And I'd
Well,
like
let
to
me
get
finish.
him,
I was told I was
phased in
gonna.
real quick.
I was told I was
get-
gonna finish
You know
it
what?
without
You can
being
have one
interrupted.
more minute. Ask me some straight questions. I'll give you some straight answers. So the answer to your
Okay.
question is yes, we do not specifically need to appeal to religions, any of them.
Okay, good. Okay, now we're gonna finish this up real quick. According to Darwinian evolution, the requirement for transitionals is not optional. So you do require transitionals, correct?
Everything's a transitional under the theory.
So it's,
So-
yeah, it
There's
requires
a requirement that there be transitionals, and that requirement is established under the theory because under the theory, everything is transitional.
Okay, whatever. So according to Darwinian evolution, the Dalmatia evolved from the gray wolf. So can you provide to us one single transitional between the gray wolf and the Dalmatia? You can look. You can.
I've heard you do. I've heard you do this before. Like,
So you
yeah,
knew
there's
what-
there's
you
there's
knew what
lots
was
of there's
coming.
lots of
You knew
transitions
what was
between the Grey
coming.
Wolf
You
and the
decided to
Dalmatian. Let's see.
dodge. Wonderful.
Here, hang on. I can Google this for you. Sure.
Google it.
You want
Google it.
Dalmatian?
A transitional between the gray wolf and the Dalmatia. Good luck with that.
Okay, hang on. All right. Yeah, sure. It would be the carriage dog is the answer to your question.
The carriage dog.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Yeah.
bring that up? The
Yeah,
carriage
the
dog.
carriage dog, and the carriage dog was originally bred in what is present-day Croatia in the historical region of Dalmatia. And if you want to go back further, then
show
it's
people, show
it's-
people the picture. No, show a picture. Show people a picture of the carriage dog. Show people a picture of the carriage dog.
carriage dog looks very much like a Dalmatian.
It is a Dalmatia.
And then
Genius.
going back further, it is pointers, and then
Pointers is a
crossbred with the
classification.
spotted
There's no
Great Dane.
such thing as an actual pointer. Pointers is a classification. As for an actual transition
Right.
that exists. I didn't ask you for
Well, I mean,
class.
dude, like it's different. It's different.
Show people the character.
You want me to find you the exact dog? Okay, I can't do it.
No,
I guess
I'm not asking for the
You got
exact
me, man.
dog.
I don't know the exact dog.
I asked you for a
It was a breed,
transitional.
a pointer.
A pointer is just a classification. That's
I
not
know.
an actual thing that
So is a
exists.
Dalmatian.
Okay, guys, we need to get
Right,
Roma
we're done
in.
then, bud.
Roma, if you're
Hold up,
if,
Chief.
if
Let me
you're
finish
ready
this
to
up. That's
unmute.
it.
Can
You're
I
done.
get a confirmation from you, Anderson, that there is
Yeah,
no
Darth, I
transitional
think
you
you're
can provide
done.
us?
Yeah, you're done, bud.
You're done,
Can
Darth.
you,
Let's
can
let
we
someone
get a
else talk.
confirmation, you, Anderson, that you cannot provide a transitional?
He
You
can't.
can't
He
with the
already said it.
specificity that you would like. No, you're right. I can't.
Well, I'm
All I
asking
can
for
tell you
something
is
that
that
exists. It's not
it's
a
a type
high,
of dog. Like I don't know
a
exactly.
type of
dude.
dog.
I'm not. It's a type of pointer. The answer is
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
type of
Pointers
pointer.
aren't real things in real life. They're just a
They are.
classification.
I think they are, but that's cool.
Roma, go ahead and unmute, and let's see what you've got to talk about.
Yeah, I just have a question about homology versus convergent evolution. So how do the evolutionists prove how do they prove their homology without because there's been history, so fossils, so some atheists, so evolutionists claim that humans evolved from ape-like creatures, but all the skeletons that were brought up for those homologies, for those intermediate fossils, I believe this ties into homology a bit because the similarities among species. So if evolutionists claim that we're Homo sapiens, so are apes, how can the evolutionists? Why
Wait,
have they been
pause
lying?
there. Just pause. Just back up there. I heard you just say that evolutionists think that we are Homo sapiens and that so are apes. Apes are also Homo sapiens. Did I catch
I've heard that kind of claim before. I'm not a
I'm not
biologist.
sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means.
It's just sorry.
No,
Let me just
just
finish
for
my
clarity,
question.
real quick, Roma. Homo sapien is a genus and a species, and informed evolutionists would not equate any lower primates, extant living lower primates, with Homo sapien. But if you could maybe make your question a little more concise.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try. So how can okay, then I'll switch my question up a little. How do evolutionists prove what kind of evidence do they use, since skeletons have been a lot of the fossils and skeletons for for changes from ape to human being? How were they, since they were debunked? A lot of skeletons were debunked. Like one of the examples was this one small ape that they found.
Piltdown Man, maybe you're thinking.
Yeah, or
Yes.
that small.
Yeah, or Nebraska Man. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I
Piltdown Man,
believe
Nebraska
so.
Man, the peccary tooth, that stuff. What about it?
Yeah, so I believe they were debunked because biologists said that they were their own species, and human beings, they were proven, their skeletons were found to be their own species. So basically, how do the evolutionists prove that? How can they prove that us human beings, as they claim, came from apes when the skeletons that they use have been disproved by other scientists? What other evidence did they use? Like, yeah,
Oh
I don't
well.
know if you guys.
So like there's like maybe like 2 or 3 examples of like hoaxes from way back where people like like there's 2 or 3 examples of hoax skeletons, right? The Piltdown Man's like the most famous one, and it was actually like a human with like a baboon lower jaw, and this all kind of stemmed back to this notion of like there was this really big debate within like anthropology at the time with respect to like they thought the missing link was going to be an ape-like body with a human skull, right? And so they were looking for that, and there was a little bit of racism involved, and they weren't looking in Africa. What they actually found out, or what they actually ended up finding, was human-like bodies and ape-like skulls. And when especially when we started looking in Africa, we started finding like a whack of them, and I mean a whack of them, right?
Mhm.
And so and a whole bunch of their tools and stuff. And so like here's an interesting fact. Who do you think, according to evolution, right? All of this is according to evolution. When do you think in the evolution of Homo sapiens, which occurred about 200,000 years ago, they invented fire? It's a trick question. It's a trick question, by the way.
Well, you can't really invent fire. It always existed.
No, the trick is the trick and the trick question is that fire was actually invented, according to evolution, before Homo sapiens evolved. Like it's been around.
Right, Neanderthals, Erectus, Naledi, Hobbit, they all have evidence for manipulating fire.
So like there's a lot of the answer to your question is there's a lot of skeletal or of fossils of like proto-humans, if you want to call them that, or hominid ancestors and Australopithecines that people rely on. The anthropologists don't rely on Piltdown Man and Nebraska Man at all to prove human evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, kind of.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, go for it.
So, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. I just want to kind of make one important point.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you understand that species and kind, biblical definition of kind, are not the same thing?
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that they are slightly different.
They're actually very. Yeah, they're actually.
I agree with that statement. That is my understanding. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because that is objectively true. They are not the same thing. Species, of course, being a more modern word, and it's actually used for it's got a completely different set of criteria for how you determine what is species A, what is species B, that sort of thing. Yep. Should they be different species? I just want to point that out because a lot of people, a lot of evolutionists try to basically conflate the two terms as if they're kind of the same thing, and they're actually.
Yeah, I've tried not to do that. Right. I've tried. I spent a fair amount of time with Dr. Hovind trying to nail down what he said a kind was, because I think it's really, for him to determine that, right?
I'll say from my specific model of origins and ancestry in general, I have a very basic and testable definition of kind. I think you've heard it before, Mr. Anderson. And so my definition of kind is groups of organisms that can be traced back to a common ancestor. And so from that definition, now that common ancestor has to be independent and separate from other ancestors that other groups would descend from. Okay. And so an example of that is humans. So here on this basic phylogeny, why I think that's the best definition of kind, excuse me, is because it's testable. And so I can say, okay, humans today go back to a common ancestor, including your extinct humans like Neanderthals, Floresiensis, Naledi, so on and so forth. And that original ancestor would be separate, as you can see here on this phylogeny, to your chimpanzee group, your orangutan group, your Australopithecine, so on and so forth. Mr. Anderson, what are your thoughts on that definition?
I hate it, but just a moment. I just have to tell my wife I'm still alive.
She's like, I haven't heard from you in 3 hours. You still debating those young Earth creationists?
Well, he already lost. He already admitted defeat. He admitted there is no transitional. So I don't know why he's still debating for evolution when he already admitted there is no evolution. He knows
I
what
just
transitionals
admitted
are
that I couldn't
required
give you
for
a
evolution.
specific example of exactly what kind of pointer transition.
Look, I can ask this question applied to bulls or butterflies. You're not going to come up with any answer.
I'm never going to come up with an answer that satisfies you, sir. I agree with that.
satisfy me. Look, what you provided as an answer was the classifications. Classifications are made up terms that don't exist in
Well,
real
I'm going to
life.
jump in because I've been waiting now about an hour. I want to engage Mr. Anderson for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Actually, and 2 hours prior to that with the Kent Hovind debate. And
That's
so,
right. That's right. So the answer to your question is I hate that definition.
well, you shouldn't hate it. It's testable.
Well, I do, but I don't hate you. I don't like the definition, and the reason is I think that the reason is because I think that it's self-referential. So it's the same problem. It's actually very similar to the definition that T-Rock was putting forward. And the problem is that if we're debating ancestry and you're saying that kinds is through the lens of kinds, and you're saying that kinds is defined by ancestry.
Well, it's because the Bible, so our starting position, maybe not Bubbles, T-Rock, our starting position is the book of Genesis. And the book of Genesis claims to be, the Bible, as a matter of fact, claims to be the history book of the universe. And so from that starting point, we should be able to test its claims of origins. And what the Bible claims is that Adam and Eve were created as the first couple, our first parents, and they were created and designed independent and separate from any other form of life, including what you would say is our closest cousin, the chimpanzee. And so from there, we can derive a testable definition, groups of organisms that go back to a common ancestor. That entire group would be separate from any other group, including your chimpanzee kind, you could say. And we can test that using scientific data. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, maybe I don't hate this as much as I originally thought. So what you're saying, because what you're doing, which is a little different than what T-Rock was doing, is that you're saying, look, I'm going to give you the original ancestors that I say all of the kinds trace back to. So when I say, so, you know, you can say like, look, a kind is anything that was descended from X and Y and Z, and these are the kinds, and here they are. That's what you're saying.
Right. So for example,
I can live with that.
Well, and I can only group together organisms that we know exist. So for example, we have fossils of Neanderthals, Naledi, Hobbit. For many reasons, I would say that they are all human and they essentially descend from Adam and Eve. And so if I can show that extant humans today, right here, living humans, and all of your extinct human types go back to a single common ancestor, which I believe through mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome specifically, which we can discuss, we have demonstrated that. And then that this original couple exists separately from your chimpanzee archetype, your orangutan archetype, so on and so forth. Then you have a legit created kind there, a special creation, which in a way answers the famous phylogeny challenge that Aaron Ra poses. Absolutely.
Can you do that? Because, like, I mean, well, you know, I don't mean to, like, I'm not trying to, you know, start a fight or anything. Like,
how dare you?
What I'm saying is that
well, you did say you're a meanie.
I am. Well, I was pretty mean to Kent.
When you're looking all your kid, I'm just kidding. I think you're a good sport. Well, let me. Okay, you know what?
Let me just finish what I was. What I was saying was that, like, if you, I'll just go back to that slide as I was looking at it.
Okay.
So if you were to say, like, okay, well, look, we can trace back the last common ancestor of all living humans, and therefore that's a created kind. Like, I mean, if you use that exact same methodology and then you included chimps,
right?
You can
it wouldn't
trace
work.
back the last. It does work.
No, it wouldn't work, because once we start looking at the best genetic markers, the best genetic way to determine and answer this question of ancestry, like your uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, Y chromosome, mitochondrial DNA.
Better.
Once you, it is better because they lack recombination, and so it's less messy. Oh, you said you did agree that they're better?
No, I don't. No, I don't agree. You're right. It is less messy, but it doesn't mean it's better.
No, because we can have an unbroken line within the Y chromosome family tree and the
Sure.
mitochondrial DNA family tree, because every generation that mutations accumulate, a new branch on the family tree is added. And so all you got to do is take those branches back to an original point. And using Y chromosome, using mitochondrial DNA, when you bring in the chimpanzee, you find that the mitochondrial DNA and also the Y chromosome is nothing like your human Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA. And that includes extinct human groups that we have their DNA for, like Neanderthals, for example.
So here's kind of the thing. Why is that better than using, say, I don't know, one of the genes on chromosome 4?
Well, we could use orphan genes. Are you familiar with
I know what orphan genes are, but I'm not talking about using orphan genes, because that would by definition mean that you're not going to get outside of humans, right?
Well, exactly. It's a problem.
So I don't want to use
it's a problem for the evolutionist model, because we have
that's a problem with doing something.
I'm almost done. For the audience sake, orphan
Donny,
genes.
come on. Like that, if you use orphan genes, just so for everybody who's watching, orphan genes are genes which are unique to a species. So if you were to be like, well, let's compare orphan genes with another species, like by definition, if you choose orphan genes, they are not in the other species, right? So
we have orphan genes within
just
humans.
choose like chromosome 4, right? Chromosome 5, chromosome 1. Don't use chromosome 2 because that one's, split.
So, chromosome 2, but Bubbles, I'm engaging Mr. Anderson. Chromosome 2 would be another line of evidence for the fact that humans and chimpanzees are not related, because humans have 46 chromosomes, chimpanzees have 48, and we have strong evidence against a chromosome fusion in the past, which we can engage.
I don't know that. I don't know enough about chromosome 2 fusion to engage with you on that. I don't want.
Okay, well, I want to bring up one point for us to engage. Okay, we've actually discovered Eve. She's published in the technical literature, and so you can look up this.
Eve. I'm familiar.
Right, so you can look up mitochondrial diversity within modern human populations. This was published by Dr. Rob Carter, and so they discovered Eve's sequence. It's the consensus sequence,
and mitochondrial Eve,
right. And so it turns out that on average, as you can see here, on average differed from, so these sequences, any two people essentially on the planet in their mitochondrial DNA differ by only roughly 21, somewhere between 21 and 25 DNA differences or mutations from the Eve consensus sequence. And that is trivial to accumulate. It's very few differences in the overall scheme of things. It's biblical time. And so we have Eve's sequence, mitochondrial Eve. And
mitochondrial Eve, that's right.
So do you agree that based on this paper, we know her sequence, her original sequence?
Who, mitochondrial Eve? Mitochondrial Eve's mitochondrial sequence, right?
Yes.
But mitochondrial Eve is not Eve.
It is, because they've discovered that. So notice this, based on the current data set, over 84% of the mitochondrial genome is invariant. And so most of it's the same worldwide. There's low diversity, low variation. There's only a few DNA differences separating any two people. The mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA is somewhere between 0.1 and 0.5 per generation. And so just very basic math tells you that it takes really just a couple hundred generations max to accumulate an average of 20 to 25 DNA differences. But yet you would want to place mitochondrial Eve in Africa somewhere between 150 and 200,000 years ago. But the genetic data does not suggest that. You'd have to infer that. And it's a weak
inference. The genetic data doesn't suggest that.
Well, because I just pointed out right here, the mitochondrial DNA worldwide is incredibly invariant. 84% of it's the same. There's only a few DNA differences separating any two people. And so
that's the average, not the maximum. You have to use the maximum.
Right. And the max is only about 140. Right. And so still trivial in light of the mutation.
If you do a coalescence analysis, you get what is it, 100 to 200,000 years.
No. because that's not based on the observed mutation rate. That would be
Right. It's
making-
based on the substitution rate.
right. But here's the
I
problem.
know.
In your model, you understand that when it comes to an equilibrium point, because you have deep time scales, you have a per generation mutation rate, let's say 0.1 to 0.5, neutral mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA that actually equals your long-term substitution rate. And so it really doesn't help you to look to the substitution rate. You still have to deal with the low variation, and you have to deal with the fast mutation rate.
No, the substitution rate is the substitution rate. It can be directly measured. I know Dr. Dan's been over this with you more than one time.
Yeah, but he's not a population geneticist. He doesn't understand the fact that in evolutionary time scales, Mr. Anderson,
Yeah.
there's what's called fixation equilibrium. And so your
I
per
know
generation,
equilibrium
right.
is, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so your per generation mutation rate, if it's 0.1 or 0.5, like I said, that equals the long-term mutation rate, the substitution rate.
Okay. So first of all, Dr. Dan is an evolutionary biologist.
Right, but he's not a population geneticist.
Well, then talk to Zach Hancock, and he'll tell you the same thing.
Well, basic population genetics would tell us exactly what I'm saying. I mean, I can pull up.
You're talking about the molecular clock under like some idealized assumptions. So those idealized assumptions don't really, hold, right? There's more complicated models. Like you're just using what, 4NE?
Well, it's the basis for.
It's the basis for the molecular clock. Yeah, it's the basis for it.
So I want to pull up the quote.
Yeah, that's the basics. But then if you want to get to actually like using the molecular clock to
right here. I found the slide. Since on average it'll take 4 NE generations for such mutations to reach fixation, about the same number of neutral mutations should be fixed every generation. And this is in many ways a solution to Haldane's dilemma, because in light of the mutation rate, how long does it take in restricted populations for these beneficial mutations to basically reach fixation? Because you need not individual change, but you need species-wide change for forward evolution to take place. And in order for that to take place, you need beneficial mutations to reach fixation to the point where they're stuck in place. And that can drive forward evolution. But there's a waiting time problem that Haldane discovered.
I'm familiar with the waiting time problem, and we know why. Like Haldane's dilemma was solved back. I can't remember off the top of my head what the solution is to Haldane's dilemma, but I know. What I do remember is
genetic drift.
It could have been, I can't remember.
Partly genetic drift, and that's why this is so important, and that's why Fatuma here says.
Here's an interesting thing that I did want to get into with you. Which is kind of related to this. Drill me on genetic entropy and your argument as to why genetic entropy is inevitable.
Hey, real quick, guys, and this directly leads into genetic entropy anyway, but I want to point out something about fixation. So fixation in the evolutionary model is always about populations, and so it's scalable from small to large populations, and the larger the population, effectively, the longer fixation takes. But here's my observation. I am willing to bet, and I'll gladly grant my ignorance on some of this, but I am willing to bet that you cannot demonstrate through actual empirical science that any given mutation actually fixes in a large population. In other words, it's entirely hypothetical.
Well, in young Earth creation timescales, we don't really believe in population-wide fixation. We've only got 4,500 years, and so we don't have fixation equilibrium, especially after the Tower of Babel, when people spread out to all parts of the globe. You might have localized fixation, but not population-wide fixation.
Yeah, that's exactly the implication, is that the population is much more likely to diverge and split apart than it is to linger around long enough for the mutation to fixate. And if that's true, it basically blows evolution out of the water, because it has to have the time for the fixation to occur.
The evolutionary model
you can
has
calculate the time to fixation, and I don't remember exactly what the formula is, but it is a pretty long time.
You can calculate it, but you can't demonstrate it. That was my original.
Well, you can
point.
demonstrate it in creatures that have shorter lifespans, and then you're going to have to assume that the laws, like you're going to have to assume that the relationship holds, and if there isn't something that we don't know about, which makes humans different.
Gentlemen,
like we don't know of anything that would make it different, but I mean, yeah, it's an assumption.
I want to point out something really important real quick before we move on. So this paper, and we can get to genetic entropy for sure. That's one of the lines of evidence separate from the Eve consensus sequence. But the author of the Eve consensus sequence paper that we were just talking about, Mr. Anderson. So right here, Dr. Rob Carter and Dr. John Sanford, they both worked on this. Well, the author here has responded himself to the same claim that you made, that Dr. Dan Stern-Cardinal made. And right here, Rob Carter says this is referring to Dan Cardinal, claims I misunderstand the substitution rate versus the mutation rate. Yeah. And he has said, similar to what Chris Roop and I have written about, I am perfectly well aware that the long-term substitution rate is not the same as the genealogical mutation rate. However, over long periods of time, right? So here's the fixation equilibrium that you understand.
What do you mean by fixation? I don't think you're using that word correctly. Do you mean mutation drift equilibrium?
Mutation drift equilibrium, I think in many ways applies to mutations, beneficial mutations.
No, mutation drift equilibrium is the concept that when you have a population which has reached a local peak of fitness, that mutations are going to introduce, that most mutations are at that point going to be deleterious, and mutation is going to introduce variation, and then
more beneficial. There's going to be a counterbalance where now more beneficial mutations are accumulating than deleterious.
No.
Well, then explain yourself better, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Don't worry. I'm doing my best. I'm just not that bright. So at a localized peak, right? Like once you get, it's kind of like when you hit the top, there's nowhere to go but down, right? So if a creature reaches its maximal sort of level of fitness for a given environment, and that environment doesn't change, then most mutations that occur are going to be deleterious, just because there's nowhere to go but down, right? And so then it's going to introduce mutation, like mutation is going to introduce variation, and then selection is going to remove that mutation. And that's selection mutation equilibrium.
Yeah, right? So here's mutation drift equilibrium right here. Mutation drift equilibrium is a standard part of many evolutionary models. Given many millions of years, one would expect genomes to become saturated with mutations, reaching an equilibrium where the number of new mutations is balanced by the number of mutations lost through random drift and purifying selection. So it's not the same thing as fixation equilibrium that I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't know what this is, but I was talking about mutation selection equilibrium. Okay. But I don't know what this mutation drift equilibrium is then.
So fixation equilibrium that Chris Roop and I have wrote about is simply the fact that over long evolutionary timescales, your per generation neutral mutation rate will equal the fixation rate. And so if 50 mutations are, if 50 mutations
for neutral mutations, right?
Neutral, yeah, of course, because
not for nearly neutral mutations.
Nearly neutral as well.
No, because, nearly neutral, you got to use a different formula.
No, because nearly neutral mutations are not subject to selection, and so they act as neutral to selection, but because they have only slightly deleterious effects. They still drift, and they would drift to fixation. That's genome-wide or population-wide genetic
Hang on, I'll get
damage.
just give me a sec. I gotta get my other book. No, that's not correct.
Take your time. I want to just finish reading Rob Carter's quote because I think it's pertinent to the fact that he's the one that wrote this paper on the Eve consensus sequence. And your rebuttal was, well, you got to look to the substitution rate. Well, the authors responded to that. And so he says, actually, I'm screen shared, so I can't even tell if you're still there. Let me check. Okay, he walked away. You know what? To be fair, we'll wait for him. So
Donnie, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead, brother.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is it the idea that most creationists believe that evolution and the idea of evolution and the idea of the Big Bang aims to dismiss the idea of a God? Is that like the overarching theme? Because I don't personally believe that like Charles Darwin had the intention of being like, yeah, let me disprove God. I think he just observed some things and he had a misunderstanding. But just something that
I
maybe
think it was Charles Lyell, but don't quote me on this. I think he's the one that said, as he worked in uniformitarian ideas, that we need to get away from Moses. We need to get away from flood geology. We need to essentially give it up. I can't remember the exact quote. It was something anti-Moses and anti the flood. So in many ways, yeah, uniformitarian and evolutionist thinking is at least a direct attack on Moses and Genesis and the Bible's account of origins. That's not to say there aren't Christians like at BioLogos that would say evolution is the means by which God brought forth the various life forms, right? But I do think the thinking originated out of a disliking of Genesis and its clear account of origins.
okay, if we could explore that a little more after, I'd really like to. Thanks.
Hey, Donnie, sorry. Can I dive in real fast? Can I answer Josh's question real quick?
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
Josh, to answer your question, why evolutionists chose their belief system, if you look at history, in past history, starting from when this country was founded on biblical principles, our Constitution is founded on biblical principles. It's written, "We the people." It starts, "We the people," and then it goes on to say, and then even our anthem, our flag, national anthem, our Pledge of Allegiance says, "One nation under God." So Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, our founding fathers, they all had a biblical principle. They tried to put that into the country. But the reason why this slowly evolution started developing is because I believe evolutionists are trying to run away from accountability. Because God says, God gave us a law. And when you said Moses, God gave us the 10 Commandments, and afterwards Jesus gave us grace, but still we have rules to follow, and our conscience and the Holy Spirit works through the conscience. So I believe that a lot of evolutionists choose their belief system because they don't want to follow the principles or the laws that are given by God because it doesn't suit their lifestyle or it doesn't suit their morals.
Let's
Yeah,
explore.
okay,
Let's
so-
explore this a little
Well,
deeper.
guys, I'm going to jump in. I don't want us to get too far off
Yeah,
track.
that's what I'm saying.
I want to
Let's
keep.
get back to the
I
subject.
appreciate. Don't worry, we're going to have plenty
Yeah,
of
that's
time.
probably a
open
good
debate.
Sorry
call,
about that,
Donnie.
Donnie. Yeah, thanks
No,
so much,
that's
guys.
okay. That's okay because Mr. Anderson stepped away for a bit. Anyways, you're back, Agent Smith. So let me just finish my point. I know you got a book, so you'll have a point to make.
No,
But
it's just notes. Go ahead.
Okay. So the author, Dr. Rob Carter, he says, however, over long periods of time in a population and mutation drift equilibrium, the two are nearly equal. There is also not, as he claims, a conflict between the thought that A, most mutations are lost to drift, and B, and this is what I point out, the mutation rate is approximately the same as the fixation rate. Why? Because even if most mutations are lost, in a large population, many are not. And Fatuma, he points out in this evolutionary textbook on PopGen that we're looking at, if you continue the quote, Mr. Anderson, and then I'll let you respond. If you continue the quote here, where he says the rate of fixation mutations is theoretically constant equals the mutation rate, the neutral mutation rate, he begins to talk about population size. And he says population size is not going to affect this, because in a large population, fixation's slower, but you have many more mutations entering the population and spreading throughout the population. In a small population, you have less mutations entering the population and spreading throughout the population because less individuals, but you have faster rates of fixation. And so there's a counterbalance there where this rule essentially still applies. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I agree with that. For neutral for neutral mutations, that's true. The problem occurs when you are trying to use nearly neutral mutations, because when you do that, it's different, right? And the reason it's different is because with neutral mutations, like that's correct, right? The more people you have, the longer, the longer it's going to take to spread out across the population. But by the same token, the more neutral mutations there will be, right? With a nearly neutral mutation, it's a little bit different, because the question then becomes, how nearly neutral is it, right? Because not all nearly neutral mutations are created equal. And a nearly neutral mutation is a mutation which is close enough to being neutral that evolution, or selection, I should say, doesn't see it. And it's going to not see it depending on how many times it gets a look at it, right? And that is going to depend on two things. The first one is, how bad is it, right? How nearly neutral is it? And the second one is population size. And there's two ways to calculate population size, right? There's effective population size, and then there's like how many people are there, right? So the formula is that the probability of fixation of a nearly neutral mutation is not just equal to the mutation rate. It is 2Ne over N all over 1 minus E to the negative 4Ne times S, right? So it's just a much more complicated formula, right? And that's the basis for for every mutation that you do or that you want to calculate, it's going to depend A, on population size, and B, on how nearly neutral is the mutation, right? So what's going to end up happening is that some of these mutations are like, the closer it is to neutral, the more likely it is to get to fixation, right? And the smaller the population size, the less close to neutral it has to be before it's got a pretty good probability of reaching fixation. So the really bad mutations never reach fixation.
Well, the really bad mutations would be subject to selection. And that's the whole point, is you're trying to make the no selection zone in terms of these neutral mutations. You're trying to make it as small as possible. When in reality, I didn't interrupt you. Let me just finish. If you disagree, just note it down like a debater does, and you can respond to it. The problem is there's so much in terms of genetic noise. There's selection interference where you have all these traits segregating in the population that your most beneficial ones are just never even amplified because of the noise. There's so much going on in the genome that what you're arguing seems to me to be very one-dimensional and counter to what a lot of these evolutionary scientists in the field are saying. Like right here, Iyer, Walker, and Keatley, they say it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness. And so where you say, and this is where I'd like you to speak, it sounds like you're agreeing that, okay, the same number of neutral mutations should be fixed every generation. The rate of fixation mutations is theoretically constant, equals the neutral mutation rate. So you're saying this does not apply to the nearly neutral or effectively neutral mutations, though. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, that's right. Because for effectively neutral or nearly neutral, that depends. And it depends on how nearly neutral they are, A, and B, it depends on what's your population size. So let's say and here's kind of the problem, as I understand it, with like the genetic entropy model, is that let's say, for example, that you've got a mutation which is nearly neutral, right? And it's spreading across the population and it's drifting towards fixation because it is within that no selection zone on its own, right? Like a time bomb, right? And then you've got your trigger, right? So it's like this mutation and that mutation on their own, they're neutral. There's no fitness cost, right? But together there is, right? Then what that means is that they're never going to both reach fixation, because whenever, let's say one of them reaches fixation first and everybody's got it, right? That means then that if it is deleterious, if it has an effect on fitness, and fitness, I'm defining fitness in the conventional sense, right?
Reproductive.
If it has an effect on fitness, then it'll have an effect on fitness, which means selection will see it and it'll be subject to purifying selection, right?
But
It'll never reach fixation because its value of S gets bumped up, which screws up the whole formula.
See, the issue that I have is I believe you are underappreciating the just how nearly neutral even these neutral mutations are. Because like the quote from Iyer, Walker, and Keatley, they said no mutation should be truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness at all. And so I would argue that yes, even your strictly neutral mutations, if you want to call them that, they're still going to be slightly deleterious in the same way that a single rust molecule, you've heard this, on a vehicle is deleterious, but it's not going to destroy the car. It's the accumulating damage over time, or a single spelling mistake in a book the size of an encyclopedia. On its own, it's inconsequential, but as enough spelling mistakes accumulate over time, the message becomes muddled and the book becomes unreadable. And just like the genome, this is a ticking time bomb. I do think that the reproductive way of defining fitness is greatly flawed, because by the time the entire
let's not get into that. Just give me that one. We can talk about that later.
Well, I'll ask a clarifying question. So you have two neutral mutations, nearly neutral mutations, entering the population. Depending on the size of the population, it sounded like you said, okay, maybe one is strictly neutral, but then another one has an effect on that one that makes them both seen, and so selection removes them from the equation. Or did I misunderstand?
Selection would only remove the second one, probably.
Right? Okay, and then the other
so
one
like
would.
This is an example of what they call mutational load, right? So like you've said, like on many occasions, we're all multiply mutant, right? And so we do have these deleterious mutations that are often heterozygous and recessive, right? And when they hit homozygosity in a particular person, then like the time bomb goes off essentially, and there's a big problem, right? Or even there's a little problem, right? But so here's part of the thing is that, I'm sorry for diverting on this. Actually, I'll finish that thought and then I'll go on to this other one. So what that means then is, let's just use the example of the big problem, but it's only a big problem if there's an accumulation, right? So at the point where there's enough of an accumulation of rust spots, for example, in the car, where it does have an effect on fitness, then that last mutation, which would actually cause a selection effect, is never going to reach fixation. Because as soon as it hits, as it starts to spread through the population, if those other things are already fixed, and now this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, the straw that breaks the camel's back will never reach fixation because it is selectable. Does that make sense?
Those are some good points, interesting points. This is technical for sure. And I would recommend that you and I do our own just 2-hour show where we can discuss this for sure. And so I think that'd be fun. And I do appreciate your professional approach to engaging this, Mr. Anderson. And so I would argue that fixation only exacerbates the problem. Okay, so any mutation that reaches fixation, if it is slightly deleterious, that is very small damage population-wide, where now it's not subject to selection because the entire population has that mutation now stuck in place. I think we'd agree with that. But genetic entropy still applies when mutations don't drift to fixation, because let's say, for example, in the human population today, we got about 7 to 8 billion people. Mutation rates about 100 per person per generation. That's 700 billion new mutations this generation alone. And so those mutations will spread. They will lead slowly into genetic sickness. And by the time selection can see the damage, as you pointed out, everybody's multiply mutant. And so all it can ever do is slow down the genetic degeneration problem. Because let's say we invoked really strong, intense selection, removed 50% of the worst mutants. So let's say you remove 4 billion people. Well, what are you left with? You're left with 4 billion people who are more mutant than the generation before it. Here's the last thing I'll say, because the whole point of genetic entropy is that every generation is more mutant than the previous generation. I'm more mutant than my parents. My parents are more mutant than their parents, and so on and so forth. Go ahead.
I don't think that's quite right. Like, the thing is that, so you are correct that there is such a thing that we call, like, I think it's called mutation load, right? Where we are all multiply mutant, right? But what happens is that instead of it being like a straight line that just continues to go up and up forever, what happens is that, like, there's a point, like what you're calling like the meltdown point, and portions of the population are going to hit that meltdown point before it fixes, and then they're going to suffer those effects, and then that, what I'm calling the straw that breaks the camel's back, gets eliminated. Now all the other straw that's on that camel's back still there, and that's what they call the mutational load. And it's a thing, and it does cause us problems. And like, that's why, like, they say, like, women have, I think, like 2.5 births per woman or something like that. That's actually not quite correct. Like, women have more than that, because you're not counting all of the miscarriages that occur, many of which they don't even know about because they're aborted very early. Right. And that's because of the mutation load. And so it's a mutation load that we can and do bear because there's not a significant amount of investment in the fetus when the woman's body detects that we hit the reverse genetic lottery and we need to.
Wouldn't that be considered one of those big mutations that results in no reproduction? If it's a mutation in the zygote or the growing baby in the womb, well, that baby is not going to be born, and then there's going to be no reproduction. And so,
it's like I said, it depends. Like, a lot of these mutations, these like slightly deleterious mutations, are recessive, right? And a lot of times, like, they don't have any effect at all until or unless more than one of them is in the same person at the same time, not just homozygous, but like homozygous in multiple spots. And then sometimes,
and that's the problem is, as you know, I don't want to respond to that just yet, because I want to respond to what you said first. My rebuttal to what you're saying is, yes, I agree, there's fitness variation. Okay, so everybody's multiply mutant, but some might be more mutant than the others, and so therefore those mutants can be removed from the equation before other mutants. But I would use an illustration to make it more understandable for the audience. Let's say you had a car lot and you had 350 cars. Over time, they're all accumulating damage. They're all accumulating rust molecules. But some, for whatever reason, they're going to accumulate more damage and more rust molecules. Like a GM's probably going to turn into trash before maybe a Honda or a Toyota. Okay. So the point is, sure, those are going to be removed from the equation first, but that doesn't mean your Hondas, your Toyotas, your Nissans aren't also going to be subject to that same damage through rust. And eventually they're going to be wiped out as well, to the point where that entire car lot is done. And that's the same thing with the human population is, yes, degeneration can be slowed. Some are more mutant than others, but all you ever get is a slowing of the degeneration process, because every generation is still going to be more mutant than the previous generation.
Yeah. No. So here's the problem with that idea, as I understand it. Again, I'm not a population geneticist, right? But my understanding is, like, so you talk about like, well, let's give like the example, your classic example of a deleterious mutation or a slightly deleterious mutation that you would say does not affect fitness, right? So, the two examples I hear you give all the time are the Paul Price example, which is, he has asthma, and so his breathing is like slightly affected, but he can still have kids, right?
I kind of like the age one better if you want to use
The
that
age one?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the age one then. So the age one is that like, look, there's this deleterious mutation and it like reduces your lifespan by 2 years, right? So, you would otherwise have lived until 70, but now you're only going to live until 68. And so the argument is that that's not going to affect your ability to have kids. It's just going to mean that you die sooner, which sucks for you, but it's not a mutation that evolution can see, right? Like, have I fairly represented your example?
Yeah, I think you're doing well. I would say, okay, you get a mutation that affects, like you said, let's say the lifespan by 2 years. And so I'm able to live to 70. And then my kids, because of that mutation they've inherited, now they're only able to live to 68. That's not going to stop them from being able to have really as many kids as possible. But then the next generation, they only live their maximum lifespan 66. But again, that's not going to stop them from being able to have kids.
Pause. So number one, we're way ahead of ourselves. So let's just talk about the first mutation.
Okay.
Where
the first generation.
Where you're saying like, look, me living until I would otherwise have lived until 70. People live a range of of ages, right? But I would otherwise have lived till 70, but I'm only going to live till 68 now because of this particular mutation. And the idea is, or the argument is that is a mutation that selection cannot see, right?
Selection cannot see it. It has no effect immediately on reproduction, but one would be insane to say that it's not deleterious in some way.
Right. And the thing is that in population genetics, they would assign an S coefficient to that. And the reason that they would do that is because just because you've had your kids already doesn't mean that your life doesn't matter in the evolutionary sense. Because if I died 2 years earlier than I otherwise would, and that may mean that I can't be as good of a grandfather to my grandkids. And maybe that won't matter, but maybe it will. And it may not matter for me, and it might not matter for you, right? And it might not matter for, like 1,000 of the people that that this gene spreads to. But eventually,
if I could, and I appreciate this, just so we can interact, using an illustration, I think that perfectly aligns with the example that I give about a single spelling mistake in a book the size of an encyclopedia or a single rust molecule on a car, where it's inconsequential, just like this example right away. But if I were to go to that specific part of the book where that typographical error has been introduced, it might be just a little more difficult to read that word and therefore be able to understand that sentence prior to that spelling mistake being there. And so in this example, I think that's a great point you made, that although I can only live to 68 now instead of 70, well, that's 2 years taken off my life to hang out with my grandchildren, to be a blessing to them.
I'm more saying that like that could have an influence on your grandchild's survival, right? Like maybe having that grandfather there would have made a difference. Right. And that's the measurable effect. Right. And maybe
not a lot of guesswork, though.
It is, except how much do you know about like multiple linear regression?
Multiple linear regression. You'll have to define that or explain that.
Okay, it's no problem. It's a bunch of like math stuff. Basically, if you've got a large enough number of people and you've got a whole bunch of different factors which are affecting different things, and each one of those, individual people has a different set of things that are affecting them.
Okay.
Then you can do a bunch of math to sort of try and cancel out the different things that are affecting things. So it's kind of like if everybody's got all these things affecting them and we can regress all of those to the average, then we can figure out what the average is. And then we can figure out, but for this one thing that we care about, what would the line look like? And then what does it look like now? And they can actually measure the difference with respect to this one particular thing on a whole population. So even though evolution typically, well, let me finish.
Well, but but I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. So the regression is towards what?
Regression towards
a more
the
average
mean.
state, a better state.
Regression towards the mean is the statistical term.
Okay.
Yeah, you won't. I don't know if you want to look it up later, but no, the idea. I'm just trying to give you like a real big kind of basic rundown of this idea. So ultimately, what I'm saying is that although typically like evolution acts on phenotype and not like particular traits, if you have enough people, and it's gonna act on like that particular thing, right? So if you got enough people, you can isolate that particular thing that you care about, right? So I can actually have selection affect the 2-year thing, the 2-year difference, even though like for Paul, it probably didn't matter because he's got such a glorious mustache that he would have had a bazillion kids anyway.
But I do want to say that it still did not stop the individual who now can live to a maximum of 68 versus 70 from having 10 kids, from having 15 kids. They can still have as many kids as the previous generation.
I understand. Like I said, with the glorious mustache Paul has, he will have as many kids as he wants, right? But that may not be true. Like his grandkids might be fine, right? But if you look at it across a population, in terms of that sucker, reaching fixation, it has to hit beautiful mustaches every time, right? And as soon as it doesn't, then selection's going to see it and it gets eliminated.
Right, but it's only going to become a massive problem to reproduction and the overall health of the species' ability to reproduce and have lots of kids, differential reproduction. Once it reaches a point where the maximum lifespan is something like 30, 25. No. And so it's like a ticking time bomb where you have, I just want to say this and then you can take your time because I got to run to the restroom real quick. I've been drinking a lot. So basically,
I don't want to talk to the air. I want to talk to you.
Well, no. I was going to say you can interact with the audience just for 30 seconds while I'm gone. So I want to make this point. You have a bomb and it's set to go off in 3 minutes. Yeah. Well, that countdown, although scary, because once it hits 0, the bomb's going to go off and now we've got incredible damage, right? We've got an explosion. That explosion does not come until the timer hits 0. In the same way that these nearly neutral mutations can accumulate and eventually affect reproductive fitness, by the time it does affect reproductive fitness population-wide, it's too late. The population itself has descended into complete genetic sickness, and there's no going back to good health for that population.
No, the reason that's incorrect is because if it matters, it matters, and it affects selection. If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't affect selection. So like either it matters or it doesn't. And if it matters, it will never reach fixation. And if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Put a pin in that. I will respond. I'll give somebody else on the panel the opportunity to bring up a point if they would like to. Josh, I think you just
unmuted. No, I'm like driving home. I'll be home like in 10 minutes, so I'm gonna really try to engage at that time. So T-Rock, I don't know if you want to take it from here for now. T-Rock,
I got a question.
Go ahead, Dan.
Mr. Anderson, don't you find it suspect that in 3.7 billion years ago bacteria only evolved one time and only made one tree of life, and only some of that bacteria evolved and all the other bacteria didn't evolve for 3.7 billion years?
I would find that suspect, yeah.
Okay, so that's the beginning of your evolutionary tree. So,
well, no, I mean, That's so, do you know, okay, so coalescence theory, right, is that, says that like, if you go back far enough, we all can trace our ancestry back to a single ancestor, right? A single individual, just kind of by virtue of, there's a good video about this. I think it's either Dr. Dan or Zach Hancock has a good video about explaining why it is. It's Zach Hancock, and it's the video about Cheddar Man, and explains like how if you go back far enough, if an ancestor is an ancestor of any of us, he's gonna just mathematically certainly be an ancestor of all of us. But that does not mean that was the only person around. And so by the same token, that one bacteria that we can all trace our ancestry back to was not the only bacteria around. It was a member of a population.
No, I know, but
so
why?
All of us are related to that one.
But why wouldn't bacteria continue to evolve like new trees of life for 3.7 billion years? Why wouldn't?
They did.
Why did it? No, they didn't.
Yeah, man, they did.
That's not what the tree of life shows.
No, like, oh, so you're saying like, why is it not the case that another bacteria didn't go off in another direction, and that there's like a separate ancestry of like
a new
fungi
tree,
or something?
yeah, like, or make
again, it's got to do with this mathematical concept of coalescence theory. So yeah, that's the answer is the answer is you should learn more about coalescence theory, and that'll answer that question.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's get back to what we were talking about there, Mr. Anderson. And this also goes back to what I was saying in terms of answering this question of ancestry, where I believe I can show why humans and everything associated with the humankind is unrelated and separate to any other form of life. I like sticking with the chimpanzee because you would agree that if evolution is true, chimpanzees and bonobos are our closest living relatives, as we share a common ancestor with them. And so why not stay as close to home as possible rather than showing you why, let's say, strawberries and humans aren't related, right? Let's stick with.
I've been down that road for like 2 hours already today, and then 2 hours already on another day. So sure, let's stick with.
Least I can do for you, since you're a good sport, Mr. Anderson, is stay as close to home as.
No, like I said, I do this because I enjoy the intellectual challenge, and Dr. Hovind is he's certainly wily,
Well, I want to make a point about what I see. I see you and your evolutionist friends, and feel free to push back on this, but I see you guys magically making the no selection zone unrealistically small to see every tiny mutation, basically to transition it from drift to selection midway through. That seems to be what you're saying, that at first they're unselectable, selection can't see them, but eventually they're going to amount to a point where now they are seen by selection. So it's gone from drift, they've been drifting, but now they reach a point where selection can see them.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, so, you were talking about, like, there's going to be this genetic meltdown, right? Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that point of genetic meltdown, like that, at that point, that change, which would otherwise cause the genetic meltdown, will never reach fixation, because genetic meltdown is a very deleterious thing. And so what'll happen is that you're going to hover right underneath that genetic meltdown point, and then parts of the population are going to go over it, and they're going to have that effect, whether that's a minor effect or a major effect, but let's assume it's a major, because genetic meltdown sounds like it's going to be pretty major, right?
Right.
So when part of the population accumulates that last little bit that, bam, we're in genetic meltdown, they will suffer that effect. and they'll get eliminated. And then everybody else is going to hover right under the line. And then somebody else, that mutation is going to happen somewhere, and they're going to go above the line. Genetic meltdown is going to happen for them. It's never going to fix. They'll die, and you'll go down again, right? It'll go like this. It'll go. And
it just seems like
right at that genetic meltdown. It's going to walk that line, and it'll do that forever.
It seems like hope, dream, and imagine, right? That whales and pine trees are related
math.
because, well, it just well, right. And that's the problem is there's a lot of unrealistic mathematical modeling going on here.
What's
unrealistic? Because take the example of humans today. You got 7 to 8 billion people on the planet. Yeah. Mutation rates about 100 per person per generation.
Sure.
And so population wide, we have a ton of mutations in the population. And so sure, get to a point where you reduce the population by 50%, the 50% worst mutants. Now you're left with, let's say, 4 billion people who are still more mutant than the previous generation. Okay, time goes on. And
they're more mutant than the previous generation, but not in the bad ways, right? Like you've reduced the number of really deleterious mutations.
I would say yes, because
right? Because the new mutations that accumulate aren't necessarily going to be as bad as all of the ones that you've eliminated, right? So that's a big purifying event. Now everybody is less mutant than the previous generation. Now they can start getting more mutant again if you want, but then you're going to have if you have another big selective sweep like that.
No, but the people who remain, those 4 billion people, they're they've accumulated more mutations than their parents, than their grandparents. So that's what I mean. They're still more mutant than their previous generation, maybe not more mutant than the ones removed.
Right.
But eventually they're going to reach a point to where the ones were that were removed, right?
Right, that's right. We're gonna hit that thing. We're gonna go right. You're right. That like even after you go down, right? Like let's say it goes up, and then now there's like a bunch of people who are like, let's say, like you said, half the population, and they all die because for some very strange reason, that could happen in a small population, right? Where because
more recessive mutations come to the forefront in a small population.
And it's easier that like the glorious mustache can hide more mutations than, right? Like,
it's if you're a nice beneficial mutation to grow.
If you're a Paul Price,
I've been growing this for 34 years.
But no, I mean, look, Okay,
let me say this.
You and I, we get that asthma. We're, our genes aren't making it to the next mutation. Paul Price, no problem, right? Glorious.
Shout out to our boy Paul. So we should set up a conversation, you and Paul. So let's say we have 2 lines. Okay, here's try and get in the camera. So everybody's accumulating mutations. Okay, so they're going up, but then eventually this part of the population goes up a little further, and you're saying, "Oops, selection can see them; they're removed."
Yeah, they hit that.
So now everybody's back. So now everybody's back to here.
Just barely under that line.
Okay,
that's right.
So now but then they're going to go up.
It's some of them. Some of them are.
Okay, so let's see. If I had more hands, I'd be able to make it better.
Well, no, just say that. Like, look, here's a population. This is the total population in the world goes this way, right? Time goes this way, right? So as mutations go, the population continues to increase. We hit that meltdown point, increases a little more. Now people start to die. The population goes down.
And that's where I disagree. No, see, I don't agree that the population is going to start going down at that point. You're going to have you're going to have the worst mutants removed, but the rest of the population is still, it's not like suddenly they're going to start going down.
No, the average number, like the average badness, right, in the genome goes down when you eliminate the outliers, right? Like if it's just mathematically, that's a fact, right? If you take the 50 dumbest students in a class and you murder them, then when you take the average test scores, they're going to be better, right?
Okay, they're going to be better, yeah. Okay, but
even though the other kids did not get any smarter, the average is up, right? So, and then they start getting dumber, right?
I'm not sure it's a 1-to-1 comparison though, because some students,
that's
they
a messed up
excel
comparison.
more because they're studying, they're doing their homework, they're putting more work into it rather than the slackers. But I just find it interesting because if you do have selection so we have this issue that, population geneticists in the past, the 50s, 60s, I think it was, they pointed out that we need forward evolution, which means we need fixation, specifically fixation of beneficial mutations. But fixations, it's so slow, for these beneficial mutations to arise, become fixed in order for population-wide change. And then genetic drifts introduced. Oh, most mutations are neutral, which means selection can't see them. And so they're not subject to selection. And so they'll be able to drift to fixation. And there you go. You've got forward change. But now, because of this problem.
No. Selection, positive selection and drift are different, right? Like I know, I can't remember exactly what the solution is to the Haldane's dilemma thing, but it's different than.
Well,
like that is part of it,
but you need those neutral mutations to reach fixation for species-wide change, right? Yes or no?
Like positive selection is a much stronger force than drift, and it's a stronger force than purifying selection in a sense, right?
But if the majority of mutations are neutral, what's that effect more? What's in effect more, drift or selection?
Depends on the population size.
A large population, 7 billion.
In a large population, then selection is going to have a greater effect on fixation than drift.
Okay, so if you have selection operating, then we've basically just undermined the basis of the molecular clock. So now you're going to have fewer of these mutations reaching fixation for evolutionary change.
Like because beneficial mutations are relatively rare, the most of the mutations that do reach fixation are still going to be neutral or nearly neutral.
But when a beneficial mutation becomes fixed, what else becomes fixed with it?
Well, you're talking about linkage blocks, right?
Your deleterious mutations are going to be fixed with it.
If you're going to evaluate like a beneficial mutation that's got strong linkage to deleterious mutation, I think you have to evaluate the linkage block as a whole, because you're going to have to take the good with the bad,
right?
Unless it's one that can be, sorted by recombination, but not all can, right?
And those deleterious mutations would, let's say you have a linkage block of 10,000 nucleotides. Well, the bad is linked with the good.
I don't even know whether that. I don't know how many alleles that would correspond with. I'm not that smart.
Well, let me ask you this then. I would argue that even when your beneficial mutation does arise, about 1 in a million, the Lenski experiment discovered.
Sure.
I would argue, I'm not saying all the time,
but be different, but whatever. We'll just take that as a number.
Go with that, 1 in a million. They turn out to be genotypically, not all of them, but most of them reductive, where they're still functionally compromising to organisms. And so now that is still deleterious in many ways, even though it's labeled a beneficial mutation. So that's just going to speed up.
Yeah,
okay, I see you giving me a funny look. I see you giving me a funny look. Okay, take sickle cell anemia. Genotypically, what's happening on the, we understand what happens on the phenotype, right? If you have sickle cell anemia, you're resistant to malaria. Okay, that's phenotype. But why? On the genotype, why is that the case?
Why on the genotype?
Yeah,
I have no idea what the A, C, and T and G of. Well, I don't know what the code is. So do you mean like because the cells are a funny shape, and so like the malaria virus? Yeah. Okay. So you mean on the phenotype?
Because the
phenotype is the expression of the genes, which makes the cells, moon shape.
But when we look at the genetic content of the individual who is resistant to malaria, because we see outwardly, okay, this person is more resistant to malaria. They have sickle cell anemia, but the genetic content, why is that? You just said it's because they have a deformed hemoglobin protein, I think it is. And so basically it's due to a broken cell, broken protein. That's reductive.
Well, so here's kind of the problem, right? Is that like now we're getting into kind of a philosophical debate about whether or not like information is a thing.
Well, I didn't even say information. I didn't say.
Well, we're talking about whether or not something is beneficial or not, right? And whether or not it's reductive, right? Or
reductive has nothing to do with information, though. It just means the cell's broken.
Well, I mean,
it's functionally
I would
compromised.
suggest to you that every mutation ever seen that that we know about can be characterized as broken or bad in some way. But in another
that's not
way,
good then.
they can all be characterized as good. So, like, I mean, if you want to say that all the mutations are reductive and they're bad, but that somehow they're good at the same time, like, okay, you know, the thing is that it's context dependent. Having more fur in a desert is bad. Having more fur in an Arctic is good. And if you had like an Arctic fox who found himself in a desert and his babies had a mutation,
But isn't that
where it broke the hair and now they'd had less hair, you'd say, well, that's a breaking of a gene because he had more hair and now he has less hair. It just happens to be good for him.
I guess it depends if it's due
First
to
happened and they had a desert fox in the Arctic, and the desert fox had babies and the gene broke and now suddenly their hair is growing. You would say, well, that gene broke and that information was already there, but now the regulatory function has broken and now the hair is just growing out of control and it just happens to be good for that fox.
But that could just be the sorting out of genetic variability, where you have the allele.
Well, I'm talking about if there was a mutation.
Right. If there was a mutation, we'd have to look to each example and see. Like, for example, polar bears.
Well, these are two hypotheticals.
Right. You know, polar bears and their white fur, I do believe is due to a damaged allele. But I think a lot of the cases when it comes to thick hair, short hair, long hair, whatever, dingoes versus, you know, wolves, so on and so forth. I think it's due to the sorting out of genetic variability where the allele is present for thick fur, let's say, but then you take all those thick fur dogs and stick them into the deserts of Australia, while the variability for thick fur is lost. And so all that's left now is the variability for short fur. So I don't know if that you could consider that a mutation. It's just the sorting out of pre-existing.
Well, that's I mean, that's a loss of genetic diversity, right? But like,
right.
What I'm saying is that, like, I've never heard
as usual, as usual.
I've never heard a creationist ever say ever that any mutation was good ever, right? Like, I've seen like evolutionists give examples of like nihilase. Nope, that's not good. Citrate. Nope, that's not good.
Because I think
nope, that's not good. Like, they're all not good.
It's context dependent though. So it can be good in a very specific environment. Like, for example, sickle cell anemia. We could talk about nihilase. I got a presentation on that. But for sake of time, sickle cell anemia, it is good. But here's the thing. I don't want malaria. I also don't want sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia.
Right. I mean, these things have costs and trade-offs sometimes, right?
The question is the trade-off sustainable?
Like, all I'm saying is that all of the beneficial mutations, you can call them bad if you like. You can call them broken. You can say they're bad if you want.
Mr. Anderson, let me say that. It's like, I find this funny because it's like, okay, and I'm sure you've heard me use this illustration before. If I temporarily wanted better gas mileage in my car, I could start removing weight, start removing the interior seats, remove the mirrors, just basically destroy the car. Well, temporarily, yeah, it's good. I got better gas mileage, and gas is really expensive these days. So that's a positive, right? But is that explaining how I built the car? Is that making the car any better? No, in the long run, I'm destroying the car. And that's why I like to point out that it's not necessary.
It depends, right? It's the context dependent.
If I start removing all those beautiful leather seats,
what?
If I start removing those beautiful leather seats from my car just to remove weight to get better gas mileage, we have a localized improvement, but in terms of total functionality, the car has degraded. It's been destroyed. And that's what we see with these examples is we have, like the citrate example with the E. coli, Lenski's experiment, we have localized improvements, localized increases of fitness, but because genotypically it's reductive and it's destroying pre-existing systems, overall it's a loss of total functionality. So there's no trade-off, I would argue.
That's pretty much what I expect to get, right? Is that there's no such thing in the creationist world. There is no such thing as a beneficial mutation. You cannot go up, no matter, you take any mutation you can think of. If you present it to a creationist as an example of an improvement, they will tell you it is not.
Time out real quick. Time out real quick, if
Well,
I might.
let me just say this too. It could be a localized improvement, and you know what? Maybe it's
But
more
not
than a
an
localized
overall improvement.
Maybe
Not an overall improvement, right?
maybe there's one that exists like that. But here's the thing: when you're climbing Mount Improbable, let's say I'm climbing up a mountain. And I'm taking 20 steps backward, and then every 20 steps, let's just say, akin to a truly beneficial mutation that's not functionally compromising in any way. Now I take one step forward, but then another 20 steps backward, and then one step forward, another. I mean, you're never going to climb that mountain. And that's what we see is even if you did present 1,000 truly beneficial mutations that at the genotype, it's not reductive. It's never going to counterbalance the influx of low impact deleterious mutations pouring in. You're laughing because you're going to be a creationist in no time.
I'm laughing
Come
because
join
I'm
the
going to
team.
say that you're saying
team.
it's not going to counterbalance, and I'm going to say really what you're saying. Like this is very much when I had Dr. Hovind, and I was like, admit to me that Tasmanian devils and venereal diseases are two different kinds of life, and he was like, I will not admit to that. I'm going to think about it.
Okay, I will admit
nothing counts.
Right now, show me right now a beneficial mutation. I'm not even saying they don't exist. Show me a beneficial mutation that is more than just a localized increase in fitness. I want to see an increase in total functionality.
I don't think one exists for you. That's my
Hey, time out. Let me ask.
Name one and I'll tell you.
I think we went from amoebas or whatever, like he would call it amoebas, right? But like single-celled organisms to humans with all bad mutations.
Hey,
all of them were bad. All of them were reductions.
Mr. Anderson, let me point something out to you real quick. When you gave that characterization about creationist and beneficial mutations, you literally were stereotyping contra reality. Some creationists do absolutely hold to what you said, that all mutations are deleterious or there is no such thing as a beneficial mutation, but not all creationists actually think that.
Well, then I apologize. I apologize to all of the good creationists.
But Donny's point,
and all the bad ones too. I apologize to everybody.
Donny's point is still very relevant, though, because beneficial mutations can exist, and they can also be reductive simultaneously.
Sure.
Right.
And
they can be both good and bad at the same time.
And I mean, one of the points that I think you got to appreciate is the whole. How do I say this? The fixation problem. It's a real problem. So it's back to the waiting time problem. The whole theory of evolution, and this is one of the reasons that the whole genetic entropy argument from population genetics is just a bad mathematical model. It's because their argument against genetic entropy is identical to their argument for evolution over time. But let me ask you something real quick.
You lost me on that one.
Let me ask
you. Hey, T-Ra, is this what you're saying? Because now they want to make that no selection zone even smaller. Because, well, enough mutations amount to where now they are subject to selection. And so they're just nearly neutral, right?
Well, that was one of the other points I was going to make too, though, is because...
because now that's fewer mutations drifting to fixation to help with forward evolution.
No, it's just that it's no.
Yes,
Donny, no. That you're missing.
You want to shrink that no selection zone.
What I'm saying is that as the population gets larger, the mutations which are selectable also increases, and so the mutations which drift to fixation,
if they're selectable, they're not subject to genetic drift, though.
Exactly. So the ones that make it to fixation are closer and closer to neutral. Their deleteriousness
I just want to say
decreases as the population
you're undermining the whole basis of the molecular clock, because now you have fewer mutations reaching fixation because now they are under selection. But you need more mutations reaching fixation. But now they've gone from nearly neutral to, well, you call them nearly neutral because eventually they can be subject to selection. And so now they're not subject to drift. Now they're not going to drift to fixation.
Here's the solution to that problem. Just hang on, T-Rock. I got this one. Here's the solution to that problem. Do you remember you showed me a slide before and it said that the number of neutral mutations which are going to reach fixation is not going to be dependent upon population size, because as the population size increases, selection increases, but also the number of mutations which are introduced increases.
Right.
So the way that the neutral mutations, that there are still the same number of neutral mutations that reach fixation, even though selection is going to see a larger percentage of them, is that the number of neutral mutations which are introduced to the population will increase corresponding to the increase.
I would argue that those mutations that are reaching fixation are still slightly deleterious, and we could go down the route of junk DNA all day. And so if the majority of the genome is functional, then basically every single mutation is slightly deleterious, slightly harmful. And so all those mutations, even in light of what you're saying, that some are going to be subject to selection, they're still going to reach fixation, and that's irreversible and irreparable genetic damage. Is population wide, Mr. Mr. You come join the creationist side. Come here.
You know, I want to, but the problem is the math, right? The problem is that the probability. Look, for
2 + 2 is 4.
Look,
okay, go ahead.
The probability with respect to the ability of any particular mutation to reach fixation is going to be dependent upon the degree to which it is deleterious.
No, that's exactly the point.
You're next. I just have to ask this, and then you're next, T-Rock. I promise you're going to take over because I'm going to get a bite to eat anyways. Okay, last thing. Do you agree or disagree with Fatuma here?
No, I don't disagree with Fatuma. That is true. It's just that it only applies to truly neutral mutations.
Exactly. This is the whole point. You're trying to shrink that no selection zone.
Nearly neutral. Like, so 4NE is for neutral mutations. For nearly neutral mutations, you use this.
No, but the neutral, it's all nearly neutral.
Okay.
Anderson, it's all nearly neutral. You're trying to shrink the no selection zone.
I'm
not
shrinking
neutral.
it. The population size is shrinking it.
No.
The fact that we have 7 billion people that these nearly neutral mutations have to make their way through before they reach fixation, they're not all going to have glorious mustaches.
Here's the question. To answer all questions.
How many? That's the problem.
Let me ask the question.
They all have glorious mustaches. But you got 7 billion people.
I've been trying to grow a mustache for 34 years, and this is all I got.
Hey,
I'll help you out, Donny. I got some good tips.
Josh is fine. Josh can have as many deleterious mutations as he wants. He's still going to have as many kids, right?
Right.
But the thing is, you got 7 billion people. They're not all going to be that gorgeous.
This is going to help the audience make their decision, okay, for tonight.
Oh, I've made my decision.
How many of those mutations, 100 per person per generation, how many of those are nearly neutral as you're defining it?
It depends on I don't know. How many of them are nearly neutral?
And then the versus just strictly neutral. They have no harmful effects at all.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
10?
And you know what? No, so there's a whole like field, and people I don't think anybody actually knows. But there's a thing called DFE, right? Distribution of fitness
effects, right.
Right. And I think they're still doing research to try and figure out exactly what that curve looks like.
But here's the thing.
And I don't know what it is.
I would argue that the function of the genome is roughly 60 to 80%. That means 60 to 80 of those mutations, the 100 mutations, are slightly deleterious. That's too much of a mutational load, even in light of everything you're saying, that in fixation equilibrium, that is going to increase the amount of slightly deleterious mutations that are hitting in the right way to become fixed. That's a lot of damage. You would need maybe one to be slightly deleterious to be nearly neutral. But if it's 60 or 80, would you agree that that's a pretty significant problem?
Maybe. I don't know. You know what? I'm hesitant to say that because I could then get caught out, and I don't know the answer, right? But maybe.
Okay. I'll just say this. People like Dan, Zach, Like Zach Hancock.
Yeah,
he
I
did a
think
great
there's
interview.
something like I kind of remember that
Well,
might be true.
Well, they'll say that the
That's what
genome's
I-
about 10% functional.
Yeah,
And then
you
that
might
means
be right that number of like that if the genome is that functional that would result in too many of the mutations being too deleterious. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure about that. You ask a real scientist. I'm just
you're doc. You've evolved from Mr. Anderson to Dr. Anderson. That M, you've experienced a single point mutation. It's gone from an M to a D. And this is good. You're the jack of all trades. And so, okay, we're going to stop it right there.
That's very kind. You're kinder to me than I was to your friend, Dr.
No matter how heated we get in the debate dojo, one of the rules of the debate dojo is that we shake hands at the end of the day. The number one rule of Fight Club is what?
We don't dox our opponents.
There's one of them. Okay,
Donny, I wanted to mention something because here I've been listening this whole time, just kind of making notes. I'm not sure if you're trying to end it anytime soon, but
no. I was just going to say this because
I think Donny's having
me and
too much
Mr. Anderson,
fun.
we just went at it for it feels like over an hour. I'll probably clip it out. That'll be fun. I know T-Rock wanted to talk. You obviously want to talk too, Josh. So I am going to just take a little break in terms of just letting other people on the panel engage poor Mr. Anderson.
Well, before you walk away, because I want to this.
Yeah, no, I'll be here.
I have like a hall pass for tonight, so like get it in, because I got.
There you go. Okay. Owen Wilson style. I appreciate it.
Beneficial mutations. Honestly, the only thing that comes to my mind is like you watch way too much X-Men. Like you think like there's Cyclops and Professor Xavier and Magneto,
like Wolverine.
Those would be
some cool beneficial mutations. Yeah.
But other than because you're like, there's no creation.
Not all of them though. Rogue, that's not a good mutation. Beast, he's strong. He can do some cool stuff. I don't know if I want to go around looking like that.
That was a trade-off one, right?
Out here,
right. See, right there's a trade-off, right? Super strength, like Beast, but you're blue and covered in fur.
I mean, that's the trade-off with the mules. I live by 20 Mule ranch, where they would use mules specifically to move like big chunks of borax ore because they are just more resilient. So there's a trade-off. They can't breed anymore. So you need to have a set of horses and jacks that you're constantly breeding to produce these mules because they're stronger. But the trade-off is they can't breed. They can't produce. You can't take two mules and try to breed another mule. You'd need to take a horse and a jack to get that mule. So there's definitely trade-offs there.
Yeah. Dapper Dinosaur was saying the other day that like the mules are great because they have like the temperament of a horse but the strength of a donkey. And then hinnies, which is like the reverse, with like a mommy's whatever. I think, yeah. Anyway, hinnies are like super bad because they have like the strength of a horse but the temperament of a donkey. So it's like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, my what I wanted to bring up is more on like a philosophical approach. And Mr. Anderson, you mentioned that you do these types of engagements because it intellectually stimulates you and you enjoy that. So, before I really get too deep into that, I'm gonna just go ahead and let J-Rock do his thing. I know Donny wants to kind of take a quick lunch break right there. So Donny, I'll let you just go off what you have. And my thing, Mr. Anderson, it's going to take about 5 to 10 minutes before we really get through what I need to say. So I'm just going to let other people go ahead and say their piece first.
Whatever.
Mr. Anderson, sorry, real quick. There's a researcher called, his name is Dr. Nathaniel Jansen. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he does research on. He's got a PhD for development biology from Harvard University, and he's got a book called Traced. I don't know if you ever read it.
I haven't read it, but I've watched videos about people or written by people who have read it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'd really recommend reading his book because I've done some research on him. He's able to trace down through the Y chromosome. He was able to trace his genealogy and Ken Ham's genealogy all the way back to the three sons of Noah. He's three
daughters, three wives of Noah's sons. Yeah.
Yeah. He was able to. So
Well,
that's really
he
interesting.
says he did, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. And he supposedly can bring up evidence or research to back up his claims. But I really enjoy his research. I don't know. Have you looked into him? Looked
Yeah.
up into
Have you like read or watched any of the critiques of him?
critiques? No, I have not.
Yeah, conventional science has got some pretty heavy critiques of him.
Okay.
So I want to point something out for you, Mr. Anderson. You guys were talking extensively a little while ago about near neutral, nearly neutral, truly neutral mutations. To me, that's a great big red herring, because obviously deleterious mutations can fix in a population just as easily.
No, they can't, because of something called purifying selection.
No, it's demonstrably true. Real data, real science, real world. It's demonstrably true. What you're talking about is the hypothesis.
Explain it to me, because my understanding is different.
So
my understanding, I'll tell you what I understand. You can tell me why it's wrong. So my understanding is that the more deleterious a mutation is, the more likely it is to be subject to purifying selection. So if something is bad, kind of like, okay, let's take the asthma example, right? Somebody who's got very slight asthma, that might affect their fitness because, it might affect some people's fitness because the girl goes for the Olympic athlete, instead of the guy who's not quite an Olympic athlete. And so maybe that means he doesn't get married quite as early and doesn't have quite as many kids, but it's a small effect. But then, if it's somebody who's got super bad asthma, then that guy gets eaten by a lion at age 5 because he can't run away. So it's a really big effect on his fitness. He has no kids, right? So a deleterious mutation is going to affect your ability by the definition of fitness in conventional science, in conventional population effects.
Mr. Anderson, I don't think whether you have asthma or not, you're going to run away from a lion. But I get your point.
Well, no, I don't have to run away from the lion. I don't have to run faster than the lion. I have to run faster than you, right? If I have asthma,
and so
I'm the one who gets caught by the lion. You're going to get away.
So one of the things you kind of highlighted, one of the actual
go ahead, tell me why I'm wrong.
So you're describing almost exclusively the hypothesis that's supposed to explain how evolution proceeds. What you're not describing is the real world. In the real world, mutations that cause things like, for instance, weak teeth that are prone to cavities and stuff like that. Those are demonstrably spread across the globe and fixed permanently in the population. Now they're not necessarily fixed in the entire population, but as soon as you
that's what fixed means. Fixed means we all have it.
Right? I know what the hypothetical
bouncing around.
I know what the hypothetical definition of fixed is, but again, you're living in the hypothetical world. And that exactly makes my point earlier. You can never demonstrate true population fixation in large populations. You can't. It's not possible, but the entire hypothesis of evolution depends on it. And so if you move away from the people that have problems with their teeth, you're going to encounter people that have problems with their heart, or you're going to encounter problems with people with problems with their lungs, and so on and so forth. So in other words, all these different mutations are fixing in lines of the population.
In subpopulations, in parts of the population.
Well, and so this...
we all have, they call it mutational load, right? We all have bad things in our genomes, right?
So,
that's one of the reasons we all have to have more kids than...
one of the other things I wanted to address is the textbook definition of fitness, because it is tied exclusively to reproduction. And what I'm saying is, number one, that is a subjective way to define fitness. It's very subjective. It's not objective at all. And number two,
No,
more
before you go on to number two, put a pin in number two. Why is it completely subjective? Explain that to me.
Because you can continue indefinitely to reproduce with obviously deleterious mutations. And that does not, and so it's if they're obviously deleterious and you can continue to reproduce, then that tells you over time that cannot be an objective way to describe fitness.
Well,
because
I would push back on that.
Because the population is heading towards extinction.
Why?
And because deleterious mutations keep adding up, and so that
right, but that's the thing we don't agree on. So that can't be like that's one of your premises. It can't be your conclusion.
That takes me to my second point. The second point is
we're not done with the first one.
Longevity. This is going to highlight the problem with the first point. Longevity is a much better, much more objective way to define fitness, because over deep time, and this is the extrapolation fallacy of evolution, over deep time, you, like I said, you can continue to reproduce indefinitely, as in an undetermined amount of time. You can continue to reproduce while accumulating deleterious mutations and heading towards extinction. So longevity should be, if there were an absolute definition for fitness, it should be longevity. It should be incumbent on the theory of evolution to demonstrate that populations can go very long periods of time, as in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, and demonstrate that it is impossible to reduce longevity to the point where you can no longer reproduce, because that's essentially what the theory of evolution states.
T-Rock, would you say that longevity and reproductive success go hand in hand?
No.
Because I think the main, like, and, you know, I forget that I went to college sometimes. Like, you know, they try to teach you out of God, but I studied a lot, and I studied anthropology, psychology, calculus, all different subjects. And the anthropological approach is that we pass on genes and traits that are going to lead to our reproductive success. Like I took a whole course strictly like devoted to traits in animals and in humans that lead to reproductive success. And so that's why I think that they go hand in hand, because if you're having more reproductive success, you as an individual may not live for hundreds of years, but you're going to pass on those good genes to your offsprings, whether it's fur that keeps you warm in the winter, or whether it's nose hair that keeps bacteria from going up your nose. These things are what it essentially will lead to reproductive success. Not necessarily you're the best looking guy out there, but you're the most likely to give a woman children, and not just give them children, but give them children that are going to live long, healthy lives. And then they're going to have children that will also have long, healthy lives. So although you don't agree, I would say that reproductive success is probably a little more important than longevity, because longevity indicates that you're looking to find characteristics and traits that are going to increase your own life, as opposed to reproductive success means that you're looking for, you know, things that are going to spread. Even trees do this, like the way that trees, how they generate like pollen, and then birds come and they get the nectar, and then they take that pollen and then they go to another part of the plant that's a male plant, and then that produces seeds, and then the wind causes those seeds to fall in the ground. Like the plant is actively performing activities that encourage reproductive success, whether you want to believe it or not. That's what I believe. All living life, whether you're a plant or an animal, is the two categories that I'm gonna try to stick to. The goal there is reproductive success. And even bacteria and viruses, they latch onto a host because they want to continue to replicate and spread. So it's just my on that.
So the problem here though is that using the reproductivity as the standard for fitness is that if you're able to plot longevity over a long period of time and demonstrate some sort of curve to it, the intersect between that and how it affects reproductivity goes out so far in time that you can't test it. And it doesn't even have to go that far. If it goes, and so we've already got a couple thousand years worth of data, and we know in the most absolute sense that people have been living well north of 100 years.
T-Rock, would you on purpose, and no offense to anyone with any type of medical condition, would you on purpose date someone who has Down syndrome?
I personally wouldn't, no.
And why not? Because it's gonna pass on more than likely that Down syndrome gene, right? Or why not?
Why not? Because
If I could say for certain that, hey, this person, maybe they have Down syndrome, but they look good, they treat me good, they're nice people. Why not? But the reason I wouldn't do it is because there's certain genetic conditions that are passed on. And I wear glasses. My mom wore glasses. All my siblings wear glasses. Chances are if I date someone that has glasses, then my kids are going to need glasses as well. So I still think that reproductive success, and I'm a little confused as what you mean about fitness. So I would like to hear what Mr. Anderson has to say about what I just said about reproductive success.
Yeah, I think in terms of the way that conventional science or conventional population genetics specifically measures what they call fitness, it's not even about how many children you have, it's about how many grandchildren you have, right? And so it's not only just like that that you have a lot of kids, but that those kids live and are able to have kids of their own, right? And so longevity can be a factor of that, but it's kind of upstream, as Dr. Stern Cardinal would say, it's upstream of reproductive success, in that if you have greater longevity, then often, though not always, that will mean that you have more genes going forward. And the reason that that's a more appropriate measure in terms of is because what we're trying to determine is which genes cause more of themselves to be in a population down the road. So measuring directly, well, which genes result in having more genes in the population down the road, and therefore, what is the gene pool going to look like down the road, just kind of makes a lot more sense, even though honestly, you're right that it may not be the best for the individual. I'll give you an example of why that might be. Let's say you had a gene that cut your lifespan in half, but increased the number of kids you're going to be able to have during that time tenfold, right? So now you're only going to live until you're 35, but you're going to have 400 kids, right? That would mean that there's going to be a lot more of that gene in the population in the future. And therefore, that would be seen as an increase in fitness, even though it sucks for you and it kind of sucks for those kids. But when you're looking at, okay, well, what genes are more likely to be in the population in the future? Those are the ones, right?
So you kind of made the point there. You can fix deleterious mutations quite easily in the population, but one of the
point is that that's not a deleterious mutation from the perspective of population genetics. It's not going to cause a population meltdown because it's going to increase the total number of.
I get that, but you're not acknowledging that that's only the case because of the way you define the words, not for any other reason.
Okay.
So, where was I going to go with that? So one of the things you can do to monitor using, how do they say, empirical data, one of the things you can do is monitor the frequency of diseases in the human population.
Hmm.
And so if you take a survey of, what percentage of the population has heart disease, what percentage of the population has, asthma or bronchitis, what percentage of the population has, liver problems, so on and so forth. And then you monitor it over time. As time goes on, there's a good chance you're going to find new diseases. And if genetic entropy is true, the distinct signature is going to be that every one of the existing diseases, one of two things happens. Either the population decreases in order to get rid of a particular disease, or its frequency is going to increase. In
Sorry,
other words,
you lost me.
in
You lost
what
me on
part?
that.
Frequency.
Right
the
when I
bottom
said
line
you
is
lost me, at that point, that's when you lost me. Go
frequency
back
of
a
disease.
little bit before when I said you lost me, and try and pick me back up where I am.
One of two things will happen if genetic entropy is true. It's
Okay.
either extinction, or it's a continued increase in the frequency of diseases.
Okay. Or both, right?
Or ultimately
Sure.
that's the whole.
Sure.
That's the whole point.
If genetic entropy is true,
Yes.
right? Sure. That's certainly what the proponents of genetic entropy have said is their conclusion, is that it ultimately will result in genetic meltdown, right? Because we're all going to get these deleterious mutations. They're going to pile up like rust on a car.
Right.
And then at some point, they're just going to, the whole population is going to like timber like a tree, right?
Well, actually, if you talk to somebody like John Sanford, he would say a little bit different. It doesn't just suddenly collapse. It's what happens is, and I know you have a good enough math background to understand that an exponential decay curve sort of flatlines down towards the far end on the x-axis, right?
Sure.
And so that's essentially what his proposition is for genetic entropy is right. That it flatlines. It doesn't technically purely flatline, but it gets the slope gets so shallow that it drags out for a very long time. Right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And like I said, look, I'm not an expert in genetic entropy or in population genetics, for that matter. Like, I barely understand a lot of that math. And there's a lot of it that I don't understand.
Well, tell me this.
The best I can do is I can say, like, the bit that I do understand, which is a small bit, is that, like, if it truly is bad, then it won't fix. And if it fixes, then it's not really that bad. And it's not going to affect it.
Let me ask you
so this. Either it matters or it doesn't.
I'm not a geneticist either. I don't have a PhD in anything. I don't even have a master's or a bachelor's in anything. But let me ask you this. Do you think that cancer, for example, is decreasing or increasing in frequency in the human population?
I mean, I don't know, but let's assume that it is increasing because I think that that's where your argument is going. So let's assume that that's true.
It almost certainly is. It almost certainly is.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Let's assume it is. Well, I'll give you that.
And I don't think that's an unrealistic assumption at all. I think
it could
solid data to confirm that.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight you on that.
But then, okay, take something else. What about heart disease?
No, let's use cancer. Let's assume it's increasing. Go ahead.
The whole point is that cancer is, heart disease probably is, lung disease is, liver disease is.
Yeah.
Is there any disease? Well, let me say it a different way. Is there a significant collection of diseases, dysfunctions, so on and so forth, that are increasing in frequency in the population?
There's got to be.
This is just a basic gut check of whether genetic entropy is real or not. It's just a basic gut check.
Right. I mean, but the conventional PopGen model would agree with that, right?
That's the whole point, is they don't agree.
But the thing is that they would say that does not result in genetic meltdown, right? Because, and by the way, this is footnote. This is Dr. Dan's explanation. I just watched this video, right? But with the thing with the curve and then the waves, right? Like, let's take any given thing, like let's say cancer of the prostate is increasing in frequency, right? And that's because the gene is spreading across the population and more people are dying of prostate cancer, right? Then that gene is now increasing.
Actually, that's not even necessarily true.
Well, no, I just made that up. I'm not sure it's true. I just made that up.
I understand. What I'm saying is the increase in the rate of cancer isn't necessarily tied to mutation fixation at all. In other words, independent lines can develop cancer without having a recent genetic relationship.
Right. Well, I mean, it could either be hereditary or it could be a new mutation.
Cancer is a cellular level mutation. It is passed on genetically, yes, because it's a cellular mutation, but because it's a cellular mutation, you don't have to have an immediate genetic relationship. In other words, it's just like how you think of, okay, women don't smoke. Why not? Because it's known that smoking causes specific mutations, i.e. birth defects. And so cancer is independent of a genetic mutation fixation argument.
Some of it is and some of it isn't.
It's
right?
true. It's partially independent, but it's not entirely dependent on it, is the point.
Yeah, sometimes the cancer just comes out of the clear blue sky. Sometimes there's a genetic component. Sometimes there's an environmental component. Like, biology is really complicated.
T-Rock, let me make a comment on this cancer subject and then kind of shift gears a little bit. I think if we're not already there, whether the medicine is available to people is a whole nother story. But I think we're more likely to figure out how to cure cancer before we come to total annihilation of the human race because of cancer. So I'd like to think that modern medicine will figure it out before we become extinct. But
can you clarify something real quick?
Go ahead.
When you say modern medicine will cure cancer, are you saying it'll cure the individual or it will eliminate it from the population?
Yeah, both of those can happen. They'll be able to reverse it in an individual, and they'll be able to prevent future people from getting it. Both of those are totally possible. I don't see why not. So, kind of just to shift gears here, Mr. Anderson, and if we want to establish some pre-assumptions here, we absolutely can.
Sure.
But just for argument's sake, I think that neither the creationists nor the evolution have 100% concrete evidence towards supporting either one of their arguments. I think that, there's definitely some flaws in how creationists explain things, that God snapped his finger and here it was. And I definitely think that there's some flaws in evolution that, over millions of years, life figured out how to spawn different species and different kinds, and we have the world as we know it now. So it's really, we can obviously already spent 4.5 hours and countless other sessions going back and forth on what the evidence is, but I'm going to take more of a psychological, philosophical approach in this whole concept. I know earlier you mentioned a question like, what is real? And I forget I went to college, and not to put anyone else who didn't go to college in a different position. I learned a lot of things that you could probably learn online on your own if you had that interest. But I took a philosophy class where we had to study Descartes, and Descartes basically, he's in the middle of a cabin in the winter and he's got nothing to do. So
I remember.
Makes this long list of things that he knows versus things that he doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And where the famous statement comes, I think, therefore I am. So the only real conclusion that he can come to is that I must exist in order to be here having these conversations. Otherwise,
Lord, who's wondering this, right? Who's thinking about this if it's not me?
So that's the bottom line. So by sticking with that, all the other mathematical evidence, the gene pools, and all these other evidences that the bone, the transitional animals, all of those things, at one point or another can be like whittled down to nothing. And the only thing that we can really agree on is that in order for us to be having these debates, we must exist. So with that being said, existence is a very important thing for humans. And, you know, not just thinking about like our longevity or our reproductive success, there's also the concept of eternity. Now, as a evolutionist, I'd like to think that, you know, the idea is that when you die, it's like a light switch. It turns off. There's no more thinking. There's no more nothing. And
Well, that's an atheist, right?
okay, I mean, but and I'll touch on that here in a second. So it probably would relate more to an atheist. I mean, there's other, you know, religions that believe in things like reincarnation. So I die and I come back as a cockroach if I lived a bad life, or if I lived a good life, I come back as a lot of the king of the jungle, the lion or the tiger or whatever more desirable reincarnation that may be. So see, as a Christian, and I'm not speaking for every Christian because different Christians can't agree on the same thing either. So as a Christian myself, what I would like to say is that my goal and my purpose and my fulfillment in this life comes from being able to tell other people about the good things that God has done for me. That's where I find satisfaction. That's where I find comfort and peace of mind. That, let's say, for example, the idea is that if you die and you go to heaven, and you know there's this all these people are coming up before God to present themselves, and then God is like, well, you did this, and this. What do you have to show for yourself? And those people are not really going to have much to show for themselves in the Christian theology, unless you say, oh, I received Jesus as my savior. Then the idea is you're going to hell. That's just the bottom line in my view of Christianity. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people share that same view.
Yeah, a lot of people do. Yeah.
So with that being said, like earlier I asked, like, is it the idea that I'll say some evolutionists claim to like they aim to disprove the idea of a God? So see, when I listen to Kent Hovind, he has like this like belief that, let's just say the Illuminati, right? That there's this group or organization that aims to like put all this evolution mumbo jumbo in our textbooks and teach it to our students with the intention of like removing God from the equation. So then that's what a lot of evolutionists, you know, that's what a lot of creationists will say about evolution. They're trying to say that the Big Bang happened because the Big Bang explains the creation of the universe, versus if you believed in God, then you would believe that God created it. And again, like I said, whether you want to believe in creation or evolution, there is a lot of faith that needs to be implemented. We can't really accurately document what happened 6,000 years ago. So how are we supposed to believe billions of years ago certain things happened? So I have my own set of doubt there. But science claims to say that we do have this information. Now, with all of that being said, people who believe in evolution, I would say that they fall into a couple categories. They either fall into the category of, this is what I was taught growing up, and I don't really see an issue with the idea, and I also don't really feel like arguing about it. I'm just gonna accept what society tells me, what the teachers tell me, what the schools teach. You know, that's what I'm gonna accept. And then there's other people who have had enough evidence presented to them to the point where they believe it based on the evidence that they have come across. So you've come across a certain set of evidence that has convinced you as an individual that evolution is true. So I'm just going to keep it at those two simple categories, where either you've been indoctrinated into believing it and you don't really question it much, or you've seen enough evidence to say this is what I believe in. Now, with that being said, I don't personally think that there is a hidden agenda, whether it's from the Board of Education or a group like the Illuminati or Satan himself. I don't think that there's an overarching agenda because, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Anderson, I don't think your goal here is to like convince us that God is not real.
No, I'm not. No, I have
But
I have no problem with the big man upstairs. Like,
but then
I just disagree with I don't think that Dr. Hovind, for example, is correct about his interpretation of Genesis in terms of like the barriers with respect to kinds and stuff. But I mean, I'm not trying to tell people that there's no God.
Okay, and that's where the big like kind of where I would like to say that confusion kind of comes up. See, I am actively trying to convince people that there is a God. See, while you're just trying to understand things and you've have come across enough evidence to say, yeah, evolution seems to fit the model. It's not too far-fetched for me to believe it. I'm going to stand my ground on what I believe. So at the end of the day, as a Christian, the idea is that there's rewards. As a Christian, the idea is that if you go around and you spread the gospel and you tell people about what Jesus did for them and that you can be saved and you can be sure and eternal security and everlasting life and all the wonderful things that Christianity has to offer, is as an incentive for Christians to engage in these types of conversations. As much as I also find it stimulating and appetizing and intellectual, like I like debating. I'll play devil's advocate. I might hop in here one day and say I'm standing up for evolution. Am I really going to believe that? No, but I will take any position on any subject and try to argue it because it's mentally stimulating. So that's where I feel that you're coming from, that it's like, yeah, I enjoy these types of conversations. But at the end of the day, not only do I enjoy it, but I also feel like there is some benefit and some rewards that I'm going to be able to cash in on later on in life or in the afterlife.
And I hope you do. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And the idea
Mama,
is...
Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, Josh, real quick.
Thanks, Josh. I really do appreciate that.
You mentioned just now that there's for each person who does good, there's rewards for them in the afterlife. It doesn't write in the scripture that for by grace ye are saved, and not of works, that lest any man should boast.
Yeah, we're not going to get too much into like the different sects because of what different denominations in Christianity believe.
No, this is not denomination. Sorry, this has nothing to do with denomination.
So I believe that we're saved by faith alone. I don't believe that works is what saved you. I believe that the finished work that Jesus did is what grants your salvation. But
okay.
But that doesn't mean that there isn't rewards. The Bible is very clear about it, that there's certain actions in your life. Like, say, for example, you saw a homeless man, right? And at the same time, you saw this really cute girl, like, standing outside. And you're like, I'm going to go give that homeless man, I'm going to go buy him some food with the intention of this cute girl is going to notice me and my kindness and be like, oh, you're so nice, right? So would you agree with me, Roma, that if you were truly acting with the heart of charity, then you wouldn't care whether there was a cute girl there or not. You would help that homeless person. You would buy them food, and it would be a selfless act where you don't expect anything in return, right?
Right.
And would you agree that if the intention was that I'm going to this homeless man and I'm trying to provide for him to make myself look better, that would be more of a selfish type of activity? So there's these things that we do in our life that, and God keeps a record of everything. There's a lot of people that are like,
He sees the hearts. He sees what's in your heart with what intentions you do it.
Yeah. So at the end of the day,
if you guys want, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you guys? Does anybody want to talk to about evolution and stuff? Because if
getting there.
If you do, then I'll stick around. But if you guys want to just talk about like theology and stuff, like
I'm getting to it.
I would like to.
I told you it was going to take a little bit of a like.
Yeah. Why don't you take a sec there, Josh? Because you've been talking for a minute. Samir, you said you wanted to talk about something.
Yes, please.
Go for it.
Yes, I would like.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Of course.
And I apologize for interrupting. I would like to talk about the mathematical improbability of.
Oh, can you turn your volume there on your side there, Samir? I can't hear you.
Are you able to hear me better now?
Not really.
If you don't mind, Mr. Anderson, I promise you, I like 1 minute left. I'm almost done with my spiel.
Okay, I'll change my microphone.
Yes.
So, in the meantime.
Okay, go ahead.
My long story short, short story long. I just and I'll talk to Donny. Maybe we could set up a different discussion amongst ourselves as Christians to really discuss this a little further. But my whole point of bringing all of this up is that I just don't feel like there's much to gain from supporting or even trying to promote the idea of evolution, whereas trying to, promote the idea of creation will result in, a more self-fulfilling life. And this is my own personal idea. So my question would be, with all of that being said, is do you think, Mr. Anderson, that the general consensus of evolutionists is to disassemble the idea of this God? Or do you think that these people genuinely have received enough evidence to stand in the position that they stand in?
I mean, I think it probably depends on the person, right? But I can certainly say that for most professional evolutionists, I mean, they don't like being called that, right? But, for most people in the sciences, like biologists and anthropologists and all those guys, like, they just want to know how the world works, right? A lot of them don't care, like whether other people believe in a God and whether they think God's behind it or whether they think that, it's atheism or whatever. Like that's you leave your cross at home. It doesn't come in the lab. They just want to know how the world works. And it's like whether or not there's God in it or not, these are the mechanisms, right? This is how it works. And they're just truth seekers, I think.
And say for example, I took a seed and I planted it, right? And I observed it, and then I saw it sprout, and I saw it grow, and then I saw it grow into a lemon tree. I have observed this. So when you talk about biologists and they're trying to understand how the world works, I just feel like you got to draw a fine line somewhere. Like if I give you this seed and I say, hey, I planted this seed and it's going to grow into a lemon tree, and you knew nothing about seeds, you just have to take my word for it, or you'd have to sprout that seed yourself and watch it grow into a tree and produce a lemon in order for you to say, okay, now I've seen it for myself. I can believe that, because there's a certain set of science that I would say that I agree with, but I just feel
I would say that there are more ways of knowing than just having done everything yourself. You can read about it. You can reason by analogy. You can use inference. You can do lots of other there are other ways of knowing. Maybe I've got a lime tree and I've seen a lime come from a lime tree, and so I don't need to see the lemon come from the lemon tree. I can say like, this looks like a tree. It's very similar to the lime tree. I've seen limes grow. Pretty sure if I plant this, it's going to grow a lemon tree.
Okay. Thanks, man. I hope my conversation triggered some good thoughts there. Yeah, Samir, you're good.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your contribution for sure. Thanks very much, man. Okay, Samir, I think I'm getting a little echo from you, Big Cat.
Oh, wow. I tried removing my earphones.
So, Samir, if you've got more than one application running of the show, like you've got it straight on YouTube and you're in the live open mic at the same time, you're going to get that kind of echo.
Samir, I can hear you, so just ask your question and I'll repeat it for Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you very much. I just removed all applications running on my phone right now.
All right, you're good.
Is it
Go
any
for it,
better now?
Samir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, the problem that I have, and I kind of agree with Dr. Kent on this, and it's the mathematical improbability of all this happening, because it seems like always the recipe is give it millions of years and it will eventually happen. And I wanna give you an example of why I believe it's so improbable. And it it's hard sometimes to visualize how big large numbers are. And I would like, if you guys have little patience, I would like to give you an example. When everyone here has held a deck of cards in their hands. If I tell you that the chances that those 52 cards were ever in an arrangement that you will shuffle the deck and find them again in the same arrangement are impossible. I would say impossible, not improbable, impossible. I'll give you an idea. If somebody shuffles the deck every second and you're trying to get an order that you already had before in 52 cards, in the meantime, as he's shuffling the deck every second, somebody makes one step around the globe and waits a billion years, and then makes another step and waits a billion years, as the other person is shuffling every second. Now, once he makes a whole circle around the earth, then he takes one spoon of water out of the Pacific Ocean, and he keeps doing that. And then once the Pacific Ocean is empty, then he puts a sheet of paper on the ground and then starts over again. And remember, he's waiting a billion years between a step and another. And then when the thickness of the paper reaches from Earth to the sun 1,000 times, then you will have finished the probabilities of the other person shoveling the deck each second for it to, this would represent 52 factorial. So now when we look at a single chromosome and we look at 10 billion atoms, now for 10 billion atoms to form into a chromosome, we're talking about 10 billion factorial. We're not talking about a 52 factorial. So now these are the chances of creating a single chromosome. So what are the chances of creating a cell? What are the chances of creating a bone? What are the chances of creating a human? What are the chances of creating millions of species? And I'll tell you why the time doesn't work. For example, if you look at the lungfish is a fish that develops the ability to live on the river or in the lake. And when the lake or the river dries up, that fish can bury itself underground and create a shell of mucus to protect itself from dryness. And the fish also develops the ability to feed on its own in a process of self-digestion on its own tail muscles. And that fish can survive for years until it rains again and until the river or the lake has water again for it to emerge again and come back to life. Now, when the river is drying up, the fish doesn't have time. It doesn't have time to somehow mutate to be that fish that can produce that mucus, that can self-digest, that can. So these mutations don't have time to happen. Like we're told that things will need.
I'm sorry,
millions of years.
Samir. I'm trying to be patient, but
I'm sorry.
What's your point? It's very improbable. I understand you're saying if it's
okay.
If it were purely, if evolution
were
purely driven by chance alone, then it would be very improbable that we're here. But of course, it's not, right?
So let me see if I can quantify the mathematical argument a little bit in terms of actual genetics. And let me start by a question for you, Mr. Anderson. Do you think that mutations appear in the genome at random locations?
They're probabilistic, not random.
So can you expound on probabilistic a little bit?
So random would mean like there's equal chances everywhere, and probabilistic means that like it's more likely over here, it's less likely over there. There are like there's more complicated math in terms of determining where a mutation is going to occur.
Okay.
It's not random.
I thought you might say something like that. And let me explain to you why that is demonstrably not true. There is a probabilistic element to mutations, yes. I gave an example of that earlier when I was talking about women smoking translates to specific types of birth defects, for example. So in that sense, mutations can absolutely have a probabilistic reality. However, by and large, mutations accumulate literally random happenstance. And the reason I say that is because your body is made of the food and water that you consume in the environment. So let's say you've got a potato patch out in your backyard. What's the chemical composition of your particular potato patch? Does it have slightly more lead, slightly less zinc? What's the chemical composition? It's that chemistry that's going into your food and then into your body. And so when they talk about mutations being copying mistakes, that is extremely generic and removed from the actual root cause of what a mutation is. Mutations are chemical switches, basically. And by switches, I mean that in a very simple street sense.
Okay.
If you have a vitamin
There's
is
different kinds of mutations, and each one has
sure
different likelihoods. And
but follow the obvious logic, though. The obvious logic is that whatever it is that you're consuming, it's exposed to the random elements of nature. And so if you happen to have a slightly higher lead content in your particular area where your food is grown, you're going to be prone, like you said, there is a probabilistic element to the types of mutations that you might incur in your cell makeup versus what somebody on the other side of the planet or even across the street does in theirs, because they're getting their food from a different source.
Like there's like lots of factors that go into whether or not a mutation is more or less likely, and they all factor in.
But the more factors,
there's more factors
there
than
are,
that than I can understand.
the
Like,
more
you want to talk
factors,
about all
the
that
more
stuff,
factors
like
there
backhand
are,
I
the
don't
more
follow.
factors there are, it's a mathematical certainty that the more factors there are, in other words, the more variables that exist, the more likely it is truly random. That's a mathematical certainty.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think so. Sorry, mate. I don't think so. The more you're saying, the more factors there are,
the more variables that influence the outcome,
the more likely it is to be random. No, that's definitely not true.
Absolutely,
because the more factors, like that's certainly not necessarily true, right?
It's
because they could all be pointing in the same direction, or they could all be pointing in two directions. Then you could have like, it's very, very likely that either this one or this one, and nothing in between.
You're in hypothetical world. I'm talking about in the real world.
So in the real world, these different things have these different effects. So no, it's not just necessarily going to be all more random the more factors you have.
Yes,
patterns will emerge.
I'll tell you what, you go get you a chemical analysis of your local water supply, and then tell me why they go to such great efforts to get you better drinking water. It's because the chemistry is prone to go bad.
You are welcome to do that, and I'm more than look forward to seeing what the results are.
It's another simple gut check. It's a reality of the world that the chemistry in your environment is just a product of randomness. Ask the dinosaurs that supposedly got wiped out by a meteor impact.
Allegedly.
Mr. Anderson, I'm curious. And since firstly, I'll give the panel and the audience a warning. We did just hit the 5-hour mark, so we'll probably now start to slowly wind it down.
That's fair.
Mr. Anderson, I got to say, I appreciate you giving us 5+ hours of your time. You look like you're just getting started. You look like you're ready for another 5 hours. You haven't
Let's
even
do
taken
it.
a single restroom break. So I'm very impressed with you. I do appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, you know, like we do this all day. This is my thing, right?
This is your thing, and we're gonna have to do more of these. There's plenty of topics I want to discuss with you, so we'll have our own trilogy, you and I.
Very interesting.
So I wanted to ask you this, based on what you guys are talking about in many ways, mutations, and something we talked about earlier, or that was discussed earlier with speciation. So as you're aware, I'm sure, Mr. Anderson, there's two very different models or explanations for the origin of genetic variability, genetic diversity between the two models, right? I see you're all into it right now, so I appreciate that. Between creation and evolution. And so you, as an evolutionist, you would argue that the majority, if not all, DNA variation is due to mutations over time, right?
Sure, I guess. I might change my answer if I think about it more, but let's go with that for now. It's getting it has been 5 hours. So
right.
I'm going to trust that you're not leading me down a garden path. I'm not.
No, I'm not. It's a good line of questioning that's going to bring us to a good discussion, I think. So,
sure. Mutation is the predominant source of variation, and then of course there's selection and drift and gene flow and all that kind of
because selection has to act on
typically is to act on mutations. Yeah, so sure.
So mutation creates that variation. Now, as a creationist, we hold to maybe not all of us, I do, the design diversity hypothesis, or created heterozygosity, if you want to get technical.
Sure. Yeah,
So we would argue that the vast majority of DNA variation and DNA diversity is not actually due to mutation. It's actually due to initial design, front-loaded diversity.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we make very specific predictions on the nature of speciation events. And so a number of PhD creationists, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, for one, he's made predictions on speciation events and how they would take place on a genetic level. And so what we should see as creationists are shifts from heterozygosity to homozygosity. So basically more allelic variability to less allelic variability. And this is typically done through inbreeding, migration, subpopulations breaking out from a larger population. Sure. So my point is, we've actually observed this. So I think it was 2017. They documented a new species of Darwin's finch on the Galapagos Island. It was a hybrid species, if I'm not mistaken. And so they studied it on a genetic level. And it turns out it was just that, a reduction in levels of heterozygosity, a shift in heterozygosity to homozygosity. This makes sense. I'll wrap it up with this and let you speak, because we start with original created kinds that are front-loaded with high levels of heterozygosity. Now, over time, you get shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity, and we get new species, we get new variations, but these species hit walls because there's only so many shifts, I'm sure you understand, in heterozygosity to homozygosity that you can take before the available genetic variability is limited. Okay, so my question to you, with the evolutionary model, have we seen any speciation events? I'm not saying they don't exist, but have we seen any speciation events where it's an increase in heterozygosity rather than an overall decrease in heterozygosity?
No, that doesn't happen.
Okay, so I find that interesting because
like a speciation event is going to, by definition, be a decrease in genetic diversity, and then you might have a subsequent increase in genetic diversity as you get as mutation introduces new variability, right? But like a speciation event is going to be like it's not going to. Speciation events decrease like genetic, like I'm getting tired, I can't remember. Like,
Well,
yes,
that's why I don't have a
yeah.
problem with speciation, because when we observe these speciation events on the genetic level, as I think we should do with all things, that's what we're seeing are shifts in more allelic variability to less allelic variability. But for the evolutionary model, you want to take over time a single celled like ancestor into a multi-celled ancestor, into a fish, into an amphibian, reptile, mammal, monkey, eventually a man, a sophisticated organism like man. But what we see in terms of these speciation events, I feel is more consistent with the creation model, where we have original created kinds that are front loaded with high levels of heterozygosity. Over time, we get variation, we get change, we get adaptation, but it is a sorting out of that original allelic variability that was front loaded. It seems, how do you explain that? Go ahead.
I mean, I think I probably want to wait until another night before we really dig into created heterozygosity, because it's a big topic.
What we could do a whole debate on it. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do a whole thing on that one, right? Yeah, I'll have to decide what I want to do with Dr.
Well, I'll say
Donny,
it this way.
can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, Mars, I'll give you the last 5 minutes with Mr.
Finish
Anderson.
my thought here. But in terms of speciation events, like let's take, I don't know, pick an example. The mosquitoes in the London Underground, right? Like, there's the mosquitoes that live above ground, and then there's a speciation event where some of them go underground, right, and start living underground, and they have like this specific mutation that allows them to survive on rat and human blood as opposed to bird blood, and they sleep, they don't hibernate or whatever it's called in the winter, and and they don't need blood, I think it is, to feed their young, and so now there are different species. Like those different mutations that make them what they are only going to occur in like a relatively small number of individuals, and so that population, the breeding population, the initial breeding population, is going to be small, and then over time, then genetic drift is going to come in, and it's going to increase the genetic diversity, and as the population grows, then all the other mechanisms of evolution are going to kick in, and then you're going to have an increase in genetic diversity, and then maybe they find another new environment, and then it'll go down again, and then it'll go back up. Right?
See, from the creationist perspective, we look back in time, and what we see, Mr. Anderson, is the expansion of genetic variability. When you look back in time, billions of years, you should see the contraction of genetic variability, especially as you move towards that single-celled like ancestor billions of years ago.
I would see the contraction of genetic variability. You would see like changes in the
when the Earth was just okay. So according to your model, answer me this: when you had a single-celled like ancestor that evolved from non-living chemicals, are you saying that there was there less genetic variability back then versus now? Or more.
When like the first population of single cell organisms, that's definitely going to have less genetic diversity than now.
Yeah,
but
so
then,
I'm saying you would look
long
back
after that, right? Like then,
then
life explodes, and maybe there's like a ton of genetic diversity, with like a whole bunch of different, really, really primitive single cell.
Maybe is the key word though, because when I look back to the creation event, when you have these original created kinds, and then 4,500 years ago at the ark, you have these archetypes, right? We see the expansion of genetic variability, and over time, the potential for adaptation and change and speciation decreases. Okay. And this is what we see in terms of speciation events, as I said. But for you guys, you look back billions of years ago to that single cell like ancestor, as you agreed, less genetic variability, and then you get an explosion of single-celled like ancestors, eventually a multi-celled ancestor. But nonetheless, your quote-unquote creation event or origin event, you do see ultimately the contraction rather than the expand. And then from that single-celled like population of creatures, then you get increases in variability.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that the creation model probably posits less overall genetic variability than the evolution model by a very considerable margin, because, your population sizes are so much smaller and your time is so much smaller. So if you were to take all of the genetic variability that is like postulated by evolution, it's just going to add up to way more. You're right. It does contract down to a point at the start, but it gets bigger, way bigger, and then smaller and then bigger and then smaller and then bigger. If you add up all of those variabilities, it's like way more than in creation. And then of course, today it's whatever it is. Like we're at the same point now, right?
Since this beneficial variation can be utilized through genetic processes like recombination, gene conversion, just gene flow, migration, and other speciation related event. Natural selection can utilize this variation.
Gene conversion is something different, isn't it? That's
it's a type of recombination that basically can swap single nucleotides rather than chunks. So it's a genetic process. But the point is, if these DNA variants are built in and front loaded at the start, new chromosomal combinations can come about quickly. New variations can come about quickly. As a matter of fact, in a single generation, since those DNA differences are front loaded from the start. But for the evolutionists, you require millions of years to accumulate the necessary genetic variability through mutations for selection to act upon, for recombination to shuffle these DNA variants up. And so I find it curious, though, that in light of what we were talking about earlier,
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that's right, but I think we should probably save that for another conversation.
Okay, I appreciate your answers. What we're going to do is hand it over to Mars. And Mars, we're going to give you the last 5 minutes because I know you've been waiting patiently. You wanted to ask Mr. Anderson some questions, and then we're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap.
We got a line of questions, like lawyer style.
Another 2 hours with. I'm just kidding.
Is this going to be lawyer style, Mars?
Well, I'm from New Jersey. I'll give you a little my cousin Vinny if you want.
Yeah, I do want. All right. I'm gonna act like a witness. You're
understand.
Let's see what you got. See what you got, boy.
All right, I got you.
I didn't mean to call you boy. See what you got, Mars.
I got you, baby. Okay, so you said earlier that you believe the scientists are genuinely truth seekers, correct?
Look, I can't speak for all scientists, but that's what I'd like to think.
Right, and we would all like to think that, but unfortunately. So as a lawyer, I think a big substance you look for in the character you are judging from a litigation standpoint is the word motive, right? Now, this is what I want to present to you is I don't like science too much. You know why? Because it gets very redundant and there's a lot of circular reasoning. I used to use science a lot back in the day, but Donny doesn't know that I talk about this stuff usually. I still have a little bit of a few tricks in my sleeve, though. But one thing I like to use is instead of sometimes the science itself is the motive from the secular side, and it shows you that they are not genuine truth seekers. Where I'm going with this is the soft tissue in dinosaur fossils, right? Do you know anything about that?
A little bit.
Okay, so in the 90s. And then again, exactly. So in the 90s and the 2000s, Mary Schweitzer, she discovered the soft tissue in dinosaur fossils, right? And I'm going to break out some stuff that I never hear, even on SFT, as thorough as they are. Kent Hovind, I never heard nobody say this. I study this, and I break it down on SFT Live for the first time. I never hear nobody say it. Okay, Mary Schweitzer used to be a young Earth creationist, right? And she never had her discovery published. And you know what happened the moment she got it published? She had to say that she is an old Earth creationist now, right? And I implore you to dig into this because before that, she on her own admittance, she'll never word it like that, but she acknowledges that she's had studies prior to the point that the secular world actually laminated this, and they were very similar. Well, what came out in
before you continue, can you provide a source for Mary Schweitzer previously being a young Earth creationist? Because I've never heard of that.
Yep.
I didn't understand that was true. I know she's a Christian. I'd like to see that. I don't want to misrepresent anybody.
Donny, I have been very lazy I have a bunch of screenshots that I've taken from multiple sources of interviews with her. And I've been very lazy for God by not compiling this. I'm not too technologically savvy, so it's it's a
Are you
lot in
sure
that
you're not
aspect.
confusing with her statements being an evangelical Christian, but being a theistic evolutionist or old Earth creationist? I've never
No,
seen anything that says she was a young Earth creationist at one
yeah,
point.
she used to be, yeah, and I'll put it together, and I will put it together.
Okay, I just want to
She,
make sure that you're representing that correctly. So that's cool.
yeah,
Okay, if you
yeah,
could
and
provide that
a lot
after,
of
we'll check it
Christians.
out.
Yeah, a lot of Christians never put this together, and I implore people to do it on their own. And the other thing that goes hand in hand with that is that she's had discoveries. Okay, and the moment that, matter of fact, Donnie, to tell you the truth, the reason why I know that I'm not talking too much in vain here is because she actually says, this is the craziest part, the discovery of soft tissue is what convinced her to be an old Earth creationist. That's her quote. Okay, so, and I think I emailed you in the past about this, that I have this big thing with Mary Schweitzer to prove the motive. Okay, and it went under the radar so easily somehow because they control the narrative. But here's the other crazy part. So how
I will say, Mars, I pulled it. I pulled something up on Reddit where they are saying that in an interview, she may have said that she used to be a young Earth creationist. So you could be right on that. That's interesting. I think that would be. I think that's an interesting point.
This is the part that I feel very lazy about. I should have I just didn't know what route to go with it, but I've had this for a long time, kind of in my pocket. Okay. She was a young Earth creationist. She had, so I said, Donnie, I'm doing you a favor. I'm breaking this all out on SFT Live before I went public anywhere else. Okay. So she was a young Earth creationist. She had findings very similar to what they publicized in 2005, I think, was it? And what a coincidence, right? This is what I'm asking you, Mr. Anderson, as a lawyer. What a coincidence that she was a young Earth creationist. This is all evidence. She had other findings very similar. They never gave no weight to it. The moment that she's an old Earth creationist, all of a sudden they publish it, right? I'm going to give you another one now. Another one that this is the true SFT Live breakout, okay? You know how Dr. Hovind talks about the conspiracy and all that, about the way they do things with when a child is 6 years old, all he does is read about the dinosaurs hundreds of millions of years, and 65 million years ago they went extinct, right? Guess who, Donnie, you can look this up too. I am not exaggerating or taking a bad source here. This is everywhere, even on secular sources. Guess who was the mentor of Mary Schweitzer? Does anybody know?
No.
Okay, another area Christians slept on. I don't know why.
Jack Horner or Horner?
Jack Horner. Who was Jack Horner?
I don't know.
He was the technical advisor for the Jurassic Park movies. Okay.
Great.
How you like my cousin Vinny flow right here? Okay.
It's not good. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but think about it from Dr. Hovind's perspective. Okay, using media to infiltrate the mind. The guy who was not letting her get these discoveries published is the technical advisor for the Jurassic Park movies, which is what Hovind is saying is what actually puts all these presupposition of our interpretation of the data. Okay, yeah, well, it's not a coincidence. You can look this up.
I'm not going to.
Well, okay. I don't know why. You're a lawyer. You want to dig. You're saying a genuine truth seekers.
I do like to think I'm a truth seeker, but I'm not. I'm not following the thread here. It sounds like a pretty wild leap of logic to me.
Okay, and then more quotes from Mary Schweitzer. I don't understand how you're not linking this together, but another layer.
I make no bones about being very intelligent. You know.
What was that?
I said I make no claims about being very intelligent.
No, but you're a lawyer, and I'm trying to tell you to follow the evidence that shows the motive of the findings. Okay? And I'm going to give you another one. Okay. The evidence, sir, is that soft tissue, if somebody is genuinely a truth seeker, right?
Right.
Soft tissue should not make you immediately say the mineral iron is what preserved this for millions of years. Soft tissue should make you genuinely say, hey, if we got to go backwards to go forwards, let's do it. They did not publish it until the discoverer said that this made her be an old Earth creationist. Okay. Before that, she has similar findings when she was a young Earth creationist. On top of that, her mentor, who was the person on top of her at her college in Montana, okay, was literally a Hollywood guy. Okay. Number three, you look it up right now. Mary Schweitzer admits she basically got burned. She played out God and she got burned. I hate to say it like that. But after the fact, she admits that she at first got scrutinized by the Christian community for leaving the young earth. And they said, how could you do this? You have this discovery that should back up the Bible, and you sold out for your fame. She's like, oh, those people are ridiculous. The way they just vilify me. They're ridiculous. This is why people run away from the Bible. She says stuff like this, right? Now, she admits that nowadays she has to only survive off of private donors. The secular community, these truth seekers, okay, do not want to fund her. Why is that if they're truth seekers? That alone should also make you question. It should make 1 and 2 more viable now when you see number 3. Because why does these truth seekers not want to fund some monumental evidence like this? They funded her enough while she was saying she's an old Earth creationist. They took it and ran with it, and then they just left it right there.
Okay. Thanks, Mars. What do you think, Donny?
Well, Mr. Anderson, if you'd like to respond to anything he said, go ahead.
I am good. That was fascinating. It's a really interesting story, and I'm glad you shared it. Thanks for coming on,
gentlemen. I will say we have made it to the end of the show. 5.5 hours, Mr. Anderson. Great endurance. You've endured to the end, and so that is awesome. An epic 2-hour round 2 debate with Kent, and then over 3 hours of engaging open mic. I really enjoyed the discussion with you, Mr. Anderson, and we'll have to do another one of these soon.
I enjoyed myself as well, Donny. Thanks for having me on, and I hope the community appreciates the engagement, and hope I haven't made too many enemies by taking on Dr. Hovind there. And
Dr. Anderson,
what we like in the debate dojo is for people to bring the heat, to get ready to spar, and then at the end of it all, we acknowledge that we've had a good time, because nobody likes an echo chamber, and we enjoy discussing these topics with those who disagree with us. And so I hope the audience got to enjoy discussion on quite a number of topics, important topics. So, gentlemen on the panel, anybody want some final words, final thoughts before we wrap it up?
Yes,
Yeah.
Donny, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, buddy.
Donny, I just had asked a question earlier, and I really would like to know where evolutionists stands on the example of the lungfish that I gave. There is not millions of years for the lungfish to go through any changes to be able to survive, create that mucus pocket, and change enough to where it would consume its own tail muscles under the dirt to be able to survive without water, buried for years, to come back and resurface. How does the mutation? How would the mutation happen in this case? Because every fish that would survive this would need to have that ability preloaded, like Danny said, in their genome, and not something that they could resort to in a fast emergency where the river is drying. How would evolution respond to something like this?
I mean, do you want the theistic evolution answer, or do you want the atheistic evolution answer?
Either one, as long as it's logical.
Well, the theistic evolution answer is that God would guide it to evolve that way because that's his plan, and that's what he wants it to do, and so he can make it change however he wants it to. The the atheistic evolutionary answer is that these slow changes accumulate over time, and that each one of them occurs by chance, and each one of them occurring is way more likely than all of them occurring. And the thing is that when one of them occurs, because that one thing has a benefit, it stays that way. And the rule with respect to evolution, stepwise evolution, is that each step has to be beneficial. And if you really, really care about actually getting the answer to that, like, I encourage you to look it up, because I honestly, you would be surprised how many biologists have gone and taken various mechanisms of evolution, or like various structures, and shown how they evolved and how each step was beneficial. And if you're really curious, you could probably find it, but I don't know the answer.
I got something I'd like to say real quick in closing. I want to thank Mr. Anderson for having the capacity to have a civil conversation.
Thank you very much.
That's always very helpful, seriously. Other than that, for a future conversation, I would like to go back and revisit, I don't know exactly how you called it. It was the October 13th criteria.
Protocol. The protocol, yeah.
Okay, am I saying that October 13th, referring to your first debate with Dr. Hogan?
Right.
Okay. Anyway, for a future conversation, I'd like to go back over those with you, because I think you've got some.
Maybe we should set up a debate between Mr. Anderson and T-Rock at some point.
Do you just want to do precept stuff?
No, I just wanted to kind of briefly go over that, because you were kind of setting that forth as a foundation on which to build an argument, and I think there were some errors in it anyway. But anyway, not to drag it all out right now at all.
Just so you understand, like the idea is not necessarily that maybe those things are true, maybe they're false. I think they're reasonable, and if I'm going to be debating like 40 people or something, like, I don't want to have to do precept with each single one of them. It's
No, I
here's
understand.
the
I was just suggesting we kind of review that in the future, and it doesn't have to be a long conversation.
Sure. Yeah. Why don't you get back to Donny with, if you got like some specific critiques or improvements that you think ought to be made, then propose them. And if I think they're reasonable, then we can go with them.
Okay. I think that sounds fun. I have respect for anybody on both sides. And so whether it's somebody on the opposite side that I hold to, like Mr. Anderson, or a fellow creationist, anybody who's willing to get into the debate dojo for an open mic or the debate octagon for a formal debate, I've got respect, because that's what this is all about, is coming together and discussing these important issues. And so go ahead, D-Rock.
Sorry, one more quick question for future consideration, but how do you feel about centering a conversation around non-biological evidences for the differences in worldview?
Sorry, I missed that. Non-biological evidence for what?
For the differences in worldview. Centering the conversation around non-biology, basically. So in other words, geology, radiometric dating.
Oh, sure.
And so forth.
Age of the Earth, maybe something on Age of the Earth.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we could do something like that. That'd be fine.
All right, final question. It's a tough question, Mr. Anderson. What is the opposite of hello?
Goodbye.